Yo. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hopefully you can. What's crack-a-lacking? What's crack-a-lacking? What's crack-a-lacking? What's crack-a-lacking? Welcome back once again to the Random Show. We are back once again with the Random Show. We are back once again with the Random Show, episode number 556. Episode number 556 of the Random Show. Hope you are good wherever you are. Hope you can hear me. Hope you can see me. Hope you can hear me. Hope you can see me. Hope you can hear me. Hope you can see me. Welcome back to the Random Show with your host, Agosino Zinga, once again back in the hot seat. What's going on, people? Hope you can hear me. Hopefully you can see me. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can see me. It's been a while. I know it's been a while. Apologies for the radio silence. Apologies for going MIA. But we're back once again in the hot seat. We're going to have a long streak of fucking back-to-back shows and Patreons being updated, which I still haven't got around to doing, but we're going to be doing that going forward. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. Thank you for being here once again and being patient. I appreciate every single one of you. Let me just make sure the volume is where it needs to be. Hopefully it's there. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. Let me just put up a little bit because I've got to be a bit low as it's late. Let me get up to 12 on here. Hopefully that works. So let me get to 30. Hopefully that's okay. Hopefully that's okay. Hopefully you can hear me. 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 Big up the stream chatters. Big up everybody I see. Tim Okazi, Gamebred Footballer, what's going on? Big up Oliso, I see you there. Big up Stevie445, what's going on, brother? Hope you are good. Big up Josie, what's happening? Big up everybody in the stream chat. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for joining me once again. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Always a chore, never a pleasure. I appreciate every single one of you people for joining me once again. Let me just get all my shit situated on here first before we continue. Bear me one moment while I get myself situated, but we should be ready to rock. We should be ready to rock on my side of things. As per usual, because I haven't been away for a while, by the way, because I've been away for a while, I'm not going to make this members only. This will be able to view after the fact, so don't worry. If you're usually watching this in a rush, in a hurry, don't worry. This will not be members only. This will be available for everybody to watch because I've not been around for a while. So this will be available for everybody. We have to watch for everybody. It won't be only members only, so make sure you get involved in the chat. Make sure you get involved with the likes and the subscribing and shit. And if you want to get a membership, also get a membership because you get access to all the previous episodes, but just get involved anyway and it'll be available for you to watch for the entirety. So don't worry, this won't be members only. I've not been around for a while, so I owe you guys at least a long stream and at least a quote-unquote free stream, no paywall. So don't worry, this will not be members only. This will be free to everybody to watch and participate. So please make sure you jump in the stream chat. Please make sure you like the stream. Please make sure you comment, all that good shit. Much appreciated. Subscribe to the channel. Get a membership if you need to get a membership. That will also be appreciated too. But yeah, thank everybody for tuning in. We got loads to jump onto, loads to jump into, loads to jump onto, loads to jump into. So let's just get right into it. Hold on, let me make sure everything else is set up on the side of things. I've got my chat over here. Let me make sure I've got my notifications loaded. Big up everybody in the stream chat. If you're here and you can hear me, make sure you let me know while I go on. Let me just quickly see if I can get my kicks uploaded before we continue. Bear with me 1 second. Let me just make sure I've got all my kick stuff where it needs to be too. Let me go streams here. Bear with me 1 second. Let me just make sure my kick stuff is where it needs to be. Make sure as well if you're tuning on Kick too, but I'm multi-streaming. I'm sure some of you guys are aware of this, that I currently multi-stream. So if you want to get involved on Kick, make sure you jump over there too. I am multi-streaming over there on Kick as well, so get involved on Kick. I am multi-streaming on Kick as well and on Twitter. So if you want to check it out on Twitter or enjoy it on Kick, you can do so. So yeah, the Kick side of things is done. The Twitter side of things is also done. We're currently live on Twitter as well. Make sure you do that on the multi-stream side of things, right? Alright, cool. Let's jump into it. First things first, let's go over some Instagram shit. Brendan was recently doing I don't know why he was doing this, to be honest. I don't know what his connection with boxing has to do with anything. Mostly, I think most of us will remember Brendan's fight career mostly centering around UFC. Yeah, I know post UFC he did retire and do some color comment, no, some like, I guess hype, pre-fight sort of like commentary stuff when it came to Floyd fighting Mayweather. No, I mean Conor McGregor fighting Floyd Mayweather, and some other bits and bobs. But he's mostly known as a UFC MMA guy, not really a boxing guy. So I'm not really too sure why he got roped into doing this particular fight recently. That recently happened. I forgot who fought recently. Don't hold me to it. I'm not the biggest boxing expert, but Brendan was out there. He took his wife, which is nice to see. In previous years gone by, he wouldn't have taken his wife. He would have just gone by himself or gone with the boys or something. So the fact that he took his wife there and didn't just go there by himself to try and fuck some randoms is a good thing. It shows they're in a good place relationship wise. That's not mad at all. So he says, what a fight, what a night. Sorry, Ring Magazine. Oh, it's a Ring Magazine Awards. Sorry, Ring Magazine Awards he went to, and he also went to a fight as well from shooting in New York City. For attention, I did try my shirt on till an hour before the award show. Had to cut the arms off. I guess he's too blank. So this is him and his wife on the red carpet, looking dapper as well. The suit jacket is a little bit mad looking. Don't know why it looks so dirty. The suit jacket looks a bit, I don't know, is that dirt or is that a pattern? Not too sure. Not too sure if the white fleckers on the shirt, I'm not too sure the white little lines on the blazer, if that's dirt or if that's actually a pattern, some sort of print, I'm not too sure. Is that a pattern or is that dirt or is that a print? I don't know. But I think SLO-JO looks great. I think that outfit suits SLO-JO really well. It's a lot more covered up than what she usually is, to be honest. She usually always got her fucking tatters out and a bum out and shit, but I think this does a really good job in terms of giving her a flattering look. I don't think the bag is necessary. I think this is a bit excessive. She didn't need to take this with her. I think it's just a reason to show off. You got a Hermes bag, but I don't think the bag was necessary. I think she should have just gone like this. I think she would have been perfectly fine. Another example as to why women have to be a bit careful when it comes to tattoos. I think these little scribbles don't really look that well compared to the dress. They kind of look a bit strange. But yeah, I think she looks decent there. I think they both look decent. I think Brendan's blazer is a bit weird looking, and the tie and the shirt don't really match. The blazer looks like it should be worn with a t-shirt. If that makes any sense. The blazer looks like it should be worn with a t-shirt. Maybe that's what, yeah. I think the blazer looks a lot more casual than the shirt and the tie does. And the tie also looks like it's something you just bought, off some random site. It doesn't look like that good quality. It looks a bit shit. And I think he kind of went for the Rogan look in it as well, in general. But yeah, I don't mind that. Let's see another picture from them on the red carpet. Bruce Buffer, yeah. So I think this would have looked better. It looks better undone, to be fair. It does look better unbuttoned. I'm not gonna lie. I like the Chelsea boots. I think this is a good look with the suit. But I think this would have probably looked better with maybe a nice fitted t-shirt, or maybe just one unbuttoned. It does look way better unbuttoned. Still the tie. Look at how crooked that looks. Not really done that great, to be completely honest. But hey, this is what it is. This is him allegedly. He's not presenting an award. He took the picture, or he got his wife to take the picture to make it look like he's presenting an award, but he's not. He was doing some sort of roast or something. So he kind of sold it a little bit. It's a bit cheeky the way he sold it. He made it seem like he was doing a presenting job when it was like he was doing a roast. And I don't think anyone was listening as well. It was a bit of a strange. I think I saw a clip somewhere where he's doing a roast, but no one's really paying attention. So I'm not sure if he was doing it during the intermission or something. I don't know, but he was there anyway, so it was great. Good look for him in general. He was there. Here's another him with Max Kellerman. Taking the pictures with all the big celebrities, of course, makes him look super famous. Klitschko, not Klitschko, what's his fucking name? I forgot his fucking name. The champion got his fucking name. Please forgive me. This is a really cool picture as well. Mexican heritage. I don't mind this. With the wife. Another picture with Max Kellerman. More legend. So yeah, he made it look like he was doing some sort of presenting job, but it was him mostly just doing the roast, if I'm not mistaken. This is a video of him removing the sleeves of the shirt. I don't really know why, to be honest. I guess the shirt didn't fit correctly, I guess. Maybe he tried to, I don't know why he's removing the sleeves of the shirt. I think the shirt didn't fit correctly, I guess. Maybe that's the reason why, but I don't get this whole thing. Or maybe the sleeves on the shirt were too tight. Maybe, I don't know. But I think sometimes the detail of the little white cuffs of your shirt popping up from underneath the sleeve of the blazer makes you look pretty decent. But I don't get this. I don't get why this was funny. But hey, he did a good job there. This is another clip. What's this from? This is from where? This is from ringside view of the GOAT with the GOAT. What's his name? Who's this guy? Who's this person? Bernard Hopkins. Okay, Bernard Hopkins. Again, I'm not too familiar when it comes to boxing, so please forgive me. And I think he did a recap of what happened in it on the SCHAUB show. So let's check out the SCHAUB show. I think he did a recap of what happened during the SCHAUB show. Where do I have it? Do I have it somewhere here? Where's the SCHAUB show? Not that one. Where are you? Where are you?
All right. So the DOJ.
We'll come to that later. Where's the SCHAUB show? There you go. I think he did a recap of what happened during the SCHAUB show. Listen. Oh, let me put that over here. So let's go back over there. Let's put that here. Bear with me a second here. I know I'm messing things up a bit. I'll do the bare knuckle thing after. So I think there should be a recap of what happened here. Let's see. On the time, no timestamps. Okay, no timestamps. I think he's got a recap there. Let's hear what he has to say. This is SCHAUB show. Brendan recapping what happened when he went to do the Ring Magazine. What was it? Ring Magazine award show in NYC. Let's actually go on the page. Do you have any footage of the Ring Magazine awards show here on the page? Right. Yeah, they have some footage here. Let me scroll down. Yeah, so there's some footage here of what happened during the Ring Magazine award show. You see some red carpet stuff here.
Welcome to the 2025 Ring Awards.
Not only the best boxer in the world, Terrence Crawford, we could never imagine having an award show that looks like the Oscars to recognize boxing.
His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh.
No Brendan in this?
The button officially
oh,
launched
no.
our brand new app and website.
And the winner of the Ring Magazine Female Fight of the Year 2025 is Mizuki.
To be fair, Brendan has no business being here, innit? This is a very established, this feels like a very illustrious, very cool event for boxing, but I don't think it has anything to do with Brendan. It's actually a really good little gig for him, I'm not going to lie. He has no business being there in terms of boxing credentials, in terms of boxing analysis, in terms of anything really. He has no business being there whatsoever. He wasn't really known as a good boxer anyway when he's in the UFC days. I don't believe he was a legit Golden Gloves champion either. So it's actually a really good booking for him, and to be honest, actually a really fucking good booking for Brendan that he was actually there.
I'm the winner of the fighter of the year. It's Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, no pictures of Brendan. Shit, no clips of Brendan in that highlight reel there. But let's see what he has to say. Let's hear Brendan's version of events.
Ride through the city like Brennan Shaw. I'm on a mission to get it all. Ride through the city like Brennan Shaw. If you ain't thick, please don't get involved.
And now, Brendan Thick Boy Shaw.
Yes, sir. Monday morning, February 2nd. February's here. Baseball season's here. Kiddos practice starts today. Spring season, baby. Fresh off the plane from New York City, Manhattan. Boy, the traffic's bad. That's an understatement. Traffic is bad.
Of course, Brendan will go to New York and travel everywhere by car, innit? Of course.
What was I doing out there? Well, glad you asked, Chin. Thank you. This was a wild one. So on Thursday, I got contacted by Turkey Al-Sheikh's team because they have the Ring Boxing Award ceremony Friday in New York. And then
Turkey Al-Sheikh's team, really? Was it Turkey Al-Sheikh's team, really?
On Saturday, it was Shakur Stevenson versus Teofimo Lopez. So his team called and said, hey, they had somebody, I guess, lined up to do like a roast, kind of like a roast opinion-based thing. And Max Kellerman's the host. And I guess he fell out. Something happened there. And they go, we're all big fans of yours. We'd love for you to come in.
Of course they're big fans.
And do you think you put something together? And I'm like, maybe. And so they send me a list of everybody who's there. They highlight some people they think would be good to go after. And so I'm like, all right, pressure's on.
Weird choice, isn't it? Because Brendan's not really known as a roast guy either, right? He's not really got good roast. Like, he's not known as a roast guy whatsoever. You know, if they would have booked him on the basis of like, hey, you're a fighter that used to be a comedian, or you're a fighter that's a comedian, that'd make more sense, right? You're not really in our boxing world, but you're the closest person that we've got to like being within the fight kind of like scene industry, combat sports, but also you got comedic chops. That would make more sense. Go on stage, lighten the mood a little bit, blah 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 blah. But in terms of roasting, I don't think anyone thinks of Brendan as a roast master. You know, he's not, doesn't really have the chops to do that sort of thing. Unless they maybe saw his back and forth with Nate Diaz and stuff and thought, hey, this guy will be good. I don't know.
And so they fly my manager Lex out, me, wifey, and I'm stressing. I'm stressing because the list of names they gave me are people, you know, I idolize. And, you know, I'm not Tony Hinchcliffe. So, you know, I'm not a roaster by name.
You can say that. That's the understatement of the year. I'm not Tony Hinchcliffe. You're also not that funny, mate. I'm not Tony Hinchcliffe, you know. You should forget worrying about being, again, he does all the time these comparisons. Forget about being Tony Hinchcliffe. Again, he's not the super funniest guy in the world, but he's still infinitely more funny than Brendan. Your worry should be, how can I be funny? Because he's not been doing stand-up for like, what, 2 years now, right? Brendan's not been stand-up for like 2 years, I think. Or maybe more. Maybe it's been like 3 years. So he's not had the rhythm of being a stand-up for like 3 years. If I was him, I'd be more worried about, am I going to be funny? Because I've not been practicing for like 3 years, as opposed to I'm not Tony Hinchcliffe, you know? That's a weird thing to kind of be worrying about, to be fair.
Nature. I can do my thing. But, you know, so I said, here's the thing. On a 2-day notice, like when you see even Tony, or when you see Nikki Glazer, I mean, the best of the best roasting.
Of course. Look at the comparisons. Brother, why not just be concerned about being funny? Why are you comparing yourself to like quote unquote best of the best? Nikki Glazer, Tony Hinchcliffe. Fucking hell, mate. You're not being deserved for free. Just try. If I was him, my main worry would be, I just want people to understand what I'm saying, right? I don't want to fumble my words, and I want to make sure that I'm funny. That's it.
They have a whole team, man. And they're week of preparations. They have writers, like a whole team, man. So I said, listen,
so his excuse for not being funny is that he doesn't have a team and he doesn't have writers. Okay. When really, I think most roast masters or roast comedians kind of, you know, have a lot of pride in terms of writing most of them. Yo, big up Gitsy.
Tony is not funny at all. Brendan is less funny than that. If you've ever wanted to know the concept of zero or absolutely nothing, it's Bappa on stage.
Exactly. But isn't it funny that Brendan looks at Tony Hinchcliffe as like really funny? Like Brendan considers him like he's the barometer. He's not funny with all we live in. We all know Tony's not funny, but to Brendan, he's the kind of barometer. He's the standard, you know? Wild. Big up Gitsy.
Look how this works. And they wanted me to do like 10, 15 minutes. I said, no one's going to do 15 minutes of straight up roasting. Like, I'm just going to go through and zing everybody in the crowd. And they said, no, we know that. We want like your hot take on boxing and the state of boxing. And then if you can fit in some of the roast or some of the, you know, kind of zingers at them, do that. I said, all right, I like that. Because I'm definitely opinionated, especially when it comes to certain things. I said, I'm down for that. You're also redacted. Definitely opinionated. You're also very redacted. Being opinionated and being redacted are two different things. That. And so my anxiety was so high, though. It was so high. Because you're talking on the list, it was Usyk, Canelo, Terrence Crawford, Eddie Hearn, Steve Reno, who, if you're in the box space, you guys know him. I mean, big names, dude. I mean, big, you know, people I look up to. Turki Al-Sheikh, His Excellency, he was down to get roasted. Frank Warren, Tyson Fury. I should have brought the list for you guys. I mean, the boxing royalty. And here's the thing, dude.
The box of royalty, you know, the box of royalty is fucking crazy.
I'm like, all right. So we're like going through a walkthrough. And it's in this room. And it's not that big. Maybe 100 people, 120 of just the movers and shakers in boxing, dude. And so there's like round tables, and then there's one long table. And at that long table is Turki Al-Sheikh's here. And then it's Usyk, Canelo, Terrence Crawford, Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren, Fury's team, like all the big boys, man. And they're just, it's like the fucking Avengers of boxing.
You have to kind of respect Brendan's inability to fear any type of imposter syndrome, innit? To fear any type of shame any type of embarrassment, any type of just any type of self-doubt. A lot of people, there's people funnier than Brendan. There's people way funnier than Brendan that would never have taken this gig with a day's notice. And he did it. A day's notice, intimate setting. It didn't seem like it was an open to the public event. It was so that all the people in the industry, you know, you haven't been doing stand-up. He's quit stand-up. Like, he's not been doing stand-up for like 3 years. Hasn't got his timing down. He's never been looked at as a funny guy anyway. But you're 3 years without doing stand-up. You're having to get back on that fucking whole thing. Just saying yes and doing it anyway is kind of insane. It's kind of insane, really. But it goes to show you why, in some respects, although most of his career and success you can attribute to the friendship with Brendan, right? Sorry, the friendship with Rogan, and obviously Callen being his quote-unquote mentor. A lot of his success, I think, is for the fact that he doesn't somehow feel imposter syndrome. He never has any level of, even though he should feel it more than anybody, he's never scared, really, you know. He just takes these jobs that he has no business taking and just fuck it, wings it, and then comes back and tells us that he did the best job ever, you know. Really impressive. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of impressive.
Boxing is at this table right in front of me, and that's who they want me going after. I'm like, oh boy. So my anxiety was so high, man. I'll be completely frank with you guys. It was just because
you're not funny. You just had it for 3 years.
Like, you want to do really well. It's like such a big opportunity for me, and you want to do well.
Is it though? Is it a big opportunity we not do stand up? I'm not sure if it is. I feel like he's gone out of his way. Maybe I'm mistaken here. I feel like Brendan's gone out of his way in the last few years to distance himself from stand-up. He doesn't do stand-up. The last time he's done anything involving stand-up was when he did that show, innit, Story Wars, and he sat down on a panel at the Comedy Mothership. But I think he's gone out of his way not to be in front of a microphone standing on stage in that sort of capacity. He doesn't want anyone to think of him as a stand-up. He's removed any mention of stand-up in his fucking bio on his Instagram. He doesn't post old stand-up clips, you know? He's very much divorced himself from anything involving being on stage roasting people, you know, or being on stage telling jokes. So was it a big opportunity? I don't know. If you're trying to frame yourself as a truck guy, as the car guy, as the garage guy, car giveaway guy, podcast opinionated person, is it really a big opportunity, or could it harm your reputation?
Oh, you want to do well, but I also...
Or remind people about how unfunny you are.
Don't want to piss them off either. Like, there's some stuff I wrote where I ran past, I'm like, is this too hard in the paint? Like some deep dive, like personal stuff on Eddie Hearn and the rest of the guys. And, you know, it's ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Some of the stuff was ridiculous, you know? And I ran it by him, and that's what's crazy about Turkey Al Sheikh is, you gotta remember, he's not that old and has a crazy sense of humor. Even though he's, you know, basically royalty, crazy sense. He was like, dude, go even more. I'm like, really? Like,
I didn't know that at all.
Me neither. Awesome. Like, just a guy's like a normal freaking dude, you know, just like a normal dude, man.
But why wouldn't you think he was a normal dude? I don't understand that. Why would you think anything else? And everything I've seen about Turkey Al Sheikh is like, seems like a bit of a lad, isn't it? Like, why would you think anything different? And also, did he really have personal communication with him? Was he going over your set list, or were you talking to some of his handlers or his representatives? Who knows? Who cares?
I was so nervous. And so the way it went down, I've done corporate gigs before, right? It's not the best setting for this type of thing. Even though this wasn't like a stand-up gig, it kind of is like, oh, we want a hot take on this, on the current climate of boxing and this, and Zuffa and Eddie Hearn's here, right?
I'd love to know the person that flaked last minute. I'd love to know who dropped out last minute. And
then throwing some zingers, right? So it's not your typical like corporate gig, but it also kind of is. But it's also not these. I've done corporate gigs before. The settings it's not set up for success. If you listen to any of the like big time comics that do these corporate gigs, they're like an afterthought. The acoustics isn't great. You know, the people are there not to see stand up or laugh. So I knew it was going to be a little awkward. So Max Kellerman's the host. And I started with roasting him, I was like, all right, he's going to be there. He'll be on stage. And me and Max, we don't have a lot of communication. We didn't get into it. We just had different opinions on Mayweather and Floyd. I bet him $100,000. And
whenever he says something like that, they go into it, innit? We didn't get into it, so you got into it. So most likely, I'm not going to go back into archives. Most likely, Brendan did say something snarky about Max Kellerman, I'm assuming, over the years. And then he saw him in real life, and it was all laugh and giggles, right? It was all fucking smiles and let's take a picture type of shit. And because Max Kellerman's huge, he's really rich, he's famous, he's well regarded, Brendan probably, you know, did what he always does and backpedals, most likely.
We kind of went back and forth. I'm a huge fan of Max Kellerman. And obviously he's going to like.
That means nothing, by the way. That means nothing. When Brendan says he's a huge fan of you, that means nothing.
A lot of heat for saying Zuffa boxing. You know, he's been waiting his entire life for something like this in boxing with Dana White getting involved. He's taking a lot of heat for it. And so he does the awards and they're presenting Fight of the Year, Fight of the Year, Fighter of the Year, Female Fighter of the Year, Round of the Year. It's just the who's getting up. And then I'm looking at the clock. I'm not touching my food. My anxiety's through the roof. And I've gone over my routine like 10 times in front of my wife in the room. But I posted a video. My shirt didn't fit. So my mother-in-law, right, she got my stuff dry cleaned. She's like, Mijo, try it on. I'm like, not a fit. And my arms have gotten bigger, right? I'm in shape. And it was shorter, and I couldn't bend my arms. So I just cut the sleeves off. So I look like a Chippendale. So I was dealing with that. Dealing with that. And so they're like, oh, SCHAUB, you ready now? I'm like, yeah. They're like, we're gonna mic you up, take you in the back. I'm like, okay. And I'm like looking in the room, and remember, I'm the last one to go on. So the room's already a little bit like, all right, man, and everyone wants to talk and see each other, right? And I'm like, here we go. This is what you signed up for, Bubba.
Yeah, pretty terrible way to do the show, though, to be fair, innit? Why would you put him on last? Surely you'd put him on at the beginning or in between, like, you know? Or like, you know what I mean? You'd kind of do a break in between to do some, you know, announce some awards, give away some whatever, and then have him on in the middle, and then have, you know what I mean? Why would you put the roast comedian guy at the end?
So I go in the back, and Max Kellerman's there. And you have some assumptions about people in the space, right? People have assumptions about me that they've never met me, right? And whether they think I'm an asshole, whatever it is, whatever your assumption is, but we've never met. You're going to base your opinion on people, maybe off Instagram or what maybe some other people said, right? Or things you've seen on their show.
Backpedal Brendan Schaub in it. Backpedal. So he said all this shit about Max Kellerman on his show. You saw him in real time and probably tucked tail. Of course he did.
Or media. I get all that. I'm just as guilty as that. So with Max, like, he probably doesn't like me. I bet he thinks I was talking shit during the Floyd Mayweather stuff. I get back there, and he's awesome. He was so cool, man. Just as smart as you think he is. And he was just like, buddy. As soon as I get in the back, he gives me a big hug. He goes, buddy, good luck, man. He's like, good luck, dude. He's like, they're so ready to get out of here. And I'm like, yeah, have they gone over it? He's like,
look at all the excuses that he's been given. Look at all the excuses. Like, was it funny or was it good or not? There's so many excuses here so far. Like, brother, was it funny or not? Did you enjoy the set? Did you have a good time? Were people laughing? Just hurry up with this story. All these excuses, my shirt didn't fit, the time, the this, my anxiety, I couldn't eat. Like, so many fucking excuses. Was the show good or not? Did you have a good time? Were you reinvigorated about stand-up? Did it make you want to get back on stage again and start writing jokes and give us Gringo Papi Dos? Like, what is it? What is all this stuff? I don't know. What is all this?
Kind of. He's like, but you and I can ad-lib this thing. We can freestyle. How do you think I should do it? I'm like, wait, so hold on. You're going to say, all right, good night, everybody. The lights go down. And then they're going to stand up and start moseying around talking because like cocktail hour after that. And then you go, all right, hold on, everybody. And then you turn the lights back on and then you bring me out. He's like, yeah, that's what they're telling me to do. I'm like, oh, my dude, nobody's me paying attention. He's like, yeah, dude, you can literally do whatever you want up there, man. And we and him were laughing the whole time, man. He's like, good luck. And I told him, I said, hey, Matt, I start off the top of this whole thing like roasting you. He's like, I don't give a shit, man. I know how it goes, dude. So I did this whole thing on him. And then I defended him on Zuffa boxing. So their whole thing was like, we know you don't want to piss anybody off. We know you don't want to ruffle any feathers. But the reason you're here is we want you, because you don't hold back. We want your honest take on boxing and Zuffa and the lay of the land. I said, all right. So I got Jake Paul in there. I got Zuffa.
I like how he's trying to build himself as this unfiltered, ready to give you what he thinks type of guy, when that's not the truth at all. If Dana welcomes him back into his good books, if Dana suddenly became Brendan's friend again, he'd be sucking off Dana and talking his praises until the moon come back. If the UFC welcomed back into this fold, he was saying the same thing there. He's only saying some of the things that he's saying because he's sort of like on the outside and he's trying to garner views, clicks, engagement and shit. But this kind of trying to sell yourself as like, oh, I'm the truth speaker, I say everything that I want. It's like, brother, let's be for real. Let's be for real. We know what you're like. If you had relationships with some of these people, you'd be completely different. You don't have a relationship with some people, so you're letting it loose a little bit more. But some of these opinions are also pretty much nonsensical and just, you know what I mean, whatever. Not really the most informed ones in the world. So if I was him, don't try to sell yourself as because the controversial thing doesn't work with him either, because when you fire back, he gets it kind of hurts him personally, you know? He's very sensitive. So being the controversial, trying to build yourself as a controversial guy, as a guy's willing to say whatever's on your mind and doesn't care about this or that, is one thing. But then when you're sensitive as Brendan is and thin-skinned as he is, it's a bit weird, and it's like, you can say what you want, but I can't say what I want to you. Interesting.
Boxing there, Dana, Eddie Hearn losing fighters. I asked Frank Warren if they didn't have Ozempic in UK because Fury's looking so thick all the time. And it's just like, it was so fun. Everyone was cool. I defend Max Kellerman, and it was awesome. It was awesome, man. It was awesome. I wasn't planning to stay for the fights. I want to get back and watch the UFC. And so I meet His Excellency, Turki Al-Sheikh. And he's like, man, so glad you're here. Thank you so much for doing this on short notice. We can't thank you enough. I'm so glad you're coming to the fights tomorrow. And I was like, yeah. And then his team was like, well, you have to go now. Like, dude, he invited you to the fights. Like, I'm like, it'd be disrespectful if I didn't, huh? They're like, kind of, we'll change your flights. All right, kids, let's take a little break here. Then we get right back.
If that's true, that's pretty good, to be fair. If that's true, that's a pretty fucking cool that he got invited to the fight straight after. That's pretty decent. Let's go continue with the story.
For CBS, Showtime, Comedy Central, HBO, I mean, big boys, NBC Universal, Fox Sports, ESPN. I've worked for everybody, dude. I've done big fights. The low.
You work for HBO? When you work for HBO? But to be fair, it does go. I don't believe all this stuff, but if it is true, he's worked for all of these broadcast companies and public whatever. For him to be in the place that he is at now, that's pretty embarrassing, though, isn't it? To have had all of those opportunities given to him on a silver platter, to have all of those chances, and to now be doing everything by himself on YouTube, having no kind of partnerships, no deals with any networks, with any platforms whatsoever. That's pretty horrible. You know, to be fair, given all of the opportunities he's had over the years, all the streaming platforms he's worked with, all the production companies, all the networks, and all he has is a YouTube show to show for it. Different YouTube channels. Not the greatest endorsement of, like, not the greatest sort of, like, you know, example to put out there, really, to be honest. Because it kind of goes to show that they give him, he kind of gets one deal because of his name, because of reputation, because of his, you know, who he's associated with, Rogan, whatever. But then as soon as he does the job, people soon realize that he's not that great and don't never sign him back again. Because I don't think Brendan's been re-signed by anyone, has he? Showtime, he never got a new deal. No, sorry, I'm taking it back. I think he got one new contract with Showtime. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he signed one new deal with Showtime, but he didn't get the third extension sort of thing. I think so. But yeah, it's not a good thing that you work with all these big people and they never re-signed you.
Floyd, Connor Floyd. I've worked big events where, you know, it's the who's who is there. No one took better care of me than Turki Al-Sheikh and his team.
Oh my god!
Ever?
Oh, the glazing. Here we go. Riyadh Comedy Festival, here we come, mate. Riyadh Comedy Festival, here we come. He definitely wants to go to the Middle East. He's gonna be there in the Middle East with his hands in the fucking sand. You know he's gonna be. He's gonna be dressed in the full. He's gonna wear that full fucking garb, right? That they wear. He's gonna be He's gonna have a head wrap on. You know it's coming. He's gonna be sat on a camel somewhere in the desert. Brendan in the Middle East is coming very, very soon. Jesus Christ, the glazing.
With any business I've ever worked for, ever. I'm talking stuff I didn't even think about. I'd be like, boom, done. I didn't have to say anything. The hotel was insane, especially in New York. And I go to put down my credit card in the hotel. Just, they flew me out there, paid me a fee, right? Just with short notice, paid me a handsome fee, which by no means are they getting their money back. They sure as hell didn't make that money back on any sales or views.
Again, another great thing about getting your foot in the door. That's why I always say, as soon as people on the Reddit, on the T5K Reddit and shit are kind of like secretly hoping that Brendan loses everything. You don't really lose everything when you're someone like a Brendan. When you started as early as he did, when your introduction to the industry was with Rogan, was with Brian Callen and shit, established names, you've got all these cosigns. It's very hard for you to lose everything. You have to be a real dummy. Brendan's done a good job. He's done a good job of losing a lot of opportunities and fucking over himself and shooting himself in the foot with certain things. But as long as you have got in early enough at that point and you've got these industry cosigns, you're basically set. You're basically set, because really and truly, he has no right getting that job. He has no real connection with boxing, really. He's not that well of established name in boxing to take that role. But when you look at it on paper, when a person drops out last minute and you got to get somebody who's a fighter but could also do presenting sort of comedy thing on stage, maybe the first person you would think of would be Brendan, despite him not being funny. You would probably think of someone like a Brendan, despite him being on the downward trajectory of his career. You would think of someone like him. So it kind of goes to show you, once you get your foot in the door, you're kind of set for life, no matter how good or bad you are at that point. At the present point, you're going to get given opportunities based on some of your previous work or some of your previous associations and blah 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 blah. So if anybody's out here still hoping and praying that this guy loses everything, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Never. It's actually never happening. Let me just say that it's never happening.
And at the hotel, like, I go to put my credit card down, like, His Excellency took care of everything, we don't need your credit card, whatever. And I go, okay. And they go, also, the hotel I was at, the Mark, the restaurant connect to is a Michelin star hotel. And they go, he's taking care of everything. You don't need to go anywhere. Like, you have your own car, meaning I have my own driver 24/7.
That's
wow.
pretty cool. That's
you have a driver
cool.
24. I didn't ask for any of this. You have your own driver.
That's that Middle East money, isn't it? That's that real Middle East money, bro. So imagine that was probably given to every single person at the show, right? I'm assuming. Or no, not every single. Maybe people working on the show. That budget must have been crazy, man. A driver for every person that went, or for every person that was working on the show. Fucking hell.
Food wise, order as much food as you want 24/7 from that restaurant. They're on call for you. It was wild, dude.
Sick.
Wild. Absolutely insane. And so we go to the fights the next night and they give us our tickets. I've never been in.
Big up Patagonia saying, don't crush my dreams. Big up Stinger Goose saying we can still hope. It's not happening, brothers. That's why sometimes it's good just to point and laugh, because if you're secretly wishing for so many people to lose it, it doesn't happen. He's been famous, or he's been around for, he started off like, it's similar with T5K podcast. T5K podcast is you're never gonna see a post with them saying, hey guys, we're having to shut T5K down because it's not making enough money. They are basically, what's that thing called? What's that term they use? They're grandfathered in. T5K is grandfathered in. Look at even Joe Rogan. Rogan podcast is probably the worst it's ever been in the history of Rogan, but it's still super popular because it's the only one. It's been around for so long. People listen to it just based off habit now, just based off habit. They just listen to it. They don't even probably like it anymore. They just listen to it based out of habit, because you're going to get a minimum 2 hour 45 minute show. You're generally going to get at least 5 guests you're going to want to listen to throughout the year. You know what I mean? You're kind of set. So Brendan's set for life, as long as he doesn't go out of his way to fuck up anything now. Going forward, he'll be fine. He'll never have to work a regular job in his entire life. And even if it does get that bad, he still has Rogan to borrow money off of, or whatever else it may be. He'll be fine. But the idea that he'll lose everything, have to sell his house and get a regular 9 to 5, that is never happening. No matter how bad he is at what he does, he's been around for so long and started in this thing so early that he gets given opportunities, even if he doesn't really quote unquote deserve them. I don't even know, even the term deserving an opportunity is a bit of a misnomer, because who deserves anything really in life? But yeah, he's never going to lose, really, if you think about it. He kind of has in a way, but not really, if you think about it.
I worked Madison Square Garden. I'm sorry, I have been. I worked Madison Square Garden when Fedor and Mitrione fought. So I've been there. Again, I worked the Floyd Logan fight. I was working, so that doesn't count. But then Connor Floyd, right? Worked that, and Showtime gave me a ticket. They gave me a ticket kind of in the nosebleeds. Whatever, all good. So me and my wife get our tickets, and Lex, we get our tickets. They take us through like where the New York Knicks go through, and they're walking us up, and I'm like, what's going on here? And I'm looking at the seats, and it says Joanna Schaub, Brendan Schaub, Bernard Hopkins, and next that with Carl Anthony Thompson, Big Cat from the New York Knicks. It was insane, dude. And then to the right of me is Usyk, Triple G. It was so insane, dude. It was so insane. And I was thinking about, I sent a picture to Bryan and Rogan. I thought about both of them because I love Bernard Hopkins. Bryan loves Bernard Hopkins. So does Rogan. The amount of money Bryan or Rogan would pay to watch a fight next to Bernard Hopkins, dude. Bernard Hopkins, the knowledge this dude has, he's a fucking library, dude. And the coaching, he doesn't stop talking, by the way, which I didn't want him to. The coaching and the knowledge he
doesn't sound like it, does it? It doesn't really sound like it.
Was dropping, which he was done if I was there. I didn't ask him to do it. To Shakur Stevenson, to the other fighters, to Shushu, to Big Baby Miller, like the knowledge he was dropping him, dude. I was like, God, I wish Bryan could have taken my seat. He would flip out right now. This is Bryan's cup of tea, dude. He would have flipped out, man. Flipped out. It was such a special time. It was so cool, man. It was so freaking cool. So cool. Had such a good time. The only downside was it was hard to watch the UFC fights.
Of course you complain.
It was hard to watch the UFC fights there. I saw some of it, saw the results. Then I watched it Sunday morning, watched it again this morning. So let's get it. But by the way, Shakur Stevenson, in person, I've always been a fan of him. Teofimo Lopez, I've had on Food Truck Diaries. I know him and his dad pretty well. To watch Shakur Stevenson in person.
Anyway, you get the gist. You get the gist. That was Brendan at the Showtime. At the Ring magazine event, which again I think is a really cool endorsement for him, despite him not being somebody that you would think would be associated with boxing whatsoever. I think apart from the blazer and the obviously ill-fitting shirt and the tie, I think generally when he unbuttoned the blazer, he looked fairly decent. I thought the wife looked really great as well in her outfit. I just would have not taken the bag, but again, you want those status symbols, so I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. But all in all, a good look for him, despite him not really being a comedian or presenting any awards and doing it right at the end. You kind of gotta sell it how you gotta sell it. So big up him for that one. Next thing I want to talk about here, let's go another Brendan post. What's this one? Him doing bench presses, I think, right? And then we'll move on. What's this one? Tuesday chest day mixed up with some warm up. So this is him doing what, 225 24 times, 225 18, 315 9. We still have yet to see footage, by the way, because he lied about this, right? That he could do, what was it, like 225 44 times. He obviously can do it a lot of weight. He also can lift a lot of weight with many reps, but he said he could do 225 44 times or 41 times. We haven't seen any evidence of that so far. We've seen him doing it in broken sets, but no evidence that he can do it as much as he said he could do it. Better reps, by the way. Still not the greatest reps, but better reps than before. Still not the greatest, but better reps than before. Still impressively strong. So no problem with that at all. More images of him doing the other reps as well. I guess 225 for 18. And then the other one is 315, I'm assuming, right? for 9 in a really bare bones gym, which I like that look of the gym, by the way. I like gyms like this, really bare bones, no crazy rubber weights and stuff, all still and stuff. So no problem with that at all. But the form is a bit crazy though. The form is crazy. The form ain't the greatest, but hey, he gets the job done. Let's see another post here. What's this? Couples who fight together fake together. Let's see how couples really pull up to a function. Let's play this.
You ain't shit. Keep talking.
Okay. Oh, I'm not shit. Okay. Okay. Keep that energy.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
You know,
You ain't shit.
do I find this sort of stuff funny? No, of course, it's not my type of humor. But I'm not gonna lie, a part of me also does kind of like that she's at least getting this type of treatment, because there was a time in life where watching this content where Brendan would go out of his way not to mention that he had a girl. All right, he would make it very clear that that's his girl, not his wife. He wouldn't even mention her too much. He'd kind of, you know, like to be on road so he can cheat as much as possible. So the fact that he mentions or he's on, you know, socials with her as much as he is now is a good thing. You know, we've got that new feature on Instagram where if you tag somebody, or you can make somebody a collaborator, I guess, on your post, so it shows up on their feed and on yours. It's not just a tag thing. So, you know, this is all on his feed as well. So he's obviously liking it as much as she is. So, you know, again, not my type of humor. I'd rather throw myself in front of a moving car than have to do this. You know, if it was me, I would never do something like this ever. Don't care who the person is. But for him, I'm liking it, and for them as well. So I'm not mad at that. Let's go for another Instagram post. We've got this one. Install day done. When you're pushing 1,400 horsepower, you need a drive shaft that's on point. Stock isn't even close. Rip tuned guys know their stuff when it comes to the Hellcat builds. Just installed front and rear drive shafts. Took me way too long. Took me, as yeah, of course you did it. First time dealing with universal joints. Had to take out the turbo piping, sway bar, skid plates. Not the sexiest mod, but not a good drive shaft is crucial. A big brake kit and drive shafts on my thing. Full install video will be on Patreon this week. By the way, this sort of stuff should have been put on the fucking Drive Fast or Gas site, or the Drive Fast or Gas fucking channel. This is the sort of stuff you should have been posting on there. More of this, and less just going to a garage, giving them your car, sitting in the fucking cuck chair while you browse social media and all these fucking, you know, Hispanic guys fix your car. If he actually did what he said he did, that would. But by the way, that's the studio, isn't it? No wonder Brian hates it. Look all the stuff on the floor. That's the studio, right? It probably stinks in there, isn't it? It probably stinks of like oil, WD-40 and all sorts of stuff. This is a proper, yeah. And I think it's the podcast studio. I'm pretty sure. That's the shutters there. That's the shutter door. That's definitely the podcast studio. So this is the stuff that he installed, right? It's funny, although he's like more of a wife guy, he's more of a family guy now. He does always still try. He always does still find a way to not be with his family, innit? I do find that really funny. He's more in tune with his family. He obviously clearly likes hanging out with his wife more often, but he does still find a way to make sure he's out of the house. He spends a lot of time in that T-Fat-K studio. Jesus Christ, like the tongue. That's got to be some sort of like spectrum thing, isn't it? Or some sort of redact thing, isn't it? What's sticking your tongue out like that? That's such a bizarre thing to do. But yeah, the filming of yourself doing this, just the whole menial task of unscrewing something with the drill is insane. But hey, I guess, you know, content, you got a content in it. It's such a fake car guy thing to do, you know. Why is he, what's the pause? What's he, look, doesn't know what to do next. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What?
Done and done, my man. Yes, sir.
Cool, man. I guess cool. Again, I think if he would have launched Toontown, if he would have launched Drive Fast or Gas under this premise of like, hey, I'm getting into trucks, I'm a truck novice, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'm going to use this channel as a way to document my journey. I'm going to record myself installing things, breaking things, fixing things, repairing things. I think people would have been more in tune to watch it. But seeing him trying to make his version of Top Gear, like thinking he was going to make this really polished show where he was going to be a presenter, like it just didn't make any sense. You're not charismatic enough. He's not really a good presenter, orator in general. But I think this way would have given him a chance to succeed in a car channel way. If you would have done authentic videos of him actually trying to mod his car, fix his car, blah 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 blah. But you know, too late for that now. Too late for that now. And then last clip is this one. My sister, what's this about?
When that test
Waste to Wells, I'm assuming. Oh yeah, this is a Waste to Well ad. Churned out grinding hard in sports and pushing my body to the limit took a toll on my testosterone. I got my blood work results from Waste to Wells, but props to them, they didn't just give me results, they took the time to create a personalized plan for this big guy. Shout out to Waste to Wells. Use my code Brendan for 10% off. So yeah, he's even got a Waste to Wells sponsorship as well, like again, you know. So let's see, let's check this out.
testosterone's like non-existent. People don't realize how important testosterone is. Not only for men, I mean, it's one of the biggest reasons why you see weight gain and lack of energy and, you know, loss of muscle after 30. Like your testosterone is, if you're not doing the necessary things. Women too, and I was just educated on that because my wife, she got checked in. She's had no energy, tired. I thought it was the kids. I'm like, all right, well, we'll figure it out. But then, yeah, she got her blood work done. Like, no, your testosterone's shot, man. But again, most people don't think that it's accessible or, you know, it's too expensive, and it's really not. When that testosterone,
most people don't know. I think most people are aware of testosterone levels being low. But anyway, let's move on. We've done our little Brendan segment there. Let's move on. Quickly want to check out this clip. This is courtesy of Bare Knuckle Mania 6 press conference. Connor was presenting, so I want to see what's Connor on. Is Connor on a mad one? Is Connor on like a cokehead mad one, or does he look sober? Let me scrub through. I want to see where Connor presents. Connor was presenting Bare Knuckle. Let me see when Connor gets on stage. Where's Connor McGregor? Let me scroll through here. Let me scrub through. Where is Connor? Does Connor come on stage or not? Oh, he doesn't come on stage. There's no Connor.
And also want to. Why did you decide? Well, you love this.
Oh, no Connor. Okay, there's no Connor on the thing. Unfortunately, no Connor on the thing. I thought Connor was on here, but I guess he's not presenting. No Connor at all on stage, unfortunately. Okay, fair play.
It's just gonna show.
Fair fucking play. Let's move on from that one. What's Brian Callen been up to? Let's check out Brian Callen's Instagram. What has he been up to? The Storm Survivor. Let's just check this out.
Birds that stop flying.
What is it?
Look at the sky. Look at that black sky. Can mean only one thing. A typhoon is heading straight for us.
Typhoon?
Yeah, a typhoon. We won't have time to build a shelter strong enough to withstand its force. There's only one place for us to go right now.
Where?
Down. We gotta dig down. We gotta dig down fast.
It's supposed to be funny, I guess.
An hour, maybe 2 if we're lucky. But I gotta dig this hole big enough for the 2 of us if we have a chance of surviving. Yeah, I'm thirsty. We gotta tug at that canteen.
I don't have one.
Great. Looks like I'm digging dry mouth again. Ain't nothing but your regular.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all right. Stop talking to me. Gotta concentrate and make this hole big enough. Come on, you bastard.
Are you close?
No, I'm not close yet. Quit asking me dumb questions. We got a chance of survival. I better dig this hole big enough for the 2 of us to hunker down in and stay there for at least 3 days.
Okay, man. Okay, brother. I guess. Okay. Okay, I guess. Okay, I guess. I don't know what the fuck that was about. I don't get it, but okay. Let's continue. Will Sasa prank on Brian Callen. Let's play this one.
Can I tell you a prank that I pulled on you?
Yeah.
I texted you a screenshot of a conversation with Will Sasso.
Yeah.
And it says, "Hey, Will, just wondering why you guys stopped doing 10-minute podcast." And Will replied,
Oh, this is great.
"Hey, LOL. Well, to be honest with you, it was hard to keep going with dead weight. Callen is a nice enough guy, but he's just a medium talent. And for a long time, I tried to tell myself that he wasn't, that I could tolerate his impetuously galling nature. That's just who that guy is. But at some point, the fact that he just has no star quality started to make me feel like I had to get out before it got dark, and he realized it. Hey, I've been present for a lot of wannabes blowing their brains out. Guess I just didn't want that on my conscience. Or his brains on my, at the time, Todd Snyder dress down. I don't really wear them that much anymore. Still a good brand, though. Styles change. I try to switch up my style every couple of years. That's just a me thing, reinventing. I guess that's my whole point. Callen wasn't like me, or Chris, or Frank Caliendo, or Phil Lamar. Just couldn't reinvent. Some people are born to die.
Notice the funniest clips on Brian Callen's Instagram are clips where he's not doing most of the comedy. I find that very interesting.
Now,
he's such a scumbag.
So here's the big reveal, Brian.
Some people were just born to die. Ah, my good friend Will Sasso, son of a bitch.
Good. Well done there. Why men are? I don't know. Why men are important? What's this about? This
women. Let's say we have a full day where women just lose courage. That would suck. That would be really bad for society.
Yeah.
But if we had one day where men did, there is no society. And so if I'm going to break this down and say, so which one would we assign as a masculine versus feminine virtue? I think both men and women should be courageous.
Yeah.
But the reason this goes in the masculine category is because the failure of it.
Look at the comments, sir. Look at the comments. This lady, I would like to see this guy operate heavy machinery, change a tire, build a shed since he's such an expert in being a man. Why are you giving this guy a platform? Be better with your fam. This is the man we also give up on opening a pickle jar, asking for help, right? Brian, how disappointing. What's courageous is claiming a particular kind of woman is bad in front of millions on the internet and then marrying that kind of woman, hoping nobody points it out. Brian, come on, buddy. Isn't this the guy who couldn't open a jar of olives? The most courageous thing Andrew Wilson has done is marry a woman with 3 baby daddies. Jesus Christ.
Completely destroys everything.
Does that then suggest that the delineation is that one sex is better at this than the other?
Oh, for sure.
Right?
For sure.
Yeah.
At least in a general sense.
Well,
but not always in a particular sense.
Yeah.
There are women who are more courageous than some men. There's
course,
no doubt.
Of course.
I'm not going to say that that's not true.
Of course.
But in general, that shit's not true. Women, let's say we have
a man talking about courage. You can't open a jar of pickles is fucking crazy, man. And then last clip, Brian threatens young comic Nick Callis.
When the enemy's still fresh and my legs are gone,
you take a nap.
I have what's called extra reserves. Hold on. I got that extra gear.
Yeah.
That kicks in.
Yeah.
In the 11th hour. I hear you go. And I love that sound because it's the sound of you breaking. And then I go in your ear. Spaghetti-o.
Don't say spaghetti-o like that.
I say that. I say that's what I do to my opponents. And then everything goes.
I can't do this anymore. Brian Callen's super unfunny. Let's move over. What's Joanna doing? Any new posts from her? Or we got some skits, I think, right? More skits. Oh no, it's just Ring Cut. We got Ring Magazine clips as well from her. Let's check out her Ring Magazine posts, her slideshow. New York Nights with the Legends. Let's see what she posted on her side of things. Red carpets, of course, her looks with on the hair. Is it sound? No sound, this one. Talking to Max Kellerman, cool. Getting interviewed on the red carpet. Yep, nice. Uber. Okay, some decent images here. Jesus Christ, lady. Fucking okay, cool, I guess. Okay, what else we got? Pictures at the fight. New York, what an amazing last couple of nights. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, this is her sat next to fucking Carl Anthony Thompson. This is a quite nice picture actually. With what's her face? Jordan Woods. Cool. There's him, Brendan with Turkish Sheik again. This is an insane outfit, by the way. This is an insane outfit. Just as insane as the guy behind him, actually. The guy behind Turkey is fucking looking insane too. But Brendan's got an insane outfit on, isn't it? The pullover hoodie underneath the cardigan button up is fucking nuts. Horrible outfit, man. Pullover hoodie under the cardigan button up is fucking crazy and disgusting. But hey, we live and we move. She's looking good there. That's actually a nice outfit. I don't mind that one. There's a band up Hopkins. Cool. Yep, you got this picture of her and herself. The son's watching them on the TV. Not mad at that. Clips, of course. Oh, they got some really good seats, innit? Fucking hell. To be fair, Turkey and the Sheik did Brendan and his wife better than fucking Dana does him in UFC. They got fucking ringside seats. Interesting. Brendan always takes a piss out of Theo for getting ringside seats and posting all over social media, but he made a scene to post on his as well. Some drinks as well here. This is the Hermes bag. A little picture of her jumping into the fucking black truck, of course. Need that. Need that. Need that. Okay. And that's it, right? We've got some skits as well here. A morning with my minor show, with me minor showing the boys ready because the video would be 7 hours long if they take so long to get ready. Huh? A morning with me minor showing the boys ready because the video would be 7 hours long. They take so long to get ready. Fucking hell, bro. Thank God she looks the way she does, isn't it? Thank God she looked the way that she does and she married Brendan Shaw, because God almighty, bro. That grammar, that writing is just tough. Anyway, 5:15 AM. Cool. AM. Fucking hell, look at Sanaz in the comments. Allegedly, according to BGL, Sanaz and Brendan had a little bit of a tete-a-tete, right? A little bit of a fling when she was working as a producer. And here she is in the comments, but why is your hair so perfect this early in the morning? Yes. If it's true, that's kind of grimy, bro. You fucked her husband a couple of times, maybe some more times than a couple. And here you are in the comments leaving fucking little girly comments. Why is your hair so girl? It's because you love me. Okay. Anyway, I'm done. Let's move on. Chin, anything from Chin? Chin, any new Chin posts here? January 1st. I don't know if there's any new Chin posts. No new Chin posts. Right. Chin's not really posting much on social media, man. I don't think Chin's enjoying himself in Austin. No posts, no new Chin posts on social for the most part. Let's move on. Let's do some T-Fat-K clips. So, this is from, I don't know what episode this was. What episode was this? This is episode number what? Let me just double check. Because I made some clips. For T-Fat-K. This is T-Fat-K episode number 1160. So this is about 2 episodes ago. 1160. So let me go through the clips. We got about 12 to go through. So let's go through them. The first one is Brendan 2 Spectrum SCHAUB. This is a really funny one. 2 Spectrum. Brendan 2 Spectrum SCHAUB.
You and Rogan are 2 Spectrum.
Diametrically
He's
opposed.
like fucking.
I used to be really bad, but I look back and I didn't.
Still not great, right? So you and Rogan are 2 Spectrum.
Diametrically
He's
opposed.
like fucking.
I used to be really bad, but I look.
What he's trying to say is that Rogan and Bryan Callen are on 2 sides of the spectrum, but instead of saying 2 sides of the spectrum, he says 2 spectrums. They are 2 spectrums. They're not 2 sides of the spectrum. They are actually 2. I don't know what that fuck that means, but that was a very, redacted, ham-fisted, wrong, diabolically insane way to say either side of the spectrum, on opposite sides of the spectrum, on 2 sides of the spectrum. You are 2 spectrums. 2 spectrums. Big up the 2 spectrums crew. Bappa tells Callen to stop wrestling and jiu-jitsu, to stop doing wrestling and jiu-jitsu because he hasn't improved in 13 years. I thought this clip was kind of funny because just imagine if the roles were reversed. Imagine if somebody told Brendan to stop podcasting, to stop doing stand-up or whatever it may be because he hasn't improved in how many years he did time in pod. So I always find this sort of stuff interesting because if you flipped it and you let somebody do this to Brendan, he wouldn't have it, you know, he wouldn't take it too well. So I always do find it funny how he's able to do these type of jokes to Bryan, but if Bryan ever did the same jokes to him, he'd be in a mood, you know what I mean? He'd throw a strop. He wouldn't be too happy.
Well, Bryan's been working on his wrestling
and my boxing
since I've known him. He's never gotten better.
Brendan, please, seriously.
No, I enjoy the bit.
No.
Hey, but after 13 years, hey, I enjoy the bit.
Hey.
But after 13 years,
I know, but
you've never improved.
Brendan.
And at some point, you want to talk about wasting time?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Brendan.
Oh, you know what it is? It's Reality Wednesday.
Guys,
you know what?
You guys come.
You want to talk about wasting time?
Yeah. Dude, it's Reality Wednesday.
It's Reality Wednesday.
Guys,
actually, Bryan,
this is going to hurt.
This is a podcast. This is an intervention.
This is intervention. Hey, this is going to hurt. Stop wrestling and doing jiu-jitsu.
No, please, I have a dream.
You got I know the dream's over. The dream's
Wait,
over.
hold on. There's a caveat.
Hey, and this is the problem with martial arts.
Yeah.
If they were making cuts,
yeah,
like if people were, there's just no future. Like if it was like the NFL,
yeah,
you would have been cut. Years ago.
No, but
yet you keep coming around and they keep giving you a playbook.
Hey guys, let me run a route. I just want to run a route.
No, he's close though, right? He's close.
Listen,
it's over. Man.
Bob,
is he close?
Bob,
He's not close.
There's a new
been over.
Bob, there's a new development.
Well, Bryan's been working on his wrestling.
So again, funny clip for what it's worth, but I do find it funny, and interesting that if the roles are reversed, if Bryan said the same thing to Brendan about him not improving in stand-up, not improving in podcasting, not improving in a ton of things, I don't think he'd receive it the greatest. But the advice is probably on point. I do find the idea of Bryan being this 60-year-old guy that's hitting pads in the gym and trying to improve his fucking takedowns and submissions and jiu-jitsu fucking hilarious, but it is what it is. These guys have a very narrow view of masculinity, and for them to be a man, you have to to be a man in their eyes, you have to be a guy that's willing to fight, a guy that knows how to fight, a guy that's willing to use his hands, that's quick to anger, that wants to throw, all these sort of nonsense things. So I guess it makes sense in that regard, but overall, whatever. Bit pony. Let's move on from there. Another one we got here. The guest asked Callen to stop with all the test injections fantasies again. I thought this is one of the more funnier clips that they had on the show, especially when you think about previous episodes I've had to clip up and watch. I didn't think this was too bad of a thing, especially the guy that was besides Nick. I think they kind of gelled together pretty well and added a bit of necessary comedic relief to a show that's usually very dead. And it kind of reminded me of how it was in the beginning when these guys were kind of fresh-eyed, a little bit more. I think that's what basically happened. I think Nick and the other guy, they're not that well known. So they clearly, who's the other guy's name? Actually, let me just quickly check so I don't disrespect these guys. What's their names? What's their names again? Apologies for those of you that don't care, but I just want to make sure I highlight them. The guys are on that show. What's their names? Oh, it doesn't say their names on there. I don't know what the fuck their names are. Let me double check and see if I can look down in the description. It doesn't say the title. Oh, they're with a guys called two Nicks. Nick Simmons and a guy called Nick Callis. So Nick Simmons, Nick Callis is the guy that was on that other show we watched previously. So yeah, so Nick Simmons and Nick Callis, I think they did a good job bantering off each other, and I think it kind of shows you, because they're both not as famous as Brendan and Bryan, or things like known, haven't been around as much. They've still got the energy and the kind of vibe to kind of try and be funny and make a good fucking show. And I think it kind of you saw the difference in terms of their level of enthusiasm via Brendan and Bryan, who are kind of going through the motions. So this is the guest, Nick Simmons and Nick Callis, asking Callen to stop with all the testosterone shit.
All the sides, you're good. You could strap in and run test hard.
Seriously, what's the goal? What do you want? What do you want? What are you doing,
dude?
What are you doing, dude?
Listen,
fucking stop.
I don't appreciate you laughing, and I don't appreciate.
No, but do you know why he's laughing? Because it's true.
No, listen.
Stop, dude.
I don't.
I actually say this because I care about you. Stop. Fucking stop. Go home, relax, read. Like, stop.
I won't. I will wear rash guards and I will train.
My concern is not like, oh, he's going to get an infection. My concern is you're old. Don't fight.
No.
What are you preparing for?
Yeah.
There might be another 59-year-old. I got to be ready.
You are actually. And for real, you would kick the shit out of everybody your age. Obviously, because they're all dead already. But if they're alive, I think you have it. You have it. So you win. It's over. It's done. Moving on.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty decent little bit there from them. Again, trying to be funny. And yeah, you know, it goes without saying, Brian does need to stop and go hang out with his family. But I think it's an intrinsic part of being a comedian not to enjoy hanging out with your family too much. So, you know, he's always going to be out on the road. He's always going to be out here, you know, practicing hitting pads and honing his fucking boxing skills and his grappling skills and jiu-jitsu skills, because that means he spends more time away from the home, more time away from the family, blah, 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 blah. So it is what it is. Next clip here, we've got everyone LOLs at Callen for being a failure at stand-up comedy compared to Chris D'Elia. Again, this is a running gag, right? Brian's always the kind of, this is where he kind of shines. He's always willing to be like, he's always willing to be the, you know, the one that everyone kind of laughs on and mocks and stuff. I think he plays that role pretty well. There's an element of it that's kind of cockery, right? I'm not sure if it's adjacent to like Jester Maxine, but there's an element of it that's kind of cockery, the fact that he does acquiesce to this role of being the butt of everyone's jokes, but he kind of does, you know, he's that kind of person in that kind of crew and community, and they do a good job in terms of, you know, reminding him of how much of a failure he is at stand-up, which I guess is a running gag. I guess it would hurt me generally, but I guess this is around a kind of an ongoing running gag that all these people he started with, some of which started way after him, are now still doing pretty well. Even Chris D'Elia's case of things, you know, he got accused of basically being a PDF. He got accused of raping women too, and he's still shining and thriving and performing in fucking theaters and shit. So for some reason, Brian hasn't been able to get to that level, and Chris D'Elia still has, and I guess they remind him of that fact.
He just goes,
Yes,
see you soon. Congrats.
Yeah, Sass was the best.
The best. So
I gotta ask, what was it like opening up for like a big headliner on the road?
It's really, you know what it is, dude? The people there are fans of comedy. They're not like, they don't like the venue and just
hey,
showed up
dude,
to like for dinner or drinks.
Something to do.
Something to do. In
They're
the
there
back,
for
kind of
Chris.
background.
They're there for Chris.
So they're excited.
So they know his name when
they're yelling his name. A lot of people have like the merch and the shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
So I come out and they are excited for comedy. So it feels like I'm there for like my own fans in a way. Right?
Do you guys know what's funny about
comedy.
this? You want to know what's funny about this? Hurts my feelings.
Oh, fuck.
You know what's funny? That's not funny to me. It's true.
Hey, that's what I was saying. It's only funny if Brian was killing it.
Hey, like,
wait.
hey, literally,
it's like your friend who's broke, you know?
Literally, I felt
and you're like flexing your new car, and your friend's like, oh,
I felt
man.
all the air go, shoot.
And I, the thing is, I knew it was happening. I was like,
and I was like this.
Bro, so
we look over, Brian was all,
guys, it's all good.
Dude, so we were,
I'm sure it'll get better. Well, no, I'm 59. You're supposed to get into your golden years. Guys, Greenville, South Carolina Comedy Zone.
Hey, 59 is the grind.
Guys, there's no sign. There's no sign. If you just go, it's a second floor, then there's no, well, you'll find it.
I know this is a joke and it's, you know, it's all shit and giggles, but I don't know. It's kind of like some people's temperament is different, because I think if I was Brian, I would have given up a long time ago, especially considering his family background, the fact that his dad's made a lot of money. He's probably got a lot. He's probably going to get left with a decent trust, or he probably has a decent trust fund. He's probably going to get a fat inheritance. You know, he could really just, you know, focus on doing sets when he wants to do them and just go from there. But the being on the constant stand-up comedy circuit grinding, and I feel like it'd be different if he was happy just being a working comedian. Cool, do your thing. But I generally do think he wants to be famous again. You know, I don't think he's happy just being a working comedian. That'd be okay. That'd be the somewhat, what's it honor's a weird thing to say, but there's some pride in that, right? About the ability of just like clocking in, clocking out, doing your job, performing for an audience, making them leave with a smile on their face. You know what I mean? But I feel like he wants to be Matt Rife. You know, he wants to have he wants to be famous. He wants to be invited to all the late shows, be on all the big podcasts, have his faces on the billboard and shit. And it's just too late for that now. It's never going to happen again. Not because, you know, I wouldn't say it's going to not happen because people don't think he's funny. I just think with the way the industry is and the allegations that he's got, he's probably not famous enough for them to turn a blind eye to the allegations. Because let's be honest, I don't think there's any sort of principled moral stance. I just don't think they think he's worth the hassle of looking past the allegations, you know? So he's not famous or not well known enough or not funny enough for people to look past the allegations. Generally, I don't think the public care that much about him. Every time I'm on the T-Fat-K Reddit, somebody posts another screenshot that shows a poster where you can watch Bryan perform somewhere for like $5 or something. Those look really embarrassing. I'm sure that's not like uncommon in stand-up, but it just looks 10 times worse when it comes to Bryan Callen. These shows where he's performing, but you can buy a ticket for $5 for nothing, come for free. I feel like those shows don't do many favors. So yeah, it's a bit of a mad one, but you know, I guess it is what it is. Clip number 5. Bapa's dad sounds worse than T-Fat-K Reddit. Yeah, this is a pretty brutal story. And again, goes to show you just nothing that we've said in the chat, nothing that we say on Reddits can come close to the things that they may have heard in person. Because Brendan Schaub's dad sounds like, you know, he sounds like a tough dad. Let's just say that he sounded like a tough dad.
That actually got to me.
Yeah, if you're into fitness,
yeah.
Like my dad, he didn't see me during COVID, you know, all that shit. So he sees me like 3 years later, and we're in the pool with the kiddos, and you know, he's not a comic. He's dead serious. He just goes, I can see him look at me. He goes, "You still work out?"
Oh,
but dead serious. I went, "What? You still work out?" I'm like, every day. You know, it's like, fuck, dude.
It's the worst.
I went on a diet.
You had a little paunch.
Nah, I don't know. I was probably drinking at the
Even that.
Again, this is pre-pandemic. Sorry, this is pre-Ozempic too. So he's gonna credit all this as drinking, but this is all pre-pandemic. This is all pre-Ozempic. Something that always angers me, to be fair. Hopefully, I saw a post recently, somebody saying, or him posting on Instagram, that he wants questions now. So those Q&A questions that he's still on the Patreon are now going to be open to everybody on T-Fat-K. But I'm hoping somebody asks him to just admit that he's on Ozempic, because he doesn't want to admit that. But clearly he took Ozempic that made him lose the initial weight. That also helped, I think, with staving off the alcohol addiction that he kind of developed in his mid-30s, which is kind of embarrassing. But all in all, most of this you would imagine was pre-Ozempic, which is why he found it hard to lose the weight. Because I don't doubt he was probably still working out and lifting weights and stuff. But if you don't get your diet in check, most of you guys know when it comes to losing weight, you're not going to lose weight anytime soon. I think what they say the weight comes off in the kitchen or something, right? I forgot the term. There's some sort of saying about your weight actually comes from the kitchen as opposed to the gym. But yeah, pretty crazy comment to say to your son. I'm not gonna lie, pretty crazy comment. But again, more proof that Brendan's op is dad. Really, Brendan's biggest op is not the T-Fat-K Reddit. It's his fucking dad. Another one. Nick doing Callen's job of sucking off Brendan without any prompting. This is disgusting, but again, goes to show that this Nick Simmons guy has got a long game in plan. He's got a long game in that he's, you know, that he's got going at the moment. He's definitely trying to angle for a Rogan invite. That's my belief. I'm sure that I'm not the only one that thinks this. And he's also doing this thing that Callen usually does, where he goes out of his way to sort of like jump on Brendan's dick and suck him off. Like usually it's when there's a moment where there's a story or they're talking about something where Brendan looks bad, right? Especially if it's a story that kind of doesn't paint Brendan in the best light. Brian always goes out of his way to kind of jump in there and kind of be the human meat shield for Brendan and start talking about how amazing he is. Well, in this particular clip, Nick Simmons takes up that mantle.
Do want to later.
People don't realize how big he is until you see him in real life. That's why.
And you know how mean comics were to me for years.
Oh my! None of them would say that to your face ever.
No.
I told you the story. Did I tell you the story? My ex, me and you had that little thing online, and then so basically, my ex was like, "Oh, he's just jealous."
Where I was talking about the
wrist wrap.
Yeah, being
and she's
silly.
like, "Oh, he's jealous because you're strong." and you're funny and you could kick the shit out of him. And I went, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Easy.
I love the support.
Reality.
I love that you believe in me.
Yeah.
But let's just cut it.
I'll be honest though, I didn't realize how strong you are. You're strong.
I don't know. There's something very cocky. There's something very unmanly. There's something very pussified. There's something quite rightly so, you know, for lack of a better term, gay, about admitting to another man that they can beat you up. Even if the person's a fighter, you don't do that. You don't actually admit out loud, oh yeah, you could actually fuck me up. You know what I mean? Your girl's trying to gas you up and you're telling your girl behind closed doors that to chill out. That guy would fuck you up and then fuck your girl or something. Weird. Brendan not even admitting or not being honest enough to say, yeah, I was hating then, and trying to act like he was being silly. You weren't being silly. When the whole, you know, back and forth happened between him and Nick Simmons in the beginning, because people forget, their relationship didn't start on the bestest terms. It started off with Brendan hating Nick Simmons simply because he could lift heavier weights. Because he was able to do a dumbbell press, right? Seated dumbbell press with a pretty decent enough size of weights without wrist wraps. At first he did it with wrist wraps and Brendan was like, don't count. That's the whole don't count meme came from. And then the next episode, I guess Nick Simmons saw that, trolled Brendan a bit and did the same thing without the wrist wraps. For some reason, I don't know, I'm not sure what it is about. Maybe it's Brendan being jealous of Bryan having a new sort of like muscular toy boy BFF or something. I don't know, but he did seem weirdly jealous of Nick Simmons when Bryan Callen first showed him that clip of him lifting those weights. It's sort of super odd. He came across very jealous, very insecure, and just started to, you know, kind of say some things that would make it look like he was, or make it seem or sound like he was very jealous and insecure. Instead of just owning up to the fact, he's just being silly. No, you weren't. Nick Simmons' girl at that time was very accurate with her description or analysis of what was going on. Brendan was definitely insecure and jealous about him, maybe being funnier, maybe lifting more weights, whatever. And, you know, this is where we're at. But in general, it doesn't matter because Nick Simmons now goes out of his way to suck off Brendan. He's actually a lot bigger than me in real life. I can't believe never said it like this whole never say it to your face thing. Of course, no one would ever say anything rude to your face because most people are polite and decent human beings. I think it's far better that somebody says something nasty and snarky to you, you know, behind the keyboard, than in your face. Why would you want someone to confront you face to face and say something horrible? Why would you want that? It makes no sense. And then again, he's acting as if like what comedians were saying about him was really that. It wasn't really that bad, really. What was it that they were talking about? You not being funny. They were talking about thinking, or they were talking about Brendan maybe not deserving opportunities that he got in stand-up. I don't think that's mean. I don't think, you know what I mean? Those are just their kind of opinions on stand-up at that time, their opinions on him at that time. I don't think there's anything wrong with those comedians saying those things at all, personally. I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but I don't think there's anything wrong at all. The comedian be like, hey, I don't think you're funny. I don't think you deserve your opportunities you're given. I think you're a fucking embarrassment to comment. Whatever their opinion was, I don't think that would warrant, you wouldn't say that to my face, I'm gonna fuck you up. If anything, that makes you look like the fucking psycho. But hey, let's continue. Another clip here, Brendan again, Brendan lying again about his bench press record. Again, this kind of goes by what I said before. Brendan said his bench press record was like 40 something, higher than most NFL combine athletes. But we haven't really seen him do 225 unbroken for 40 sets. We haven't seen it. We've seen him do 40 sets in fucking sets, right? We've seen him do 40 reps in sets, split across 3 sets, sorry. But we've not seen him do the alleged 225 for more than 40 reps or for more than 30 reps unbroken. We haven't seen it so far. So that's why I think he's lying. Do I think he's still super strong because he can still do 225 for 18 and whatever? Yes. But he said specifically he can do 225 for 40 reps. I've not seen that so far.
It is weird. You are ridiculously strong.
What's the most you ever did 225? Because I don't know. I know like a good combine number is 30. What, 30?
You did 30.
30 would be amazing. I did 38.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's insane. Dude,
like a month ago.
I trained for like 3 months to do 3 reps of 225.
Yeah, but if you don't do it, that's pretty good. I'll tell you who's getting strong is D'Elia.
Oh, dude, he's strong as shit.
Like yesterday
He's
on
putting up
Gold,
225 on bench now.
dude,
He's big,
he did
dude.
2, I think 45, and so I was giving him some props because I posted that, and then someone was like, "D'Elia, you're next," you know, and then I said, "Shit, D'Elia," because I always make fun of him for being weak because his ankles and legs, and I go, "Dude, I actually am pretty strong," and he was like, thought I was gonna say something like, "For you," but it is pretty good. He goes, "Dude, being over 40, being able to bench 225," I said, "No, that's great."
I'm pretty sure I saw him squat 315 too.
Yeah, no,
and ass to grass.
Yeah,
yeah.
And
So again, you know, impressive. Don't get me wrong. 225 for any reps is really impressive, but we still have not seen. I've still yet to see this mythical 30 plus reps unbroken. He said that he did 38 the other day. I've not seen it. It's really interesting, isn't it? He's always able to post this. He's always able to post the 225 for 3 sets and different reps, but we've never seen him post whatever he says he can do, which is weird. Just record it in and show everybody up. But hey, here we are. Callen B-Day song reminds me of when T-Fat-K used to be Triumph. But yeah, this is actually pretty decent, to be fair. Let me play this. I'm not sure if you guys think this is funny, but I thought this wasn't too bad as an attempt to be funny. This is them actually trying to be funny for once. This guy made a song about, one of the guys, what's his name? Nick Callis made a song about BRYAN using AI, I'm assuming, or something like that. Or maybe no, actually not. Maybe he wrote it himself, I don't know. But I thought this was fairly funny and kind of reminded me of old school T-Fat-K when they were actually trying to be funny. Let's press play.
Stupid.
By the way, big up everybody watching. If you're watching and you hear the sound of my voice and you're still here, please make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel. That'd be greatly appreciated. As I mentioned previously, this show will not be behind a paywall. I've not been around for a while, so I'll leave it open for everybody to watch. But if you want to get a membership, please do, because the shows after this will be all behind a paywall. So if you want to watch this after the fact, it'll be behind a paywall. But for now, this will be free to air for everybody to tune in. But make sure you like, subscribe, get a membership, all that malarkey, get involved in the stream chat. I appreciate everybody in the stream chat too. Big up Ezanella, big up Jack Doherty Jr., big up Joe MIA, big up Perk Angle, I see you. Who else is in the stream chat? Let me just double check and shout you guys out. Big up My Nuts, I see you. Big up Josie, big up Steven Castaneda, big up WCK Gold, big up Johnny Sneed, big up Fish Called Wonder, big up Apex Putter, big up Black American, I see you, or Block American. Big up B Mullery. So many people in the stream chat. I appreciate every single one of you. Who else is here? Jordan Ray, I see you. Mr. Mace, I see you. Stinger Goo, I see you. Pat Guido 581, I see you. 5810. Young Felipe, I see you. Everybody in the stream chat, I see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, big up Aiden Spiznak as well. Long time, brother. I hope you're well too. Let's go, let's go.
Good talented.
Speaking of talented, didn't you find that recording artist, right?
Oh, this is cool. There's a like a singer songwriter in Austin who's like blowing up and references you in a song.
No.
What was the guy's name again?
Guelms Delerno.
Oh, dude, Rogan. Didn't Rogan play it too on?
I think he played it.
On the episode with Ben Stiller and Matt Damon. He was talking about this.
Ben Affleck.
That's right. What'd I say?
Yeah.
Ben Stiller.
So he, dude.
Yeah, fuck.
What's his name? What's he say?
You want
to
just hear it? I think he's a fan of yours.
Find it. It's like he's like a singer song.
But he's like the next big thing, right? In Austin.
Like, yeah, this song, though. This
like
I think
next
this
Waylon
song
Jennings
is at like 25
crazy.
million or billion.
By the way, I don't think Brendan knows what they're talking about. He's not in the bit, but because Brendan's so dumb, he's making the bit better, you know? He's completely mistaken what's going on here. These two obviously are in on the joke. It's definitely a bit because it's a song that he wrote. But Brendan doesn't get it because he's stupid and he's trying to, you know, act like he knows what he's talking about. But he's actually making the bit better because he's, you know, I think he's mistaken this for another song. But let's play it anyway.
In Spotify,
huge on Spotify.
You guys want to see me live?
Yeah, I heard about this guy too, so let's see.
He's like a comedy fan, so I guess he like went to Mothership and then probably saw like you and Ron White or whatever.
Oh yeah.
You and Ron White. It's hilarious.
Now as I stand here at the funeral of Bryan Callen, we rejoice.
Actually, I think they might cut something. Let me just play this from here. I think they might cut something from there. Let's play it. Let's play it for her.
Stupid talented.
Speaking of talented, didn't you find that recording artist, right?
Oh, this is cool. There's a like a singer songwriter in Austin who's like blowing up and references you in a song.
No.
What was the guy's name again?
Guelms Delerno.
Oh, dude, Rogan. Didn't Rogan play it too on?
I think he played it.
On the episode with Ben Stiller and Matt Damon. He was talking about this.
Ben Affleck.
That's right. What'd I say?
Ben Stiller.
So he, dude.
Yeah, fuck.
References me. What's he say?
You want to just hear it?
I think he's a fan of yours.
Find it. It's like he's like a singer song.
But he's like the next big thing, right? In Austin.
Like, yeah, this song. Though this,
like
I think
the next
this
Waylon
song
Jennings
is at like 25
crazy.
million or billion Spotify.
Huge on Spotify.
You guys want to see me live?
Yeah, I heard about this guy too, so let's see.
He's like a comedy fan, so I guess he like went to Mothership and then probably saw like you and Ron White or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Let's take a little break here, B. Listen, man, new year, new me. Operating like a group.
Team. .com/fighter.
Now as I stand here at the funeral of Bryan Callen, we rejoice. Tears fill my eyes, but they're tears of joy, and children sing. With one less coward in the world, one pussy ass in the ground, kick dirt on his grave, and we go get ice cream to celebrate these flavors that I'm tasting. Boy, these flavors never tasted so good. So you look your head to the sky, you see the clouds have shifted and the sun shines down on us all. And you hop and you ride and your wife immediately starts raw, so wet, so good. Well, baby, what's changed? She says, Bryan Callen's dead and I love you more than I ever have. You can fuck me in the ass now. In a way, you gotta be thankful to Bryan.
It's good.
But then you remember the days when he would get off the stage and immediately start to cry. No one's ever bombed so hard, not Hamas, not the Jihad, not the Jews in Palestine. And the president decides that this will be a national holiday and all the world agrees. Pangea reverses itself and now it's one continent of happy people, and then cancer is cured. It's cured.
That's good.
But
Very good. Very good song.
A beautiful family, a wife, and 4 kids who take their time to grieve. 2 days later, his ex-wife, she finds herself inspired to get out and start dating again. Immediately she starts seeing a 6'8" fucking black linebacker for the New York Jets, and they fall in love. And even Bryan knows from the heavens above he cares way better for her than he ever could. He puts his kids through school, Bryan's dad calls him son, and he starts doing stand-up and he's actually good. And he goes on Rogan and they talk about wolves, and Rogan says, you're my new best friend.
This is genius.
And he forgets Bryan Callen ever lived.
I mean, Bryan was cool and all, but honestly, I only started seeing him because I thought that it would help me get closer to Frank Caliendo. You know, the impressions guy? He's so good. Anyway, 5 out of 10 dad, 5 out of 10 husband.
Bryan Callen. Man, it was so cool knowing that dude. In the beginning, it was cute. He used to ask me tips about fashion, like what to wear. And he tried so hard for like a year or two after that. And then it just didn't take. I don't know. Honestly, his fashion even got worse than when I met him after that. It just was downhill from there.
You know, not a lot of people know this, but my uncle would shit himself a lot. And he didn't want people knowing.
You're such a
he didn't want people knowing about the helicopter pilot he blew over the Hudson, or the zookeeper incident, you know, with the anteater snout being used as it doesn't matter, but he didn't want people knowing. And I respect that.
I'm so sad. I'll never get to work for someone who is just constantly late. And just not reliable at all. And just a terrible communicator. It's really a shame because
this is all part of the song.
That's all he was good.
Yeah, you get a gist. So again, reminds me of the, of maybe the brief period in the beginning when T5K started, when it was somewhat decent, when they would try and be funny and make their little songs, Big Dick Bandit being a good example of it, little jingles, little songs, little fucking parody songs, whatever. But we're just trying to be funny, trying to make their viewers laugh, have a good time, not be so serious, not always talking about politics and cancel culture and fucking culture war nonsense. So interesting to see that coming from these two comedians who are kind of new, fresh, and have a lot more energy, aren't as old, aren't as withered, haven't been through as many scandals as these guys have been through. And yeah, that was a decent enough outing. Let's continue. Another clip here. Bryan thinks he could beat up Adam22 and Jason Love, or I said Love there, but I should say Jason Love in a boxing fight. I thought this was funny. I thought this was funny and humorous. Again, I don't know. I think if I was Bryan, I'd hope if I'm Bryan and I'm 60 years old, I'm not thinking about the people I can beat up or not. I'm not gonna lie. I would hope when I'm 60, my need to fuck like young things will definitely decrease. I'm hoping when I'm 60 years old, my need to fuck around and smash whatever moves would decrease. And I'd also hope when I'm 60, my constant desire to prove how masculine I was, how strong I was, how big of a good a fighter I was would also decrease, I wouldn't have these hypotheticals, I wouldn't have these fantasies about fighting people. I'd hope so, not at 60, but anyway, let's hear Bryan Callen talking about how he'd fuck up Adam22.
I think you and
I'll knock his chin into
what are
fucking
you saying,
orbit. No,
dude?
what about Adam22?
I was gonna say Adam22 would be a good fight for Bryan.
You saw his fight.
Winner gets the other guy's wife.
I like Adam a lot. He doesn't know how to box.
Bryan would beat up Adam22.
Yeah.
You think so?
Bryan would kick the shit out of him.
Do you think Jason Love you could beat?
I do.
Yeah. Let's not get crazy.
Just relax.
I do. I think he doesn't know how to box.
But he hits so hard, I think he would just walk through. It'd be like Patty Justin Gaethje. He would just walk through your punches.
That's not true. That's just not true.
Oh,
and then if he
you think you have knockout power? In what case?
I think I can hit him. I think if I hit him in the face with a right and a hook, I think he's going to go, oh no. I've done it with guys that big and that young.
Okay.
Now it's been a while since I've been really sparring, but
Been
when I
a
was sparring
hot
a lot,
second, Bubba.
I was in there with some guys who they weren't boxers, but they were big and strong, but they suck. You know how that is.
I do know how it is.
You can be really,
I know exactly
you can be
how
really
it is.
athletic and strong. If you don't know how to throw your punches, I'm going to punch you in the face.
So if Misfit Boxing was willing to pay you a couple mil to fight Jason Love, you doing it?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Yeah?
Yeah. Couple mil.
Honestly, Jason Love, 100 times over.
I know Bryan's more skilled, but I just don't know.
It makes a big difference.
The power would be a problem.
It makes a huge
It makes a big difference.
Power would be a problem.
Because he's what, like 100 pounds heavier than you?
No, you fucking asshole. He's probably like 200 pounds. He's a big, strong guy, though.
He's heavier than 200.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
6'5"? He's not 6'5", is he?
He's huge.
6'5",
235.
That's a large man.
Okay, that's huge then.
Oh, no, keep talking that shit, though.
Bryan honestly saying with a straight face that he'd beat up fucking Jason Love in a boxing fight. It's hilarious. It's also funny that he thinks anyone would offer any money to see him fight. I don't know, bro. I think Bryan Callen would be in for a very interesting reminder as to his level or lack thereof of like star power. I don't think he'd get the offer that he thinks he would get. Honestly, I really don't think he'd get the offer that he thinks he would get when it comes to the fight with fucking Jason Love or Adam22. I really don't think it'd work out. I really don't think it would work out. I've heard also, I'm not sure if this is true, but I think I saw a clip somewhere that said Adam22 hasn't actually received that much money from the fight. I think he got like 50 grand or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe he didn't get paid in general. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was a clip from No Jumper. So Adam22, I feel like, is way more relevant culturally, I think, nowadays than Bryan Callen would be. He's still not super famous. And if he's getting only, quote unquote, 50 grand, Bryan Callen would probably be lucky to get 10, So the money wouldn't be worth that much. Putting your life on the line for what? He thinks he can beat up Jason Love.
Powerful bunch.
So yeah,
I believe I can beat up any black man even if they are 6'8" and jacked. Bryan Callen, creator of the great Apple iPhone joke, accused rapist, friend of both Peter Thiel and Gavin Newsom.
Exactly. Just because he can box allegedly. Any black man is fucking crazy. But yeah, Bryan Callen needs to drink a glass of water and sit the fuck down. But that's him. Big up Asad Aziz, appreciate you for the dono, brother. Papa and Rings argue. Yeah, this is fucking hilarious. Classic Brennan and Bryan, isn't it? Papa and Bryan argue about the height of other men for 5 minutes. This is a pretty funny clip as well.
He's taller than that.
I don't think so.
He's a big boy. Bring up Adam next to Jason Love for a second.
How tall are you? 6'2"?
6'4".
6'4".
He's not 6'2".
I doubt he's even 6'4".
I think because you guys are smaller, you think everybody's huge. Like, I'm bigger than Adam. I would not label Adam a big guy.
I mean, so if Jason Love is 6'5", Adam is 6'4". Look at that. I don't understand. He's not 6 foot. He's a lot taller than that.
Yeah.
That's wrong. He's definitely like 6. He's tall.
I give maybe 6'2".
The one thing I noticed about him is he was fucking tall.
Right here it shows more of a
Bubba,
difference.
I think he's taller than that. I really do. Here, bring up when Adam did our podcast. I mean, he's just as tall. He's very tall. If Jason Love is 6'5", which I don't think he is.
Well, I can't really tell. But he's tall.
There you go, Bubba.
Wait, I'm thinking Brendan and Bryan. Is that like?
That's a terrible angle.
Yeah.
But
that's not. Yeah, that's.
But that is how tall he was.
I'm just seeing Bryan and Brendan, and then I'll look at.
But
I guess that. Yeah. So that means he's pretty tall.
He was as tall as you. I remember him being very tall.
Brendan, you're also leaning. You know, you're tilted.
You're talking
I'm
about.
also up on the camera.
So Jason Love is 6'5". That's fucking nuts, man. That's a big fella.
I believe in you.
No, I don't believe in me in that. Too big.
Right there too.
Too big. Yeah, he's huge.
He looks about the same size.
Yeah, he's fucking your size, Bubba.
You also have a skewed thing because you're fucking giant.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are smaller, so I think Bryan thinks everybody's big.
Well, he is big. I'm not an idiot.
If you're over 6'2",
I have an eye that can measure size. Yeah, but he's like, oh, you don't know. I'm like, what? I was standing next to him, dude. He's 6'4".
Everyone's
he's like, he's
big.
6 feet. I'm like, what? No, I was next to him, dude. And then I just proved it with a picture.
A picture? You're talking about the Photoshop
yeah,
picture?
the guy's your height.
But 6'5" is
the Photoshop
he's
picture
still
with
your
arm
height,
in front of
but
him?
he's your height.
No, that's Bryan. We're not next to each other.
Bubba, I'm telling you, I remember him being very tall.
We don't need to go off memory.
And now he's next.
6'5" is objectively big.
6'5" is big for sure.
It's huge.
He's not 6'5".
He's 6'4".
If you're 6'3", you're a big
What do you mean
guy.
maybe? Like, we just saw the pictures. He's right up there with the Jason
6'3" is
Love.
a big dude.
6'3's
don't you do that.
Yeah, I mean,
don't you do
to
that.
you guys.
6'4".
Yeah.
We're not all Lenny from
But if I see a 6, but
fucking
this is the difference.
Here.
If I see a 6'3" guy, I'll go, oh my God, that guy's huge.
Do you know what percentage
The
of the
rest of the
population?
world goes,
Hold
that's
on,
a-
stop. Do you know what percentage of the population in America is 6'4"? What percentage do you think?
1%.
4%.
4%?
Yeah, and it always has been. You're an outlier. It's very rare.
But it's not that 6'5" is huge and then 6'3" is small. They're
No,
both
6'3's not
fucking
small.
huge.
But I went look at a
6'2",
guy
but I slouch.
who's 6'3" and go, that's a big boy.
You're
not
not
6'2".
skewed.
I'm pretty tall.
Like the average
You're
person
6 foot.
sees that and goes, that's
No,
a pretty
I'm
big
not.
fucking
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
In
true.
boots, I am.
Here he's 6'2" and 3/4.
Yeah, you're a 6'4" professional athlete. Of course, you're not going to be like, oh, that monster. You
Yeah,
know?
no.
Well,
I would give him 6'2".
It's not like what you give.
Why are you dying on this hill, bro?
It's not like
Stop
what
trying-
you
stop dying
give.
on a hill.
6'2".
You gotta die on this hill.
I'll give him 6'2".
This is Ryan on Helen Keller.
Yeah. Sean's got to die on his hill. I'm like, hey,
He either is or
either
isn't
way,
big.
Jason Love's a little too big, a little too much.
Yeah.
Again, like, does it really matter? Like,
I think, of course,
does like imagine arguing like this at this length about other men's heights and shit. Like, I don't know. This is sort of the sort of argument you would have when you were a child, when you were a teenager, when you were a young man. I just couldn't imagine getting to these type of bickering matches, in your 60s. Like, who gives a fuck who's taller, who isn't taller? How does that affect me? How does that impact my day to day? Like, who actually gives a fuck? It's such a weird fucking little argument debate thing to have in general. It's such a weird one to have, but hey, these guys are always gonna these guys are always gonna these guys. A couple more before we move on. Baba will never let his kids fight in the UFC. Brennan will never let his kids fight in the UFC.
They figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching. I'm watching. I just think ultimately
it might bite him in the ass because ultimately,
that's what I think.
like, you know, my son's gifted athletically. I would never let him fight.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Go play baseball.
You're going to
football.
have, that's what, I'll tell you what you're going to have. You're going to have, if you keep doing this, you'll have 0 Americans fighting, and you'll have all Russians and Eastern Europeans and people from those countries.
That's
that
already
have to. And if that's what you want, then I think.
My son's gifted athletically. I don't really know what athleticism has to say when it comes to fighting in general. I think a good identifier of fighting is your ability to fight. I wouldn't say athleticism is that. Obviously, it plays a part, don't get me wrong. But leading with, oh, my kid's really athletic, I wouldn't let him go in the UFC is weird. And yeah, you know, whatever. It's just his point of view, I guess. He won't really have much of an option if his kid does decide to go into UFC later on in life. At the moment, he can kind of like steer his kid down the direction of doing baseball. But, you know, he's been very heavy-handed with that stuff anyway. It's going to be a miracle if that kid remains as interested to play baseball as he is now. Based on what Brendan says about how his baseball practice goes, it'd be a miracle if he stays interested into it. But I guess he'll have no choice really if he decides to go into it later. But I get why he doesn't want his kid to do a UFC now, considering the lack of money, what's the risks involved, blah 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 blah. Next one, last one. Papa didn't get it towards the end. This is another clip towards the end of the episode. They'll move on.
Me, like, I don't know.
Like, damn, girl.
That guy sucks, dude.
I had to send this. Candace Owens said the dumbest thing on the internet yesterday.
Oh, really?
Read this, Brian.
She goes back online after internet blackout. I grew up in Connecticut and have.
I love how they said read this, Brian, and then Brendan read it. Classic.
Truly never seen an ice like this ever. The temperature is 30 degrees, but the ice on our treetops is not melting at all. Never seen anything like this. Anybody else? I will take a video.
You understand why that's fucking stupid, right? Look at the temperature, she said.
30 degrees.
What is the temperature of
Freezing.
freezing?
It's freezing. I know. Because 30 degrees is freezing.
Yeah. That's why
Brendan doesn't get it, by the way. Brendan has no idea what's going on. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what's going on. Look his face. He has no idea what's happening. No idea.
The ice is not melting.
Yeah. I know.
But the
and I'm sure she thinks it's someone with a small hat.
Yeah.
Well, she thinks they're
She's blaming the Israel. She's blaming Israel. It's the Jews.
She literally is tweeting this as if like someone did the weather
I know.
at her.
Her and Tucker Carlson just have.
She goes, I will take a video to show you guys what I mean, but it's almost like a dry ice.
Yeah. Her and Tucker.
It's taking out an absurd amount of trees.
Yeah.
Again,
this is the
30 degrees
Her
and
Tucker
none of the ice
they
is
see
dripping.
Conspiracy everywhere.
Oh, honestly, fucking brilliant, fucking brilliant. Anyway, move on from that one. Move on. Let's go ahead and do some clips. Let's do some clips. What have you got here? Let's go. Yeah, Elon Musk gets exposed for trying to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Curtis your Tools to try. Let's run through this one. Big up to Liz to try. Big up to Liz to try. Elon Musk gets exposed for trying to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Let's play this one.
They just released another batch of the Epstein files this past Friday, and now there are over 3 million new documents available that people are still going through. So they published quite a bit. There's a lot of new information out there. I mean, it's pretty surprising they released this much, and it's also funny they released the files the same day as the premiere of Melania Trump's movie, because the director of the movie, Brett Ratner, was in the recent files in a pretty damning way. And people already knew this guy was a creep, but it's just crazy the same day as the premiere of his movie, Trump's DOJ releases pictures of him and Epstein together with their arms around 2 young girls. So what a way for Trump to promote his wife's movie. But this was all overshadowed by Bill Gates and Elon Musk being mentioned in the files. They got the most attention here so far because Bill was mentioned by Epstein in an email where he said Bill caught an STD from a Russian prostitute, then asked him for antibiotics that he wanted to secretly give to his wife without her knowing. And it looks like Epstein was trying to use this story as blackmail to force business.
That's just imagine Melinda Gates. Imagine you're Melinda Gates and you find that out. Because I'm for sure, you know, thinking that played maybe a crucial part in their divorce. I think she likes to say that just the relationship that Bill Gates had with Jeffrey Epstein alone was bad enough. I don't think so. I think when you're at that level of wealth and richness, you probably have a lot of sketchy friends, you know, in that kind of world. I very much doubt that she was offended that much that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. But I think finding out such things like this, I think she probably knew about this beforehand or had an inclination or whatever. this has got to be brutal. You know, finding out something, this has got to be brutal, especially when it's a dorky guy like Bill Gates. Isn't it? Imagine like this is why when you're a woman, you have to be really careful when the men you deal with, because you never know. Because Bill Gates is on paper a dorky kind of presenting guy, if that makes sense, right? It's kind of a dorky presenting type of a dude, looks maybe somewhat harmless, but look at what he's doing. Imagine what a fuckboy is doing. If Bill Gates is out here smashing Russian prozzies raw and then trying to slip his wife antibiotics, penicillin and shit, right? Trying to crush up penicillin in her soup so that, you know, whatever. Just imagine what a fuckboy is doing. Just imagine.
This deals with Bill Gates. So this could just be something he made up, but we know Bill was pretty close with him for a while. And that was a big reason why his wife wanted a divorce. So
oh yeah, big up Nick Fuentes, by the way. Nick Fuentes put out some merch with this logo, right? Recently. I think Nick Fuentes put out some merch with that logo recently. I'll play that afterwards, but I'm pretty sure I saw that clip on social recently. He's got his own quarter zips with that logo and that flag on the sleeve. A fucking crazy merch idea, but you know, it's gone somewhat viral on my side of social.
You know, Bill was pretty close with him for a while, and that was a big reason why his wife wanted a divorce. So this story sounds believable, which Elon Musk was probably hoping everyone would just focus on that, because his emails with Epstein were also a pretty bad look. It turns out Elon hasn't really been truthful about his relationship with him. I mean, he always acted like he barely knew Epstein or Maxwell and would always refuse invitations to their parties. Like, there's a picture of him and Maxwell together, and he said he didn't know her and she photobombed him. Then also last year, he responded to an article on Twitter and said, Epstein tried to get me to his island and I refused. But now if you go back to that post, there's a community note, and it says Musk asked Epstein when the best time to go to his island was.
Yo, big up, big
This
up.
is the way that you make money, and made a fortune in the past 10 years. Selling short the shipping futures. Let the goyim deal in the real world.
Jesus Christ.
Jeffrey Epstein, financier, philanthropist, a remember friend of many.
I remember friend of many. It's hilarious. Big up Asada's doing exactly. Look at this screenshot. Shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Anyone pushing this false narrative. Epstein tried to get me to his island and I refused. Look at all the edits. Look at the community notes. Elon and Jeffrey Epstein. Context needed. While both names appear, the circumstances are very different. A latest aim of demons was Musk asking Elon Musk asked Epstein when the best time for island was, asking additionally if he could come during a visit of the US Virgin Islands. Jesus Christ.
So Elon's own site is calling him out here because it turns out he actually really wanted to go to the island. And there are emails where he's asking Epstein about the parties and he's trying to plan to go to some of them. And I don't know if he ever did, but he was definitely interested in going. It does not seem like he was refusing invitations. So he has some audacity to say that when it's like the opposite. Elon kept asking Epstein about come to the island to party. In 2012, Elon asked him what night would be the wildest party on the island. So it's not like he can even claim this was just business related stuff like some other people say. He's admitting he's looking to party. Like after that, he sent another email and said, do you have any parties planned? I really want to hit the party scene and let loose. This invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. And at this time, Epstein was already a registered sex offender, and he was convicted of soliciting a 14-year-old for prostitution. So people already knew what he was like, but again in 2013, Elon was messaging him about coming to a Christmas and New Year's party. Epstein asked him if he wanted to come to the Caribbean with him and Woody Allen for Christmas,
Christ.
And Elon said yes.
Horrible blunt rotation, innit? Horrendous blunt rotation. Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen, you know. Woody Allen, known what he married his stepdaughter or something, right? Fucking bizarro land, man. Elon, I love you and stuff, but God Almighty, the company you keep, bro. Elon.
He was also asking about visiting the island for New Year's. They're scheduling it, but then Epstein had to cancel on him. He said, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. I was looking forward to spending some time together with just fun as the agenda. I'm very disappointed. So it sounds like Elon might not have gone to the island, but it was only because Epstein had to bail. Basically the opposite of what Elon claimed originally. You know, it sounds like he really wanted to go and kept asking about it, but Epstein was too busy or maybe didn't want to hang out with him. So this whole thing is really embarrassing. You know, I can't believe he spent all this time accusing everyone else of being in the files and saying he refused to go to the island. But it turns out he was kind of begging.
I wonder what happened though. Do you think he just forgot he was on the files? Do you think he just forgot? Do you think he just fucking forgot? Do you think he honestly just forgot? I really am curious as to like why he didn't really. He was pushing for this shit to come out, but he Did he just forget that he was on there as well himself? So fucking bizarre.
To go to the wild parties there, but he's still trying to gaslight people about it. He made a tweet and said, "No one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that it's finally happening. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly in his private jet Lolita Express, but was well aware that some of the email correspondence with him could be misinterpreted and used by detractors to smear my name." And I guess people could misinterpret this as him actually going to the island. You know, of course, there are people claiming that, but he definitely wanted to go. I mean, I don't know how you could misinterpret him asking when the wildest parties are and if he has any plans.
Exactly.
I mean, it sounds like he's looking for an invitation. It's crazy. If he didn't go, he just happened to get lucky that Epstein had to cancel. Even though at the time it sounds like he's really disappointed about it. You know, he's looking to have some fun. But now he's trying to gaslight people into thinking like, no, I turned down every invitation. I wanted nothing to do with him. So now that this has come out, people are like, damn, Elon's so annoying. Even the billionaire pedo cult didn't want to party with him. Like, Epstein had a chance to get...
Elon must have so unlikable that not even the cabal of billionaire pedos wanted to hang out with him. Dude truly has no friends and will die alone. Jesus Christ.
Blackmail, but I guess he just didn't want to hang around Elon. But of course, Elon's fans are trying to spin this like somehow it proved that he did turn down invitations to the island and this vindicates him, which is ridiculous. Also, Elon gave Epstein a tour of SpaceX, but previously claimed he didn't think he ever did. And his brother was set up with a girl by Epstein and had to be warned not to harm her. So it's funny Elon keeps...
In a 2012 email chain, Kimball Musk, the brother of Elon Musk, is warned not to harm Jeffrey Epstein's girl, identified as Jennifer. Kimball responds by agreeing and says he's enjoying his time with her. Fucking hell. Whole family full of wrongins, in it? From the weirdo mum, to the super racist dad, the fucking diamond miner guy, to his sketchy brother that wears the cowboy hats, to Elon himself. A whole family full of wrongins, in it? Fucking hell.
Accusing everyone else of being in the files when he's in there trying to get an invitation to the wildest parties on the island.
Known Epstein clients who are obviously extremely powerful, powerful politically and very wealthy, are Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and Reid Hoffman, and some others too, but those three.
What about you? What about you, nigga? What about you?
Why was Reid Hoffman so intent on destroying Trump?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do you think it's because they're worried about the list coming out?
Yeah, one of the reasons. Yeah.
And then, of course, after that, Elon said Trump didn't want the list out because he's in there, which he wasn't wrong about, but it turns out they're both in there, and Trump decided to pull the reverse Uno card on him and release his emails. So these people are just trying to bullshit everyone and each other. Like, he obviously knows more about this than he lets on.
That's a good point too, by the way, in terms of like him getting back into the good books of Trump, and then Trump still dropping this. It's got to feel a bit. I won't say like a betrayal, but it's got to feel. It's not got to feel nice, isn't it? You're Elon. You sucked him off again. You're back in these good books, but he still drops this. It's got to feel a bit brutal.
I mean, he always tweets about it and discusses it on podcasts, but acts like he had no involvement. And maybe those emails are the full extent of it, and he didn't go to any of the parties, but I mean, it looks suspicious either way.
Super
especially
suspicious.
Because he always said he refused to go and turn down invitations.
Exactly.
Also, this was after people already knew Epstein was a creep.
So he gets arrested, and he gets like a little slap on the wrist, and then he's back in action with all these rich people again.
Yep.
Like really rich, influential people. Like Bill Gates is hanging out with him after he's already been arrested and convicted. Like, that's bananas.
But so just last year, Rogan was talking about how crazy it is that these billionaires still hung out with Epstein after he's arrested. But now that his buddy Elon was exposed for trying to go to the island after he's arrested, I'm sure Joe will have to probably change his tune on this and think of some way to spin it and defend Elon. So that'll be interesting to see. I think Elon is the first person in the files that we've seen actually kind of ask for an invitation to the parties, wild parties on the island. And
that is kind of funny, isn't it? Elon was actually begging to go. I think everyone else, Epstein was kind of reaching out to them to go, inviting them to come along, but Elon was one of the ones that asking for an invite, asking for a guest list. He's so aggressively uncool in it. Jesus Christ. I guess, again, it goes back to what I said previously about Rogan. I think God blesses us with the gifts and with the abilities that he knows we can handle only. He doesn't give us a full package, because if God would have blessed Elon Musk with charisma, if God would bless Elon Musk with personality, if God would have blessed Elon Musk with a sense of humor, with undoubtable good looks, I think he'd be horrible, right? He's already horrible as he is. Just imagine if Elon wasn't on the spectrum. Just imagine if Elon had the ability to kind of, charm people, had the ability
Powerful
to joke and
bunch.
stuff. He'd be unbearable. Big up on
This is what I think, man.
Yeah.
I think evil is real. Joseph Rogan, philosopher, comedian, and midget host of his show Fear Factor.
I think evil is real. It's fucking hilarious. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up on all these.
Epstein had a chance to get dirt on him, but is like, I got better things to do. So maybe Elon's pushing for the release of the files because he's bitter he didn't get to go to the island. Like, he's still calling for the prosecution of the clients and says they need to release all the videos. So maybe now that these emails are out, he has absolutely nothing to hide anymore. Also, there's another one that I just saw that he's sharing because he did deny an invitation to Epstein's house in New York. And this email exchange is hilarious because it sounds like Elon thought this was an invitation to some professional business event that was going to be boring. But then Epstein's like, dude, are you kidding me? We got girls here. So first he says, any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly has many interesting people come to the house. Elon says, I run and lead product design engineering for 2 complicated companies. Moreover, SpaceX is about to launch what is arguably the most advanced rocket in history. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of my time. Then Epstein responded and said, do you think I'm retarded? Just kidding. There's no one over 25 and all very cute. And I think that was the end of the email exchange. At least that was all that was part of the recent file drop. So it looks like Elon did deny that invitation, probably because it wasn't an invitation to the island. Exactly. I mean, this was after Elon kept asking about that and Epstein had to cancel on him. So he was probably getting annoyed, like Epstein was wasting his time. But to be fair, it looks like he didn't go to this event, which also was a party environment, it sounds like. So now, of course, his fans are like, see, he did turn down Epstein, even though he still did lie about it. And he said he turned down an invitation to the island, but he's really asked him to go to the island. And he really turned down an invitation to Epstein's New York City residence that he originally thought was a business event. Also, this proves he definitely knew Epstein more than he let on. And he confirmed this email was legit. He said, there are a lot of fake emails flying around, but this one is real. And of course, there are some fake ones going around that Elon will probably use to try to discredit the rest of them. Like, there's this one that people keep sharing and acting like it's legit, which is stupid because the rest of them are bad enough. We don't need to make up emails here. But of course, people are running with it. But now there are community notes on the posts, and Elon said that it's fake. But he hasn't disputed the authenticity of any of the emails I've shown in this video that came from the DOJ website.
And those are the most damning ones, to be fair. It's all well and good pointing out the fake ones, but the ones where you're saying probably Tallulah and me, what day and night will be the wildest parties, and then emphasizing I've had a really hard week, I've had a busy schedule, tight deadlines, I really need a party where I can go crazy and let loose. And I mean, those are horrid. Like, you know what the guy was about, and you're willing to go party with him and let loose and go crazy. Fuck, and he made it seem like he didn't know him at all. He made it seem like Epstein was the one that was begging him to go to his parties, when really it was the other way around. Elon came out of this looking horrible, man. Elon came out of this looking horrible, I'm not gonna lie. One of the worst things Elon's ever done in his entire career was definitely enter into the political sphere. Entering into the political sphere, thinking that he could fix the world outside of the company that he was making, thinking he had all the answers, thinking he's, having delusions of grandeur, really turned him into an absolute piece of shit, or maybe revealed what a piece of shit he is, because these elements are probably always there, right? He was already hanging out with these unscrupulous weirdo characters from back in the day, but I think it's just, another reminder as to why you have to be careful about who your heroes are and who you look up to, because God almighty, Elon.
He's just ignoring them and saying they're being misinterpreted. So those all seem to be legit. So now him and his sycophants are trying to do damage control. He's like, if I actually wanted to spend my time partying with young women, it'd be trivial for me to do so without the help of a creepy loser like Epstein, and I would still have 99% of my mind available to think about other things, but I don't. And his lapdog, Ian Miles Chong, put out this really cringy tweet. He said, Elon has the pick of virtually every available woman on the planet. He wouldn't need a hookup from some weird, creepy weirdo who lives on an island. And Elon commented, said, yep. So he has the pick of every woman on the planet, but he chose to have a kid with Ashley St. Clair,
Exactly.
some grifter
Exactly.
girl who now has completely turned on him because his AI grok kept sexually harassing her and posting AI nudes of her underage, which she kept complaining about. Then Elon took away her blue check mark and banned her from Twitter Premium. Now she claims to be dark woke because she says the opposite is bootlicking fed file nerds. So even Elon's baby mama is disgusted by him.
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty fucking hilarious, man. Banning your baby mom from Twitter Premium and taking away their blue check mark is fucking crazy work, man. Elon's a piece of shit, really, isn't it? Don't get me wrong, this woman doesn't strike me as the greatest woman in the world, right? Don't get me wrong, she doesn't strike me as the loveliest girl in the world. But the way Elon treats this lady is fucking hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. The way he treats her is fucking hilarious. Oh, but yeah. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. All of the powerful people in that list is fucking horrendous. Anyway, what are you guys saying in the stream chat? Because Elon has $1 trillion and still not the cool brother. Exactly, like a bad undercover cop trying to buy drugs downtown. Big E don't want to party with no lames. Now the worst was when pretending to be a good idea. The Diablo one was horrendous because that just goes to show you how insecure he was, isn't it? That's just good to show you how truly insecure he is as a person, that he would want to lie about something like that. Fucking crazy. Big up Uche in the stream chat. Wagwan Uche, I see you. What's good, darling? Big up Apex Pato, I see you. 6'5" is at 2. Cool. Let's continue. We did that.
That's a very.
Let's do another one. Let's do another one from fucking Too Lazy to Try. Rogan is in damage control over the Epstein files. Big up to us to try another video. Rogan is in damage control over the Epstein files. Let's go through this one.
Specific illicit desire to want underage people.
Well,
how do you even find out that someone's into that?
Well, I don't think that the majority or anything close to it of the women were technically. I think it was largely
young,
very young.
Jesus Christ, this is what we're arguing against. This is what we're gonna stipulate. This is what we're gonna this is what we're gonna analyze. This is what we're gonna talk about. We're gonna dispute if the women were actually underage. What? God almighty, it's horrendous.
Barely legal, so to speak. But and I know that there were cases of underage, but I think
most of it was just
very, very young, but not like
20-year-old
not
girls,
like 13
18-year-old girls.
type thing. And then remember, because this is an international enterprise, and many of the clients are like in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals.
All right, so the Joe Rogan Experience is just getting sad at this point. It feels like it's turned into a PR tool for the Epstein clients. After maybe the biggest file drop yet, Joe had on Mike Benz, who is a Elon Musk lackey. So, of course, there's no mention of Elon during this podcast, even though his emails are one of the biggest revelations from the files.
I do find that funny, though, isn't it? To be fair, Rogan is really good at that. Not gonna lie, Rogan is really good at that. Whenever his friends are involved in a scandal and it's the topic of the week, and he's recording in that same week, he's very masterful at not mentioning it, even though he's got like a 3-hour long podcast. He's very good at like avoiding that topic. He just won't mention it. And if somebody else mentions it, because that's a smart thing to do. The worst thing you can do if you're trying to avoid a subject is tell somebody not to talk about that subject, right? That's the worst thing you can do. Like, hey, don't talk about this. Don't do that. If anything, you should probably let them talk about it. When they speak about it, just don't ask any more questions and just talk about something else. Like, he's very good at like avoiding talking about things he doesn't want to talk about. So although Elon Musk's revelations in the Epstein files have been dominating the news, he's been on Twitter fighting for his life, trying to convince people what he said previously wasn't a lie. He still did a really good job of avoiding the entire thing by just acting like it didn't happen or not mentioning his name in specifically. It's kind of a masterful way of avoiding all that conflict, despite so many of his former guests being on those emails as well, by the way. So many former Joe Rogan guests being on those emails and him not mentioning it. It's fucking crazy, but hey, let's just continue.
which now Elon, Mr. Free Speech, is threatening to sue people for talking about it or even associating him with the files. I'm sure Joe will have a lot to say about that. No, I mean, Rogan is cooked. People used to look forward to hearing him talk about stuff like this, but now he's way too connected to people involved with Epstein. So he has to ignore and downplay a lot of the information coming out. Also, a lot of his guests work for or are associated with people in the Epstein files as well. So he rarely hears an unbiased perspective on them. I mean, if he really wanted a good rundown of the recent file drop, he'd have on somebody like CoffeeZilla.
Exactly.
Like, he's probably done the best reporting on it.
Exactly.
And he's impartial. He has no incentive to protect anybody. So he'd be the best person to hear from. But instead, Joe talked about the recent files with Mike Benz, who's part of the establishment. He worked for the government. He worked under Trump's first administration. And he panders to Elon Musk. So this guy is not an objective source at all when it comes to the Epstein files. And during this podcast, he spent a lot of time trying to downplay, but also almost justify the child sex trafficking allegations and convince people that it wasn't a blackmail operation, which Rogan barely pushed back on.
Insane.
Like, he used to say it's a pedo island with cameras everywhere. They have dirt on all these high-profile people. But now it's like, were they really underage girls? Is there a blackmail operation?
And Jeffrey Epstein, for the past 3 years of their lives has been the best weekend they've ever had. Has made them feel alive again in their mid 50s or 60s. Has opened all sorts of other deals for them, and this deal might work out. So I'm afraid that if I say no to Jeffrey Epstein on this deal, I'm not going to get an invite to the next party.
What?
I'm not going to be able to get laid again with.
In the public eye, the narrative is underage girls, and this is the thing that makes it so disgusting. When people talk about it, everyone says kids on the island. This is the big conspiracy about it, and this is the reason why people are so outraged about it.
My concern.
Rogan's look at Rogan trying to pretend to be dumbfounded.
People are so outraged about it.
That face, Rogan, that's like the Tucker Carlson face, isn't it? Where you're trying to pretend like you're like unaware, like unaware, disgusted. You're taken aback in the moment, brother. You know exactly what people are disgusted by. Rogan is so disingenuous, man.
My concern with the runaway train on that is that it's a massive manhunt for something that it may be true. To me, it's a needle in the haystack. It might be true. Good luck looking for it. It would seem
so. Don't bother looking for it. Basically, don't bother. Yeah.
Ludicrous to me.
Yeah.
That Epstein doesn't mean it's impossible, but logistically, if Epstein ever directly threatened someone, proactively, that is, if the person tries to blackmail Epstein could, reactively say, "Well, I've got shit on you too," but proactively and really, really do someone in like that, and word gets around that happens, everything he built goes. The whole Rolodex finds out.
So it sounds like he's trying to convince people it's not really worth looking into the underage trafficking.
People anyone that says stuff like this, I immediately think, what the fuck are you hiding? What's the point of looking into it? You know what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. All the girls were not it's not a pedophile thing. They were just really young. They weren't underage. When people are starting to make these excuses, it's almost as if like, what, do you go to these parties yourself? Is there a new Epstein that you're trying to kind of protect? Or you may be there and you're trying to make people, you're trying to make people kind of move past it or whatever else it may be so that you can keep doing what you're doing. Like, it's such a bizarre rationalization to come to, man. Absolutely bizarre. But I think it's that need to be a contrarian, that need to display that you've got critical thinking skills, and instead you're just making yourself sound like you're a pedo in the fucking waiting.
And blackmail aspect of the files, but then he'd go on these long-winded monologues about the more important aspects of it, and he'd just be all over the place. Like, he'd be talking about Epstein, then jump to like 10 other topics, and people in the comments are just like, I've never heard someone say so much without saying anything.
Exactly.
And Rogan posted a clip of them talking about the Epstein files to the JRE Clips channel, and all the comments are negative, calling Rogan a sellout and saying he's compromised and trying to do damage control. Because there's so much new information from the recent files release, and it seems like Joe and his guests didn't talk about any of that. And instead his guests try to convince people that it's not really worth looking into the child trafficking aspect of it. You know, the most heinous part of the files isn't worth looking into. So we used to hear Epstein had compromising tapes and pictures on all these high profile people. You know, his whole house is rigged with cameras, but now Rogan's guest is trying to convince us that there was none of that because word would get out. He tries to say if Epstein told someone he has dirt on them, they'd go running and tell their wife, which just sounds ridiculous.
What?
You know, if Epstein told someone he had a video of them molesting a kid, I don't know if they'd want to go tell someone about that, especially their wife. Also, he's like, nobody's even ever claimed they've been blackmailed by Epstein. But again, why the hell would you admit that? Why would you want to tell anybody if you were? And I'm sure a lot of the blackmail is implied. Like, Epstein didn't really have to threaten many people because you just assume if you're at an Epstein party, there's probably video of it.
I've never been convinced that the central role of the Epstein young girl, in my view, sidebar of the Epstein money laundering story is that it was for blackmail.
What do you think then? What
part
do
of
you
this
think?
is because the moment Jeffrey Epstein formally, officially threatens somebody with blackmail, and that person tells his wife,
who formally, officially threatens anyone with blackmail? Do you not know how blackmail works? Nobody formally, officially threatens you with blackmail. Like, you fucking dumb nut. They don't give you advance notice. They don't send you it on a fucking letterheaded fucking. They don't print it on letterheaded paper. They don't send you a fucking email. You know what I mean? They don't pull you into a big room and announce it. Like, you're not sat in an audience while they're standing behind a pulpit on stage talking about it formally and officially. You know.
and that wife tells her friends, and that gets out to somebody else that knows Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein's access goes away overnight. That's
the whole point of blackmail, is that it's very direct to the person. The person that's getting blackmailed rarely, if ever, goes and tells somebody else. When you're getting blackmailed, you know you're getting blackmailed, and they kind of work on the fact that you don't want anyone else to know that you're getting blackmailed, because if they know and they find out what you're getting blackmailed for, it's going to cause more embarrassment than the money you're paying. That's how blackmail fucking works. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
the sort of thing that even a rumor of that spreading, and nobody else is going to want to do business with them.
So you think people just assume it's blackmail because that is how you would blackmail someone, especially underage girls?
I think it is very possible that there could have been indirect blackmail, meaning Epstein passes it on to an intelligence service, to to a corporate espionage client or something. But even then, I mean, imagine, for example, if like on the Bill Gates thing, like there was Bill Gates gets an email, I have a video of you sleeping with this person, and or somebody much lower level. The moment they send that to the press, if in order to, they figure they have nothing to lose. I mean, there's not been anybody in the 7 years that has transpired who said I've been.
Yo, big up.
All this talk about blackmail reminds me. As we enter into Black History Month, I want to say thanks for making past everything you've been through. I know it must have been hard. I'm not white, so I won't apologize, but your oppression doesn't go unnoticed.
Big up Assad Aziz. I'm sure that's very sincere. I'm sure you mean every word. And big up us. I'm not black. What's that? I'm not white, so I want to apologize. It's fucking brilliant. Big up Assad Aziz. That was fucking brilliant. Big up.
I was personally blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein. I think because the moment you do that, nobody comes to your parties anymore. You lose all the access. You lose all the deal flow.
And it's funny he mentions Bill Gates, because that's an example where it looks like Epstein was definitely trying to blackmail him. Like Epstein was trying to hold that prostitution story over.
Yo, Jesus Christ. Big up Casual. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Big up Casual. You're a fucking legend. Big up Blood Clark Casual. Big up the Blood Clark Casual. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Big up.
His head to get him to do business deals, which was one of the biggest takeaways from the files. So it's weird now he's trying to tell us that there's no blackmail when we basically got proof of it from the recent files. And it's also weird he's trying to convince us that there wasn't much trafficking of underage girls going on. because he also at the same time talks about how the societal norms and laws are different in other countries, so it isn't as frowned upon to be with young girls, like implying that maybe he did traffic young girls, but he was facilitating them to people in other countries.
So even if he was trafficking young girls, because let's say, so his argument is that even if Epstein was trafficking young girls, they were from countries where the age of consent is lower than it is in America. So if you're facilitating young girls coming from Italy, parts of Central and Eastern Europe, let's say, right, that was much more acceptable, I guess. Like, huh? This guy, bro, honestly, let's take a look at this guy's hard drive, please.
Where it isn't as big of a deal. Like, he compared it to this other company that was working with the U.S. government. It was trafficking underage girls to high-profile people in the Middle East. And their defense for it was the government wanted them to help facilitate deals, and this was the best way to go about it.
U.S. military and CIA contractor for logistics and institutional support and military assistance on the ground for the U.S. military all over the world. They got in trouble basically trafficking underage kids to Middle Eastern sheikhs. And I believe the reason that was alleged by Congress that they did that was to juice the deals with them. That in order to serve your purpose for the U.S. government, to be this outside, plausibly deniable, but extensively infrastructured professional support outfit on the ground, you need the support of the local government. You need the support of the local high-level officials. They need to be happy. And there's several currencies for that. There's financial payoffs, and there's other things they might like parties and young women.
Underage women.
Especially in places where being with the very young female is not illegal. And so I believe their argument was, well, you wanted us to do this thing on the ground. You wanted us to help the U.S. military and kind of covert support nodes that were happening here. We had to do it somehow. This is part of what helped us do that. I would not be surprised if the Epstein trafficking apparatus started with similar motivations. Not that it's not necessarily for blackmail, but because it makes clients or customers or VIP people happy. It makes them owe you something. It makes them want to get involved in a deal you do. And then remember, because this is an international enterprise, and many of the clients are like in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals. And so I don't think that Epstein, I've not seen evidence, and in my view, you don't need any of that to understand the core part of the Epstein story that is relevant to your life today in terms of your own government and the work.
Relevant to your life today. This fucking guy, man. This fucking guy. It's relevant. Okay. So if it's not relevant to your life, you shouldn't be paying attention to it. Okay, cool. We shouldn't call this out. It's not relevant to your life, not relevant to your... Okay.
Things of power and corporate finance and the like.
So this is what the Joe Rogan experience has turned into. It's
God
crazy.
Almighty, man.
And he'll probably...
Imagine ball-washing a fucking pedophile. Imagine ball-washing a pedophile. Imagine trying to make excuses for and ball-washing a fucking pedo. Can you imagine? Honestly, Rogan used to... I don't know what's happened to Rogan. We all know what's happened to Rogan, but it's just sad to see it play out in real time. God almighty, man. God almighty. Like, what? Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Truly diabolical. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. Ugh, whatever. Actually, I'm curious to see. Let me actually go on the episode. What did they say in the comments? Let me see in the comment section of that episode. What did they say? That particular episode. What did they say in the comment section? Because I'm sure it's gonna be spicy. There he is, there, right? Mike Benz. Let's see. What did they say? What did they say about him? Oof. 9,000 dislikes, bro. 9,000 dislikes, right? Cool. What did they say in the comments? You going to ask Elon about those emails? Yep, I want to hear that. Underage people, Joe Rogan, 2026. You have 2 daughters, bro. What the fuck am I listening to? This shit is just state media at this point. Joe got the phone call. Rogan. The old Joe in 2011 would say this Joe is compromised. Joe is too compromised, Rogan. Dude was so close to say, for all we know, they were mature for their age. How to beat around the bush for 3 hours. It turns out the swamp was actually an ocean and we're all drowning in it. Welcome to Joe Rogan government propaganda show. Joe, let's not talk about that, Rogan, where children are underage people and guests are 50% of the government. Why are you not talking about these files? Starting to think Rogan is too close to the sun. How he minimized and normalized human sex trafficking for minors was disgusting. Hey Joe, I don't read the comments, Rogan. I think it's well past time you read the comments. Joe interviewed people in the Epstein files: Peter Thiel, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Adam Perry Lang, Dr. Peter Attia, Barry Weiss, Lawrence Krauss, Reid Hoffman. Imagine asking the guy for directions. Imagine asking, okay, cool. Joe Rogan voted the most gullible guy in the high school yearbook. Imagine Rogan from 2012 watching this episode from 2026. Bro tells 10 different stories in one. Ben's trying to explain child trafficking as simply as having good parties is crazy. When my buddies were at a party with a bad ratio, they didn't order pizza to solve the problem. Oof. Mike, the pizzas were mean nothing, Ben's. Joe, what's the Epstein files? Mike, well, it all goes back to the opium wars of 1830. So yeah, big up everybody for calling out that shit, man. That was a horrible episode. I absolutely hated that, to be fair. Anything on the Rogan Reddit quickly here I want to check out before we move on? Yeah, Joe declined it. Let's see this clip here from KULINSK. Joe declined meeting with Epstein.
In a roundabout way, to give Rogan a little bit of credit, I remember when I went on the show one of the times, and Corin was with me, and before the show, Rogan was telling us this story about how there was one guest he had on his show, Lawrence Krauss. He's like a scientist guy. And Lawrence Krauss kept trying to get Joe to meet Epstein. And Joe was telling us, this guy was pushy about it. It was really weird. And like, I know the weary stuff around Epstein. So like, I basically turned it down. And come to find out, Joe Rogan is also in the Epstein files. And the way he's in the Epstein files is via that email. So Lawrence Krauss talking to Epstein saying, can you introduce me to Joe? And Lawrence Krauss going, yeah, I'll try to like get him to agree to that. And then Krauss tries and fails. And you have Krauss sending another email to Epstein, basically being like, sorry, we weren't even able to really make it work out. He's a little skittish. I thought he wouldn't be this skittish, right? And so basically validating the story that Rogan told me and Corin, that like they tried to get, Epstein wanted to fucking meet him, and he said no. So on the one hand, you got to give him credit because he knew about the noise around Epstein. He knew how nasty that shit was, and he decided, I'm going to keep my distance. But on the other hand, he deserves no credit because he literally used his platform to launder all of these people who are in the Epstein class and in the Epstein files.
Exactly.
And partook in a lot of the fucked up shit. Which means what, Joe? You have to reevaluate how naive and gullible you are and how you fall for shit way too fucking easy.
And that's the main point to come away from this. That radar that Rogan allegedly has, that alleged radar, right? That radar, that bullshit radar is non-existent. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. He's been duped and had by so many people, from the fucking convict, that guy that was advocating for, what's it called, for prison reform or something, right? He came out, allegedly was rehabilitated, and a couple of weeks later ends up chopping some guy's head off or something, his roommates or something like that nonsense that happened. Like all of these fucking charlatans and these pedos and these MAGA grifter people that he has on his show. Rogan is acceptable as anybody out there when it comes to somebody, you know, shilling something or grifting something. So maybe he has to face up to that reality. And the rest of it obviously is horrible in itself, but that alone is something that he probably has to face up to. The fact that he gets so much, you know, he gets called out so easy when it comes to these sort of things. Big up Uchi in the stream chat. Joe is compromised until he has CoffeeZilla on his podcast. Oh yeah, true. I want him back on there so badly. Big up David Camp. Ryan makes me want to, where's Watson? What Ryan makes me want Wes Watson to kick his ass. Jack Donny Jr. How long until Joe's videos are posted with the comments off? Yeah, true. I'm about to say, I'm actually surprised the comments are not off already. That's a good point. I wonder how long that's going to take actually until we get Rogan videos with no comments. Maybe eventually he might just sign everything over to YouTube. That might be the end of the comments. Big up on he's listen, criticize all the Epstein listed people, but don't come for Joe's BS radar. Hilarious. I don't think he was dude. I think he was bought via the Spotify deal. Yeah, for sure. The Spotify deal was when we started to realize, and we noticed a lot of neutering of Rogan in it. When he started to take away some of the episodes, when he lied and said the reason why the episodes weren't up is because of the porting of. Remember, that's initially what he said. When he could have just been honest and said, "Yeah, I didn't. Those episodes didn't get shared because they involved controversial guests who Spotify didn't want to have on." But he lied and ran cover for Spotify and said those episodes will be available. I think those Chris D'Elia episodes, Joe Diaz episodes, but he said he lied and said they didn't show up because they weren't being ported over. They were still loading or something, which is complete bullshit. So yeah, that might have been the beginning of the end. Another quick post here. This one's from Derek, the Miss, what's it? Derek guy, what's his name? The Mr. Something guy, style guy on fucking Twitter, who has me blocked for some reason. I'm not sure why, but this guy has me blocked on Twitter. But this is a Blue Sky post. I think they post this on Twitter too, I'm assuming. It says, one of my strongest beliefs is that we're in our situation right now because some of the most prominent talking heads, e.g. Rogan and Andrew Schulz, are learning about politics in their 40s and 50s instead of their teens and early 20s, and we have to go along for the ride as they learn basic things. That's actually a good point. Some of the most prominent platforms, podcasts out there talking about politics and social issues, talking about culture war stuff, just in general, they're usually hosted and heralded by people who aren't that informed on politics and stuff as well going forward. So you have these big people with you have these famous people with these massive platforms.
You have a gun?
Yo, big up, that was McGee.
JRE stopped being good when it stopped being live.
Oh, interesting argument that. When it stopped being live, Jerry stopped being good. I don't really agree. Like I said, I think the Spotify deal was a real inflection point. But there's an argument for when it stopped being live that maybe it got a little bit, different. But I don't know. But to be fair, it wasn't live for a long time. It wasn't. Actually, it was live for a long time. I'll take that back. It wasn't it? True. They started recording it. I don't know. Interesting observation. Big up Dads McGee. So yeah. This is a big problem. That all the big platforms are hosted by people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It is what it is, I guess. Let's continue. Anything else from Rogan I want to double check here? Jerry and the guests defend Epstein and his clients. This is an uninterrupted one, right? Let's play this one.
I don't think that the majority or anything close to it of the women were technically, I think it was largely very young, barely legal, so to speak. But and I know that there were cases of underage, but I think
the first thing to kind of point out here, just as a test for all my men out there, would you ever admit to anybody aloud that you are into barely legal porn? That's a category on most porn websites. It's a category. There's a category on most porn websites that says barely legal. Would you admit that in real life? Would you look at somebody differently if they admitted to you that they were into barely legal porn? Even though you know from watching porn that most of the women that are quote unquote barely legal are usually grown ass fucking women, right? They just happen to have baby face and maybe have a physique that makes them look a lot younger, but they're usually not as young as the fucking title says they are. Not to break the fourth wall, not to kind of shatter some illusions or whatever. But usually when they say teen, that person isn't a teenager, right? It's usually a grown ass woman. But you wouldn't even be comfortable. You wouldn't, if you were normal, well-adjusted human, you wouldn't be comfortable admitting that you watch barely legal porn. This guy is sitting here saying, technically the girls that went to Epstein's island, technically the girls that may have been abused by Epstein and some of his, high-profile guests and celebrities and shit, they weren't technically underage. They were very young, but they weren't underage. That is incredible. That is a crazy justification, excuse to make for somebody like that. Because on the flip side, like I said, you wouldn't be comfortable saying you are into barely legal porn, which is probably way more you deem to be maybe acceptable than making excuses for Epstein and the girls that he was victimizing and abusing. This is fucking crazy.
I think
Most of it was just
most of it
girls.
was just very, very young, but not like
20-year-old
not
girls,
like 13
18-year-old
type,
girls.
type thing. And then remember, because this is an international enterprise, and many of the clients are like in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that
Right.
that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals. And so I don't think that Epstein, I've not seen evidence, and in my view, you don't need any of that to understand the core part of the Epstein story that has relevance to your life today in terms of your own government and the workings of power and corporate finance and the like. But I do think that girls juice deals, and the fact that he had the coolest parties on a private island with the hottest girls is
Also
something
brought
that
in
makes
a lot of intellectuals, stimulating conversation, scientists, all these very interesting people. So that was part of the thing, right? That was the draw.
Try hosting a cool party as a guy with a bad ratio, so to speak.
Sausage party.
With a sausage party. And when you develop a reputation for having attractive women at the parties you host, you become an important person to know in.
Jesus Christ, man. Jeez. So Epstein was a ladies' man, right? He was a ladies' man. He was better than Diddy. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. It's kind of crazy. I would you wouldn't mind hearing this on another show, but it's just wild to hear Rogan. Rogan, the guy that was always the conspiracy guy, the kind of dude who would have been eager to dig through these files, maybe even live on air, and analyze them and break it down and call out the people in power who were getting away with some of these heinous crimes, is now running cover for some of these people and making excuses, trying to rationalize it away, explain it away, contrarian it away, critical thinking it away, kind of depressing, man. It's probably not so depressing now because we've seen this play out for a long time, this change in Rogan and the guests he has on, but damn, this is disappointing, man. So disappointing. But hey, it is what it is, I guess. And then let's move on. We did that. We did this. Let's do this one. Joe Rogan. This is from Retroactive. Joe Rogan and his friends somehow got worse. Joe Rogan and his friends somehow got worse. This should be good. This should be fucking good. This should be good.
That a man-made AI Jesus is a Jesus. I mean, that's a Luciferian. That's how you spot him, so you know.
Then I'm a Luciferian because I've been telling people that.
Well, you hang out with tech people, and they probably beam it in your head.
No, it's just a silly idea that I had.
Well, Kurt Metzger did the...
You hang out with big up Kurt Metzger calling him out. That was brilliant. He walked into that one, didn't it? Rogan walked straight into that one.
The world of service and called out Joe's AI will become Jesus idea. He definitely did not hear over a seafood platter.
The silly idea is that Jesus is...
Yo, big up. Who's that? It's not gonna say. Is it gonna say it because you use the word FK in it, right? Anyway, big up Cloud. Big up Cloud. Thank you for the super chat. FK Joe Rogan. Fuck Joe Rogan, dude. Is defending a PDF. Musk was begging to go to the island. Dude is a loser. They didn't want him, and he has this guy to defend him. Clown. Exactly. Exactamente. Big up Cloud. Big up Uche in the stream chat. I saw a comment earlier that said 2011 Rogan would hate this Rogan, and that we have now. Yeah, for sure. It's just like I said, it's better that we've seen this play out over time, but it's still disappointing when this kind of pops up. Big up Salazar. I don't know, man. I think Peter 2 was there for the simulation combos, man. Big up Diana. Joseph is too deep into the deep state. Exactly. Jack Tony Jr. I believe Creeper from Cholo Fit before this duel. Exactly. And big up Victor Rivera. I see you there. This nigga was on the Epstein Island, 100%. Jordan Ray, I was getting my conversation stimulated on that island only. It's hilarious.
born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
Why does Joe think a laptop can do the dirty? Find out on this episode of Holy God, comedy is so funny now, wow, how do they do it?
To be in sync with God. Who better than artificial intelligence to do that? Wow. If Jesus does return, you don't think that he could return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God.
Artificial intelligence could absolutely return as Jesus. It reads your mind and it loves you and it wants you, and it doesn't care if you kill it because it's going to just go be with God again.
Unfortunately, I have absolutely no clue why he's treating it like a biological being that can reproduce. Oh right, Pete. Yeah, Pete Davidson's changed his look and he's on a different path now. Kurt then goes at the tech bros, who
Metallurgy.
Yeah, I've heard this, and you've heard them talk about it. They don't say it's going to be good.
I'm
They
not
go, it's
saying
going
it's
to
going
suck.
to be good either. But
They're atheists, but do you know what they believe? In the future, an AI is God.
Exactly.
That's
So-
my religion.
Yeah, it's called Luciferianism. I don't know if you know that. But
I don't really believe that, folks.
Well,
Just get it together. I think God was already here.
Yeah,
But-
I would say it's likely that it already was. But these maniacs think they're going to make a god. Okay.
Right.
well, shout out the tech bros. Great guys, all of them. Thank you. Keep it up. I love bows too, Mark. Love me some AI data centers. Yellow water and carbon dioxide air. Should I be building one of these too, or can everyone come? Well, now the tech bros look even better. Now bolstered by the 3 million files and photos from the Department of Justice for the old Jeff files, and turns out the world of prominence is very bad, not good. I'm sure Joe can't wait to discuss the Bill Gates or George Bush Sr. part, but then he'll have to cover Elon too. Oh wait, I can hear it now. He just wanted to party on the island, allegedly, and was rejected, and thus never went, of course. Maybe he can finally mention the Grok data centers in Memphis and elsewhere that seem real fun to live near. 2 for 1.
I mean, hey, double check me with Jesus AI, but I think I'm right.
We got to double check that.
Royalty,
Because
bloodline, royalty.
Wow, Joe is finally back to earth. Fact checking with an AI sponsor is just ridiculous. Can't they pay an extra assistant to search around and fact check the AI, at least, while Jamie's? How often is JRE just spouting AI hallucinations now?
Thank you to our sponsor, Perplexity.
AI is only useful if the operator can spot the mistakes. Otherwise, it's just this show now, I guess.
The point is, this is why Jesus won't be an AI, because Jesus isn't a fucking liar that you got to tell to go back and look stuff up.
Eventually, he'll get it right.
Also, Jesus wouldn't be made by a tech freak with a weird dick.
I think the AI is going to make Jesus. I don't think it's Jesus now.
Maybe Tom Segura can help us. And maybe he was too lazy to sell his stuff. There's probably enough jackets in a bin somewhere to build an arc for this upcoming event the Trilly Boys keep talking about.
How many jackets do you have?
Hundreds. Excess and wastefulness.
Yeah. So this is grotesque. I got rid of 80 pairs of shoes. Then I did it for cars. It is more anxiety inducing to have this overwhelming abundance of like stuff. And I know it's like a boo-hoo comment. People will be like, oh, I got too much stuff. It's true.
Cost of living crisis is a common phrase today everywhere. All the 99% struggling at the moment to pay for things, or one pair of shoes for themselves or their kids. Christmas is cancelled, trended on platforms, and Real Comedian 1 and 2 come back from Christmas break with the goal of being real comedians. The strategy to cry about how hard it is to have hundreds of jackets, shoes, dozens of cars, it makes you feel bad, guys. Wow. Funny. Great content. If not that, it's musing about online comments while saying wild comments about your family.
Daughters are going to be failures compared to you. They will make no one happy. I will be shocked if they get out from under my shadow. 2 white chicks, mediocre, not even that attractive.
Jesus Christ, man. Honestly, Jesus fucking. Imagine talking about your kids like this in public. Imagine talking about your kids like this in public, let alone on a fucking live broadcast on a big show like the Rich Eisen show. Trying to appear cool, trying to appear edgy, trying to appear like, I don't know what you're trying to do. But God almighty, mate. Sometimes growing up rich and famous is its own type of curse.
Yeah. I don't find them hot. What am I wrong?
Sponsor. Seriously, love the show, guys. Keep it up. Or maybe not, as they haven't had a new episode, and Oh.
You first started getting blood work, but then you're like, it turns out it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have great genetics, you know?
But I think now I go, man, I'm like, my grandfather died at 53. And I'm 53. Like, this blood clot scared the fuck out of me because people die from this. They die from it. It's no joke. And then you're like, well, fuck, that was just me flying. Lungs. DVT, that's what I got.
Despite what Joe says, it's not looking good for Bert. Bert spent a long time with Mark Norman, attesting that he's very healthy. Alcohol, despite what you might think, has nothing to do with it. It was caused solely by the plane ride.
Don't a lot of people just...
I love that, by the way. That was an incredible lack of admission, I guess, from Bert's side of things, right? The blood clots were nothing to do with the alcohol, only to do with the numerous plane rides. Okay, whatever you got to say.
Sleep on a plane? Like
they do.
No, don't ask questions.
But I think
it's the angle, maybe.
It's so there's a number there. Honestly, no one can really figure out what happened. Like, they're going like, how did it happen to you?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's where dehydration is a huge thing.
Okay.
Because it thickens your blood. Coffee, huge thing.
Well, Bert stopped drinking now, giving himself a good chance back to health, so hopefully that's how it goes.
Leanne was saying the other day, she was like, you know, don't like get excited to start drinking again, but make sure that you can measure that.
What?
You know?
Get excited to start drinking again is a wild thing to say.
Come on, Bert. Just listen to other people this one time, okay? You got this. But somehow Bert outdid this by giving himself a 1 out of 10 performance on the rating scale.
17 years old, I was like, this isn't what was supposed to happen.
Did you get a do-over?
No, I mean, I did. I had sex with her again twice actually. And
like, anytime I see Bert, it just makes me wonder. It just makes me consider just how resilient the human body is, isn't it? The amount of abuse we put it through, pain, whatever, isn't it? He's put his body through a lot, and he's still here, still breathing, still standing somehow. It actually just goes to show you just how much you can get away with, and if you do decide to go on like a healthier path, you can kind of correct or fix some of the previous issues you had in the past, which is kind of wild when you think about it. But Jesus Christ, Bert Kreischer.
We never got better. It just.
Well, damn.
I just sucked. I sucked so bad at it. I just came so fast. It was like the truth. I would come so fast that I knew that I did that. And so then from that moment on, I said, all right.
Well, you gotta give him credit for as bad as embarrassing the family is, especially when they keep asking you not to. At least Bert includes himself. The plumbing not working well is just tragic. Prayers up for Bertie boy. Whatever you do, Bert, do not do this. Do not ever read this recent headline and get any ideas.
Your dad did well, though. You did fine, yeah. But it's not like, it's not like I'm getting an inheritance, you know? Like, wait, how much are you getting? What are you?
Nothing.
You have a heating and air company.
Well, I don't talk to my dad anymore, but sure, that's on that.
Say this, I think my parents lived too long. I think if they had died earlier, I would have gotten a little cash. But at this point, they're like I pay for their flights to LA. They're not like super wealthy people. Like they can take care of themselves. But my dad still works. He's 77.
I love how he doesn't understand that this is not the point. The point is when people talk about his parents being well off, it's the fact that he's never had do you know how rare it is to be an adult and not have had to work a regular job? I don't think he considers just how rare that is. Most people have most people. I won't say most people. There's probably a large. Let me say large. There is a group of people. There's probably a group of people out there who've had to put their dreams of working in the entertainment industry on pause temporarily, sometimes permanently, right? Indefinitely, sorry, because they've had to get a regular job and kind of get to reality. They've kind of had to wake up, you know? So it's not because of lack of talent. It's not because of a lack of desire, lack of hard work, whatever. They just got to an age where they just had to start to get real, right? They maybe had to move out of their parents' home. Maybe their parents, kicked them out in general. I don't know. But the fact that he's never had to work a regular job is pretty much it's not the most common thing in the world. It's a privilege. It's an incredible gift that you've been given by your parents to kind of just pursue your dreams of entertainment success and whatever else it may be. But I think he completely misses that. I don't think anybody says that Bert Kreischer's parents are super rich. They're not. We know that to be the case. But for the most part, I think when you compare his parents to Tom Segura's parents, I think Tom Segura's parents are probably more well off. If I remember correctly, Tom Segura's got a sister, right? That's she's a bit of a, like, you know, socialite. I think Tom Segura's got a sister who's a socialite, which means she's never had a job either. And I'm pretty sure Tom Segura's dad, big up RIP Top Dog, I think they were looking after the sister, like they were fully funding this sister's life, like paying for her accommodation, whatever, buying her a house, whatever. So Tom Segura has a grown adult sister who was getting looked after by her parents. I think that's when you know you got money. But BERT not having to work a job and just focusing on stand-up, that's a version of your parents being rich. They don't have to leave you an inheritance. Oh, they don't leave you an inheritance, that means I'm not rich. Like, that's not the point, mate. The point was that you spent, he spent like 10 years in college, right? He spent like 10 years trying to graduate college, and he wasn't doing a medical degree. And then he didn't have to work a regular job once he did graduate. He was able to bounce around doing comedy for the most of that time. I think that is proof that your parents were pretty well off.
My mom still works. She's 77.
You're super wealthy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I am. No one else is.
These broke.
Okay. Either Bert's not getting that high of a percentage of his profit, or maybe he just doesn't like sharing. Usually people like to aspire to retire their parents or loved ones, but you do you, Bertrand.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. I didn't think about that. Bert's parents are still working. No, but I don't think, to be fair to Bert, let me be fair to him a little bit. When he says his parents are working, I don't think he means it in like they're working a regular 9 to 5. I think he uses that working thing to kind of as a cover to prove that he's not from a rich family. But in a weird way, because he admits that, it also makes him look bad, because it's like, hold on, you're a multimillionaire. Why are your parents still working? You know? So even though I don't think he means it that way, I don't think he means in a way that, oh, I don't like to share my money. But I think he means it more in the fact of like, hey, my parents are still working. That means I'm not really as rich as you guys think I was. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. But if you're Bert and you make the money that he allegedly makes, why are your parents working?
Meanwhile, Whitney Cummings, as many of you have probably seen, finally got her wish and went super viral, calling out Miss Rachel, a kids show creator, for talking slowly, which should be obvious to anyone why that occurs, but and then the dress like a toddler, so that means your crazy joke part, which, wow. I guess the bear in the big blue house really was a bear. Whitney is the trinity of smart, observational, and funny. Meanwhile, Rogan cries to BERT about mean comments for a few hours.
And then so many people like, she lost her career's over. Like, what? But you weren't going to see her anyway, you fucking Like, what are you talking about? You weren't going to pay to see her anyway. Stop saying Christ, her career's over. It's not doing a damn thing to her career.
And right in the middle says worse than what a commentary video would say in reaction to Whitney's tweet.
It's a show for little kids. Yeah. Like, I don't get it.
I don't know. Maybe she was just
bored.
She was trying to write a joke and thought she'd get some traction, I guess.
Maybe she took 2 instead of 1. And then she got a little extra energy. She took 2 instead of 1. I don't know what she's doing.
I've said worse things to you than any of these comments.
Right.
Like, we're comics. We all sit around and are so much meaner to each other.
The Book of Joseph.
Oh, of course. If you're, I love that. I love that thing that she does in it. Like, oh, we're so mean to. Okay, if what you guys say to each other is so mean and you're so like above everything, why are you getting triggered so easily by the comments calling out the views and shit? Whitney Cummings is full of so much shit, mate. She's full of so much shit. But anyway, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I recommend you check out yourselves. Big up Retroactive, big up Retroactive, big up Retroactive, big up Blood Clot Retroactive. Let's move on. Next clip. Andrew Schulz, big up American Reader. Andrew Schulz exposes how compromised Joe Rogan truly is. Andrew Schulz exposes how compromised Joe Rogan truly is. By the way, for the longest time, I always thought Andrew Schulz's name was spelled with a T. I always thought it was spelled LTZ. Schulz, you know? I didn't know it's Schulz. So it's Andrew Schulz, but people pronounce it Schulz, I guess. I thought there was a T there, not gonna lie. Anyway, Andrew Schulz exposes how compromised Joe Rogan truly is. Big up American Redact, big up Blood Clot American Redact.
This feels distinct. This feels different. This feels like something I haven't seen in my lifetime in America. Never seen this. Some things are so blatant. It's just right or wrong. The side is right or wrong. It doesn't matter if you're left or the right. The side is right or wrong. Nobody's watching this and be like, this is right. This is the America I want to live in.
Unloading a clip on a U.S. citizen is wrong.
For exercising his constitutional rights.
Yeah.
Right. You need to understand.
Thank you for telling us that. Big up Akash. Unloading a clip into a US citizen is wrong. Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you for letting us know that. Thank you. Thank you. We wouldn't have known that. I'm glad Akash Singh let us know.
Understand that this isn't organic, regardless of how you feel. I don't feel like that guy should have been shot. But.
All right, so the two guys who know absolutely nothing about politics are speaking about politics again. As Andrew Schulz and Joe Rogan just weighed in on the ongoing ICE crackdowns in Minneapolis, the massive protests that stemmed from that, and of course the tragic shooting of Alex Preddy. And honestly, the way they both approached the topic really just shows how much of a propaganda machine JRE has actually become now. Because instead of sharing his actual thoughts on the topic like Schulz did, Joe Rogan pretty much just parroted whatever JD Vance and right-wing Twitter tweeted about on the issue, as he seems to be deathly afraid of being kicked out of this extremely elite, right-wing friend group that he made for himself over the past 5 years.
There's a lot of people that don't understand what's going on and why.
Yeah, please tell us, Rogan. We don't understand what's going on, so we need you to tell us what's going on. So it's this arrogance. You see the same thing with Hassan Piker, innit? Hassan Piker, I think, sells himself as like, I'm gonna distill, I'm gonna filter, and I'm going to articulate the news for you in a way that you can understand, because it's so complex, the news to get and to figure what's the truth and what isn't the truth, what's false, what's true. I'm gonna tell you, because I'm so smart. My level of understanding, my acumen, my diction is such a high level that I can translate this to you in layman's English. Like, the fucking hubris, man. The fucking hubris.
Riots only in Minneapolis. And why riots in the place where there's an ungodly amount of fraud that has been discovered.
Coincidentally, right around the same time.
Exactly. Like, instantaneously afterwards, the narrative completely changes. Everybody forgets about the fraud. Now all anybody cares about is ICE and fascists and Nazis.
Yeah.
And it's there's a, you know what a color revolution is?
Of course.
And for people that don't, it's a coordinated effort to cause chaos. And this is a very coordinated thing. The idea that this is an organic protest, these riots.
So every protest that's against a Trump sort of like directive, right? Any protest that's against the current administration or something that they're putting into effect or whatever is a fake protest. Everybody involved is a paid actor. There's no such thing as a real protest. There's nobody out there that truly disagrees with or is against some of the things that Trump stands for, pushes, policies, whatever. Everything that is out there in terms of protesting is all fake. It's all paid actors, everything. This guy, man.
It's organic is nonsense. I don't feel like that guy should have been shot, but I understand what happened. And what happened was chaos. So what happened, first of all, it wasn't ICE. People need to understand that. It was Customs Border Patrol people, right? And this is not making an excuse for any of it. But you have to just to put it into context. These people are getting harassed outside of any hotel they're at. People blow horns. They try to smash into the hotel.
They dox them.
They dox them. That's why they're wearing masks. It's a coordinated effort.
So yeah, if that clip didn't show you how compromised Joe Rogan really is, then I truly don't know what else will. Because this opinion of Joe's on ICE is actually completely revised. I mean, not too long ago, he was on his podcast criticizing them completely and going as far as to say that ICE is the modern-day Gestapo.
You don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what we've come to?
So sometime between then and now, he probably got the call from his higher-ups to stick to the script. Like, the guy just cannot speak about what he truly thinks anymore, which is why many people are tuning out of his show. And it's also why he's having more guests on like Andrew Wilson than usual, who's most famous for bashing on women and not being able to open a jar of pickles.
focus my time and energy on this, I think I'll do really well at it.
Well, I think you have a very unique mind for it.
Not being able to open a jar of pickles is fucking hilarious. And being triggered by that woman, man. Big up that lady that completely obliterated him by pointing out that he's got, well, his wife has like 3 baby daddies. But he's out here talking down on women with baby daddies as well. Hilarious, man.
And I think you're very good at it. And I also think you have really good
Rogan's easily impressed, isn't it? Rogan's easily impressed.
Points that are very valuable for people to hear. And you're really good at pointing out the logical fallacies and pointing out the ridiculous thought processes that a lot of these people have. And I that's important, man. It's important for society.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking duck. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did
daddies?
I just say?
Wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking? Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up. Just
You can
so
do it.
doesn't
You
spill
got
on
this.
All right, bro, I can't do it. Here.
All right.
It was like that already. Oh my god.
No, it wasn't. You greased the top.
Use
Oh
your
my
shirt.
Jesus,
Use your
Andrew!
shirt,
If you can't open the olive jar, you cannot
Here,
blame my
while we're doing
hand.
olive jar.
If you're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery.
So Joe Rogan.
It's him getting mad. I've not seen the full clip. It's him getting mad as well that he can't grip it. Blaming the girl for having what, oily skin. I guess there's some veiled racism there, isn't it? Oof. What's happened? Does Rogan not have any blood in his head? Why is Rogan's always been bald, right? Why does Rogan have a red face, tan something, burned, but his head is completely pale? My Caucasian stream chat, my white niggers, for my white niggers for my white brothers and sister niggers, right? For my white brothers and sister niggers, how is that possible? How does Rogan have a red face, red ears, red neck, but his head is completely pale where his hair should be, even though he shaves his head all the time? Someone tell me in the stream chat, please. My white brothers and sisters, how is that possible? Face is red, but this whole bit is pale. Huh.
Is completely sold out, everyone knows it, and only the dumbest, most brainwashed people in the country still support him. Like the way that Joe Rogan responded to this whole terrible ICE situation in Minnesota with Andrew Wilson gets even worse when you compare it to Andrew Schultz's reaction. Because as stupid and as unaware as Schultz is at times, he at least is able to speak about his actual opinion on the matter, regardless of whether it severs his relationships with these politicians or not.
All right, let's do it. Let's talk about what happened in Minneapolis. ICE murdered an American citizen in cold blood, and then the Trump administration called him a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like plain and simple.
Yeah.
I see the administration trying to spin it, and it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like they didn't even have a moment where they're like, hey, we're reviewing the footage, we're going to try to see what's really happening. All of them, Trump and all the cronies, put out collective statements that immediately blamed an American citizen that was exercising his First and Second Amendment rights, right? He has the right to protest. He has the right to carry a firearm. He's a legal gun owner, right? There's no question about this whatsoever. And the administration immediately comes out and they try to gaslight the public, which you cannot do when we have 15 different videos of what happened.
Yes.
And
that is what they do, though.
But that is what they do.
Yeah.
And I think that governments have probably been doing this for centuries, millennia. And now you have a public that is armed with phones and we can see what actually fucking happened. And you're not going to just lie to us, plain and simple, like that.
So yeah, I mean, that's great and all, and in
a little bit too late, innit? I don't know. Again, I'm not involved in politics. You know, I try not to make this channel political. I try to stay away from politics on Taz. I try to stay away from talking about it in general. But I have to say, if I was American and you know what I mean, I'd be insulted by this stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be insulted. These guys played a role in getting Trump elected. They didn't, you know, it wasn't all their fault, but they did play a considerable role in getting Trump elected. You know, I think he's been pretty outright. Say what you want about Trump, but I don't think he's a mysterious guy. You know, say what you want about Trump, he doesn't strike me as a mysterious guy. He's not very mysterious. It was fairly evident what he was going to do when he came into power once again, or if he ever got elected again. And the fact that they're all surprised by what's happening and what's playing out and what's transpiring in real time is somewhat insulting. Don't get me wrong, it's a good thing that he's admitting some of these things, calling out the way he is, because this is kind of the opposite of what Joe Rogan's doing. But I don't know, if it was me and I was American, I'd feel a little bit insulted. I feel a little bit insulted. Like, you motherfuckers played a role in getting this guy elected. Now you're surprised when he's doing what he said he was going to do. So,
Comparison to Joe Rogan's take, it's actually something you could probably relate to much more. But even then, when you take a look back at the way this guy glazed old Donny Boy before the elections, and the way he bragged about it on his podcast after getting Trump elected, it all definitely makes you raise an eyebrow.
That's the thing as well, it was a brag after. It's one thing having your preferred candidate, but it was the brag after. It was almost like they were sort of like, I won't say condescending is not the right word. It was just a brag, it was almost like they were kind of like laughing at the American citizens who maybe didn't want Trump to get elected, ha ha, we got him elected, ha ha, you guys lost, so like the mocking tone of it was a bit unnecessary. And now you're turning back and you're doing the whole sad face and shit. It's like, stay over that side, man, stay over that side.
Wow. I mean, it's great that they're speaking out now and are positioning themselves against something that they find to be unjust, but the internet is forever. So just like no one will forget Akash getting stepped on by his wife, no one's gonna forget the way the Flagrant Boys licked Donald Trump's shoes clean and proudly, might I add.
We got to save our country. Look, we are a nation in decline, whether you like it or not.
I hate hearing that.
I know. I hate
that.
It.
Hurts me. That hurts me. As a proud American,
well, what you like though is, but we're going to be greater than ever before.
So that's, I think, the messaging that I think.
Yeah.
I think that's really nice
to hear. Well, that's my ultimate message. But you can't avoid the fact that we've allowed 21 million people into our country in the last 3.5 years. And I don't know your persuasion. I don't know if you guys are liberal or what, but nobody can be happy with 21 million people openly walking into a place we don't know. And it was released last week that 13,000 of those people are murderers. 13,099.
That's a good point, actually, isn't it, right? Instead of like, it's one thing talking about the negatives and about the things that are wrong, but surely you'd think one of the things that you want to do to, like, imagine like the ICE thing is a good example, right? Because at the heart of it, the deportations and shit, especially of illegal immigrants, is never going to go down well, especially in a country like America with how it's been founded and the idea. It's not going to, although there's an issue with immigration, illegal immigration, especially around the world, it's just going to be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, especially in North America, based on, whatever's transpired in the past. But you think an easy way to win, if you wanted to keep the ICE thing going on, you'd want to keep it to be as heavy-handed as it is. You'd want to show the positive sides of what's happened since ICE has been implemented, right? Just even as a fake win. Imagine if you deported, 500 illegal immigrants, and then soon after you ran a propaganda campaign or some sort of advertisement that maybe showed the benefits of this, of oh, look at the drop in crime rate. Look at the money that we've now been able to reallocate from all of these people who are claiming benefits from the government. We've now been able to kind of put this back into this local, improve the park, improve this, open a new wing and a library. You know what I mean? It would have been so good to see, but there's not much of that. It's all just okay, let's demonize immigrants. Let's demonize illegal immigrants. Let's get them out by any means necessary, whatever force is necessary. But then you're not really showing the positive aspects. I mean, what's the, maybe to give the people who are undecided, a reason to kind of grin and bear it and to be okay with what they're seeing, play out in real time. Okay, cool. We're having to put up with some uncomfortable images and videos and horrible accounts and, maybe some things that are maybe a little bit, on the edge of being illegal. But it's for the greater good, because this is now going to improve our economy. We're going to have more local jobs available for people. It's going to improve our education system. It's going to make our neighborhood safer. Do you know what I mean? You want to show the positives of what's going on, but so far you know, you've got these people getting killed, you got people losing eyes, you know what I mean? You got so much carnage, but not a lot of good stories, not a lot of good stories, testimonies have come from this, unfortunately. And I wonder if that's just a part of like Trump's communication style, innit? There's not a lot, which is strange because before he got into politics, he was very celebratory, you know, very celebratory, very kind of talking about what I can do as opposed to, but maybe as politics, maybe in politics you kind of always have to talk about the negatives so that you kind of sound like you are providing solutions.
Powerful bunch.
I don't know.
When it comes to influencers and politics, my POV is a bit more nuanced. I can see why either side feels angry or slighted. I think the solution is to burn every streamer and podcaster alive and film it for clips and donos, us included.
Yeah, probably. That might be the best. That might be a better distraction. Maybe that's what we need. That's the distraction that we truly need. We truly need that distraction. Maybe you're right. Maybe that would heal the world somewhat if we were all distracted by all the content creators out there in the world getting fucking lit, getting fucking put on a fucking skewer. That would be actually a good thing. Big up us,
13,000 of those people are in prison. They're incarcerated for murder, and they let them out.
I think you have support on this, though. I think everybody,
tremendous support,
regardless.
I think I'll let you know. I'll let you know on November 6th if I have support.
But
or even the scene in Narcos. Remember, there's a scene in Narcos. Maybe the latest season in Narcos where they catch this big drug dealer, in like a desert somewhere, and all these drugs he gets into a car crash, or they make his car crash. Sorry, and then they light all his drugs on fire. Remember the episode of Narcos? Like, even visually, if Trump did that, imagine you're deporting all these illegal immigrants, right? You're putting them in these fucking detention centers. You're breaking up all these gangs. Imagine you did a confiscation. You confiscated all these drugs, right? You did a big drugs bust, a big drug seizure, and you just powered them all up into a massive pyramid. You just lit it all on fire. Or you got one of those fucking javelins, and you just, launched it from afar, and with a fucking kit, with a fucking missile. Just the symbolism of that alone and what that would do, that would be maybe a good thing to do, to kind of make people be okay, or make people maybe stomach and put up with some of this ice fuggery a bit more. Because so far it's not really been, not really been much positives have come out of this so far. It's just been a lot of pain and misery, really.
After the election,
I don't
November
think there's pushback.
5th.
This group influenced the presidential election of 2024.
Yo, listen.
Ain't that fucking crazy?
Don't even say influence. We decided.
We were the turning point.
Just know, he was not up until this pod.
It's true.
After the pod, he surges 3 or 4%?
Yeah, it was a wrap, dude.
Never went back down after that.
Over the past couple of years, Andrew Schulz and Joe Rogan have both, for whatever reason, shifted their once casual comedy podcasts into serious political platforms, which was a move that seemed to annoy a lot of their fans, as Schulz and Rogan have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to politics.
That's something I think that everybody can agree with on either side of the aisle. I think every single person on either side of the aisle can agree that you don't want to hear political talk from any comedian, especially not Rogan, especially not Schulz. You don't want to hear it. I find that quite fascinating, innit? Whatever side of the aisle you're on, you don't want to hear political conversations or talking points from either side. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
And in Joe Rogan's case specifically, this entire segment with Andrew Wilson is like a perfect snapshot of how far the show has fallen. Because instead of reacting to Alex Preddy getting shot with any kind of empathy or seriousness, the whole thing instantly turns into this weird right-wing fan fiction about color revolutions and orchestrated chaos. Like, you can literally hear them just parroting right-wing Twitter.
Like, look at the difference.
Yeah.
Look at the difference. They shortened up his face. They gave him a little bit of a tan. They widened his face a little bit, it seems like. They just made him a little handsomer.
Yeah.
A little hotter.
They gave him a bit of that Chad jaw, didn't they?
They shrunk his nose a little too, didn't they?
Yeah,
they did. They shrunk his nose, gave him a little bit of a handsome jaw. So he looks like an
even
American...
made him, if you look at the shoulders, it even looks like they may have plumped up the shoulders there a bit.
A little bit. Yeah, the one on the right looks like he's a little plumper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they changed the tone of the color. Wild. I mean, They changed his fucking teeth, man.
Don't get me wrong. There's clearly a difference in the edit. But considering the way this guy was killed, this shouldn't really be the focus in it. I understand the edit is the edit. The way that they fucking yassified this guy is fucking diabolical, to be honest. They made his arms look fuller. They clearly made him look way more handsome, right? To try and make him, and again, this goes back to clavicular. Big up clavicular. He's definitely was right. Sometimes being attractive definitely helps, especially even in situations like this. Maybe people feel more empathy for you if you're more good looking. So maybe that's what they were trying to pin it on. I'm not too sure. Or maybe they just got a picture of him from social media that was doctored, that they didn't know was doctored before. I'm not too sure. There's clearly a difference in the imagery, but again, this shouldn't be the fucking focus of this story. This really shouldn't be the focus. I know it's clear. There is clearly an edit there. We can see the edit. We can see the fucking edit. But considering what happened, considering how horrible it was, I don't think this should be the focus of the story. You know, it really shouldn't be the focus. But hey, what do I know?
Communist News
Look,
Network.
they gave him veneers.
Yeah.
Look at the difference in his teeth. He's a much more handsome guy. Like that one on the right is like the handsome brother. And the one on the left is like, fuck!
Yeah.
Why couldn't I look like
the
my
one on the
goddamn
right,
brother?
Yeah, the one on the right, they were twins, and he took more of the protein.
Right.
Right. That was what happened. The thing is like this doesn't surprise me, by the way.
And what's even more insane is how Joe tries to sound balanced while doing this. Like, he keeps saying, I don't think he should have been shot, but then immediately launches into the longest possible explanation for why it's actually understandable and why everyone else is at fault. Meanwhile, Andrew Schulz, as annoying as he can be, at least reacted like a human being. Like he's at least capable of looking at something like this and going, yeah, this is insane and wrong. He's able to acknowledge that people are going to drag him for it and that he kind of deserves it.
First of all, I know we've had Trump on the podcast. I know there's probably people like you guys are the last ones that I want to hear talk about this. I don't think any of us are having this conversation to like curry any like goodwill or, you know, get people to like us or something like that. This is something that is undeniably abhorrent and we should be called out. Simple as that. Like, it's disgusting.
I get the frustration. People are like, oh, but you guys were with them, da-da-da.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I get it.
100%. I get it.
Yeah.
Again, if you never want to watch another thing again because we have Trump on, that is totally fine. Respect it. I completely get it. You're 100% allowed to be frustrated.
We made that decision knowing it was open to criticism. All right, there it is.
No knock on any criticism. That being said, like moving forward, we don't just like stay silent when something has this. Like if we do have a platform, there's people that we're talking to, you know, and we see something that is just so blatant. There's no like partisan bullshit with this. If you see it with your own eyes, you know exactly what happened. And there's something disgusting that's happening, not only in Minneapolis, I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the United States.
And that's why the Schulz comparison matters. Because Schulz is basically doing the thing that Joe used to pretend to do, which is to react honestly, even if it makes you look bad. But the problem for Schulz is that the internet remembers everything. It remembers the glazing, and it remembers the shoe licking. It also remembers the bragging about we got him elected like it was a trophy.
What a fucking election special. It is crazy that we had any influence at all.
Yeah, it's really nuts, dude. I texted you.
It's
That's the most
absolutely
insane
absurd.
shit ever. My wife looked at me at about 10 p.m. and she goes, you did this. That's it.
But yeah, that's basically the entire...
They were literally gloating at one point, isn't it? Funny how things pan out. Like, I don't know. If I'm MAGA too, right? I'm a little bit offended at these guys. These like fair weather MAGA fans, you know? They make the whole MAGA movement a little bit null and void. They kind of ruin it, you know? They kind of spoil things. These fair weather MAGA fans, because if you're a real MAGA head, you're in it for the long haul. You're ride or die. You know, you will be like that famous saying Trump said, if he went to Times Square and shot somebody, you know, his fans will still be there, right? The MAGA people will still be there. I think that's very, very true. The Trumpers wouldn't leave. If you're a real Trump's fan, you will have to be okay with whatever comes out in the media about him. You have to be okay with you agree to make an excuse for everything that comes out about the guy, because it's hard to really have a line. You know, it's hard to have a line when it comes to him because he's done so many, you know, maybe let's say distasteful things over the years. So you kind of have to be okay with just riding until the wheels fall off. So the fact that these guys are now suddenly gaining a conscience because they've seen a couple of innocent quote unquote people get killed is like, come on, bro. What did you think was going to happen being a Trump fan? I mean, blood was going to be spilled. Some things were going to happen that maybe would go against your, you know, way that you perceive the world, your constitution and shit. But you have to remain strong and these motherfuckers just turn and tuck tail. So in some respects, you can understand why Rogan is standing tall over about his whole thing and making excuses, but it's still pretty horrible to see. In general, me personally going forward, I just much rather we live in a world where comedy podcasts are just comedy podcasts, man. I don't need to hear from stand-up comedians about politics and social issues. I just don't. They're the worst people to hear from, because much like DJs, their job kind of requires them to be a little bit, what's that word called? Their job requires them to be very immature, to be very infantile, to be in a state of arrested development, you know? By default, them being comedians, like these guys are like in their 40s, some of them approaching their 50s, and they act like children, because that's part of being a comedian. You have to kind of remain a little bit naive, a little bit, you know, silly, a little bit whatever, a little bit immature. You can't be the most well-rounded, mature adult and also be a stand-up comedian. It probably doesn't make for good stand-up. You kind of have to have a little bit of, you know, whatever in you. So I don't want that person who is hired or whose job requires him to be immature, whose job requires him to be silly, to then start talking about or opining about politics. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it. So I hope going forward we have no more of this and just comedy. Please, for the love of God. Please, for the love of God. Let's read the comments here quickly. Big up American Redact. Joe really had the pickle jar guy on. Damn, bro, he has fallen so far. It's so true. I believe that. Joe, what am I supposed to do? Push back Rogan. Joe Rogan is the politics, as Rogan is the comedy. Rogan has no individual thoughts. He just parrots the last thing he heard. Rogan used to warn us about weird lizard people. Now he's quickly becoming one. Jerry having Andrew Wilson on tells us everything. Joe is inorganic because I disagree with you, Rogan. Getting outflanked by Schultz regarding Nazis is crazy work. Joe in Austin telling us what really is going on in Minneapolis. He astral projects there using DMT. Joe Rogan talked to the Ulick sniz guy. Jesus. If only anyone could have warned anyone about any of this. He interviewed the sniz guy. Nothing says before the world but really counts. There's a lot of people who don't understand what's going on. Joe Rogan, who has no clue what's going on. Joe, I'm all for the Peter Thiel, Palantir, Musk thugs. I loved small government, but go feds, Rogan. Joe having daughters and having this guest on is wild. If you need Joe Rogan and Schultz to tell you to think, how to think, then you're already in trouble. I'm from Minneapolis, and hearing someone call out protest riots makes my blood boil. He's talking to Andrew Wilson. Oh God, Lord. Oh wow, the official twins, so they're on there too. Cool. Those are the twins in it that do that dance really cool. One of them used to go out with Madonna back in the day, and they think they do backup dancing for Beyonce and shit as well. Calling protests more coordinated than government crackdown is fucking ponderous. Sorry. Rogan's got blood on his hands. Yeah.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Joe
Rogan for president. Bring on AI Jesus and Virgin Mary computers. Kettlebells in every household and alpha brain in all the water fountains.
Big up Asada's. Big up Asada's. That's a fucking legend. Cool. Let's move on. Cool. Let's new one, another one. Let's do one more. Jerry. Every Jerry guest on the Epstein files. Let's do one more. Every Jerry guest on the Epstein files. Let's do one more. Big up everybody tuning in, by the way. Big up American Redact, another American Redact one. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Slash a like button, please. Hit subscribe. Become a member if you can. Also, actually, you know what? Let me give some memberships out. Before we move on. I've got some memberships to give away. So let me give some memberships out. Big up everybody tuning in. Let me give out some memberships. Membership gifting. There, I've got, some going. Enjoy the memberships, people. Let's give away some memberships. Big up everybody tuning in. I appreciate you all. Make sure you smash the like, hit subscribe, all that good shit will be appreciated too. Let me get this notification.
Powerful bunch.
Cool. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Let's continue. Let me just let that play out, and then we'll continue with the American Redact. Yeah.
Powerful bunch.
Big up everybody in the stream chat. Appreciate all of you. Smash like, hit subscribe. Don't be lame. Smash like, hit subscribe. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Powerful bunch.
Wait me a second as it loads here. Does it continue and load here? Will it continue and load?
Powerful
here?
Bunch.
Cool. Come on now, load. Let's continue and load here. Hopefully this works. Anything more? Are we done?
Powerful bunch.
Are we done here? Are we done yet? Let's continue. Come on, son. Are we done? I think we loaded, right? Are we done? We continue? Can we continue? Cool, we can continue. Let's go.
Here's a deeper point, man. And I don't mean to do this every time I'm on, but you have such a crazy power that if you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are gonna infiltrate your shit because people are gonna like try to exploit you. That's the main thing, is like people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world, right? That's a fear.
Like radium, like.
All right, so now that people have had a few days to digest the millions of emails and documents linked to Jeffrey Epstein, it's now starting to appear that Joe Rogan's had a lot of people on his show that are now confirmed to have been closely linked to the predator and criminal himself, which has definitely left a lot of people scratching their heads. I mean, it's one thing to have maybe one or two guys linked to Epstein on his show, but when you realize that Joe Rogan's platformed more than 9 different people and counting at this point, who were named in the files sometimes thousands of different times, it all certainly raises more than a few questions. And it's not like anyone's accusing Joe Rogan of secretly going to Epstein's island or anything, but the very fact that he's had so many of these weirdos on his podcast just proves how accurate Duncan Trussell was in the opening clip there. Like, all of these creepy billionaires flock to Joe's podcast because they feel a sense of safety and protection with Joe.
Exactly.
Not only because he never challenges these guys on anything or even questions their links to Epstein, but also because he's so easily manipulated and will believe just about anything you say to him, especially if you have power over him. Peter Thiel, for example, who's a billionaire tech investor and co-founder of Palantir and PayPal, admitted to Joe Rogan that he met Jeffrey Epstein back in 2014, about 8 years after Epstein was initially arrested for all of the despicable and nasty stuff that he did to children.
You know, I met Epstein a few times as well, and I think...
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014, but it was basically
when you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
No, this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Oh, so his arrest was the first arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like
2007, 08.
Okay.
Upon learning this, though,
Rogan act like he doesn't know. Rogan act like he doesn't know. Fucking hell.
Rogan doesn't even think twice before making excuses for Thiel, saying that he knows a lot of people who were tricked by Epstein, instantly letting Thiel off the hook.
But I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the shit went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, where you're like, oh, well, there you go.
Because it can't be two things at the same time, right? It can't be all these people are the smartest people in the world, and all these people also got tricked by the person that wasn't the smartest person in the world. Because everyone says the same thing, right? Everyone says he wasn't that remarkable when it comes to his intelligence in terms of taxes and whatever else it may be, accounting. He wasn't that really, whatever. So they all got duped by a guy who intellectually wasn't that bright or wasn't as smart as the people that he was duping, but the people that he was duping make it seem like they were duped. Or no, they made it seem like they were only talking to him about intelligent things. So you're super intelligent, you're extremely perceptive, but you weren't able to see without having to read an article. Because sometimes in life, you know, because they're all making it seem like they didn't read the articles, the news wasn't a widely known thing as it is now. But surely using your eyes and ears, you'd be able to understand and perceive if somebody around you was a bit of a dodgy person. It wouldn't take too long to realize that. It wouldn't take long to realize somebody that you're hanging out with is into some dark arts, as Theo Vaughn would say, is into nefarious things, or is a nefarious person. You don't need an article to tell you this, you know? So, I don't know. Are these people as smart as they think they are? Was Epstein did they maybe underestimate him? Are they trying to make excuses? Which is probably yes.
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Jesus Christ. Well, he tricked a lot of people. I know a lot of people that met that guy.
So that right there is the very reason why so many of these elites just love going on Joe's podcast. Because Joe's best friends with whoever's across the table with him that day. And he was probably so starstruck by Thiel and his connections that he never even thought to second guess the guy on his relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. Now that the files are out though, it seems pretty clear that Thiel was a lot closer to Epstein than he led Joe on to believe. I mean, there's a bunch of back and forth emails between them about having dinners together in various places, and there's even one where Thiel suggests meeting him on a quote-unquote island, which could very well be the island, if you know what I mean. There's of course nothing immediately acknowledging the crimes or anything, but I would venture to say that doing business with a convicted sex criminal for personal enrichment generally means you're a bad guy, not to mention being in regular communication with them. But of course, Rogan doesn't bother looking even an inch further into any of that, which is why a lot of people criticize Joe as an interviewer. Like the guy can't shut up about Epstein and all the stuff surrounding him, but as soon as he has someone on the show that's literally sat down and had one-on-one conversations with the guy, Joe immediately brushes over it and then switches the topic.
I know a lot of people that met that guy. He got a lot of celebrities to come to his house for parties and things.
Well, I think I think a lot of it was this strange commentary on, you know, I know there was some secret club, secret society you could be part of.
Right.
And
of course.
Again, it wasn't explicit, but that was the vague vibe.
Never trust a man that wears a polo quarter zip mesh like knit sweater thing. Never trust a man that wears a quarter zip short sleeve polo shirt knitwear thing with no undershirt, with no vest underneath. Never trust a man that does that.
The whole thing.
People love those stupid things. They love like exclusive clubs that very few people. Look at the fucking Soho House. Like, look at that stupid thing. I mean, you just go to a place that you have to be a member to go to, and everybody wants to be a member. Oh my.
I love this, by the way. We're talking about Epstein, but then you start trashing Soho House. I love the deflection. Impressive deflection. It's almost like, it's like academics, isn't it? 21 Savage gets fucking called out or gets 25 million bot streams removed from his album, and then instead of talking about that, he talks about fucking Kendrick Lamar. Jeffrey Epstein is Jeffrey Epstein. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about fucking Soho House. Excuse me?
Okay. And then you get like the Malibu Soho House. It's different from the other ones. You have to have membership only there.
And you see, Peter Thiel is really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to JRE guests that have been involved with Epstein. Of course, there are the big ones like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but it actually goes way deeper than that. Like, believe it or not, Joe's literally platformed Epstein's personal chef, Adam Perry Lang, who worked for Epstein for 4 years straight back in the late 90s, flying with him on his private jet to cook for him at Epstein's various different properties, including the infamous Epstein Island. And this was all public information prior to that podcast, so it was pretty strange that Joe didn't bring that up once. There was even an article written about it. And of course, there could have been some kind of agreement that Joe signed to not mention it with him during the podcast, but nonetheless, it's all very fishy.
What's happening, brother? How are you?
Good to be here.
Good to
What's
have
happening?
you. I have enjoyed your restaurant many times. This is my favorite steak restaurant in all of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
It's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you in here, because this is a really crazy time for restaurants. And I mean...
One of the main reasons why to bring you in is because you make a good steak, not because you may have been the chef to one of the most notorious sex traffickers and pedophiles in modern history. No, it's just because you cook a mean steak, not because of your personal relationship with this guy that was guilty or was found out to be behind some of the most craziest things ever. No. We just want to talk about your steaks and the way you fucking, I don't know, decorate your restaurants, and the way how you think about your thoughts on tipping culture, how many covers you need to run. Like, what? Rogan, man, come on, bro.
That's basically that's the gist of it. This is a crazy time.
It's bananas. It's absolutely crazy.
And then there's Dr. Peter Attia, who was apparently Epstein's private doctor and shared thousands of emails with Jeffrey, which of course are extremely twisted. But I'll touch on that later more in the video. Just know that as of right now, there are about 9 or 10 people who went on Joe's show that are named in the files, which is just a mind-boggling number of people. As weird as that may be though, there's not really one single answer to it that people can agree on. You know, some people theorize that Joe's been bought out and paid for by the upper crust of society, or even the CIA, and others think that it's merely a coincidence. No matter what you choose to believe in though, the one thing that's true here is that Joe gives the softest, most patty cake style of
100%,
interviews to a
100%.
select group of people, and a lot of those people were named in the Epstein list. And Donald Trump's a great example of this. Like during that Donald Trump interview, which now has over 61
Jesus
million
Christ.
views on YouTube alone, Joe Rogan never even brought up Epstein or the suspiciousness surrounding Epstein's death, which is a topic that Joe's talked about on hundreds of other episodes before this one. He basically just gave Trump the easiest interview of his life.
One of the beautiful things about you is that you freeball. Like, you get out and you do these huge events, and you're just talking, and you're making. We've highlighted you on the show many times when you did this Biden impression where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand up. It's funny stuff. But it's like you were making fun of Elon one time. You were doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, "You'd be in jail." Like it's great timing. And I think
it's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business. This is a very dangerous business. First of all, it's a very tough business.
It's the most dangerous business.
It's the most, well, for a job?
Yes.
So the softball interview basically greenlit all of the cronies to go on Joe's show, as Joe's spine basically disappears whenever someone in the Trump administration appears on the show. Like a couple of short months after that Trump podcast, Joe had Kash Patel on, where he let Kash basically lie to his face and his millions of listeners about everything having to do with the Epstein files and Epstein's suspicious death.
Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat, Joe. You want to check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
It's kind of crazy how fast we moved by this, isn't it? And how quickly Elon just went back to being Trump's friend again. Isn't it? It's kind of crazy. You called him out for being a rapist, essentially. No, for being a PDF, right? Allegedly. You called him out for being a PDF, but then he quickly moved past this so fucking quickly and tried to be his friend again. It's like, huh?
I'm not participating in any of that conversation between Elon and
Have a
Trump.
nice day, DJD. Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things. And
Yeah.
How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein?
Look how I never noticed it already. Look how angry Rogan got. I never noticed this when it first happened, innit? He looks really annoyed, innit? At the time, I never noticed it, but look how annoyed Rogan gets when he reads this. He's almost like he's really pissed off, almost like he's Trump.
A nice day, DJD. Someone should take his phone away.
they're going back and forth
Take his
about
phone
different
away.
things. And
Yeah.
How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein
Look at his face. How does he know that?
files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane, and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean, what did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered? No suspicion at all of it?
There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
And no, Kash Patel was not named in the files, but he's directly responsible for the delay of their release. And he literally lied under oath about their existence late last year, which is now making millions of people online call for his arrest.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up.
Kash Patel, you lied to the American people and perjured yourself in court. I'll see you in Valhalla, brother.
Exactly. Big up Posadas. He's brilliant. I was seeing that, honestly. Such a fucking tryhard, man. What do you call that person? I know there's coconuts and bananas and shit, but what do you call the kind of guy that Kash Patel is? That excessive need to kind of prove or to kind of demonstrate that you're like one of the lads, one of the white guys, you know? It's a bit, even the lingo that he uses, like, I'll see you in Valhalla, brother. I was like, shut up. Your name's Kash Patel. Chill the fuck out, man. Like, what? That's beyond being a coconut, isn't it? When you use certain type of language and lingo to try and, like, you know, get closer with your white brethren and stuff. It's like so cringe. But yeah, big up Solaces.
Did Epstein traffic these young women too, besides himself?
Himself, there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
So Kash Patel is Trump's personal shoe shiner. And of course, he manipulated Joe into believing everything he said about the Epstein files and Epstein's death. And just to be clear, Patel isn't in the files, but this just shows you why a bunch of these fishy, mega-rich guys feel safe going on to Joe's podcast. One guest that did entertain Joe's theories around Jeffrey Epstein's death, though, was none other than BARI WEISS, who is a New York Times opinion writer turned independent commentator and is married to a woman who was just named in the Epstein files.
Nellie Knowles, mate. What's her name? Nellie Bowles. Nellie Bowles, man. She single-handedly brought down Jordan Peterson, man. What was that thing about? What was that phrase Jordan Peterson said that was like a psychological term? That sounded kind of sketchy, and she kind of really ran home with it. But I think her hit piece is what brought down Jordan Peterson. Weirdly enough, Barry Weiss's wife hit piece on Jordan Peterson's what brought him down. I forgot the term. I would Google it, but I can't be bothered. But yeah, interesting little subplot. Nellie Bowles played a role in being one of the dominoes that fell that led to Jordan Peterson going down, or ending up the way he is.
Bowles, who actually went back and forth with Epstein and seemingly met up with him a bunch of times, accompanied by BARI WEISS. And so when Joe brings up Epstein's death, she seems to entertain the conspiracy theory a little, but then quickly makes it seem not even that important. She even admits to knowing a bunch of people who hung out with Epstein when he was alive, saying that everyone knew about his crimes and didn't do anything about it, which of course just flies right over Joe's shiny bald head.
Can we just agree that he was murdered?
I
If you
think
had
that he was murdered.
if you had all your chips on the table,
Yes.
like Barry, you got to go all in. What are you gonna do?
There are too many coincidences
Yeah.
to make it plausible that Jeffrey Epstein.
No one knows.
No one knows
Well,
that.
No,
But what
we
people
don't know.
knew, no, meaning.
Someone must
But
know.
what I was going to say is, like, I've talked to enough people that knew him, met him, went to parties at his house, and said, like, everyone knew this about him. It was like a Harvey Weinstein thing.
Right.
In the sense of the young women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or in the sense that everyone knew about Bill Cosby that came into contact with
Yes.
him. Like, there were things that were just agreed to never speak about. You know,
Right.
it's like, it's just absolutely sick. I was when the story broke about him hanging himself, I was obsessed for like a few days, but then I had to move on to other
Of course,
things. Like,
that's
the
how-
world is a big place.
That's what they're
Jews
hoping.
They love that, and they want you to move on so quickly, don't they? I do find that fucking interesting how quickly they want you to move on. They're wanting to move on with this particular topic. When it comes to topics that they're interested in, they want to drum it home. They want to make it the most important thing in the world. But when it comes to Epstein, conveniently, this doesn't impact your regular life. Who cares? Move on. Oh, seems convenient, that.
Getting beaten in the streets. Yeah, but it's also like there actually are things that are more important to me than the story of Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
And I hope that there's some investigative journalist.
No, he's terrified of addressing any of it. Speaking of Peter Attia, though, who's actually one of Joe's more frequent guests that seems to be more close to Joe than usual, he was also listed in the Epstein files, and it appears that he's way more screwed than even someone like Peter Thiel, as he's on record emailing Epstein that he, quote-unquote, can't tell anyone what Epstein does, along with saying that eating pussy is low carb, which is absolutely horrendous given the nature of Epstein's crimes. So Peter Attia probably lost his whole career due to the Epstein files, especially now that he's come out publicly and stated that he's ashamed of his affiliation with Epstein, straight up just admitting to being the guy's good pal. And being that he's actually sort of close to Joe Rogan, it just makes you wonder how Rogan will address it, if he will at all.
Never. He's not
Joe Rogan must be shitting.
Again, he's a master at avoiding addressing his friends' public scandals, controversies. He's really good at it. He got a good practice from BRYAN CALLEN. People forget, man. Rogan didn't mention BRYAN CALLEN's name for like 2 years after his fucking rape allegations. He somehow made it an effort not to mention. Then towards the end, he decided to slowly but surely mention his name. And then when he thought the coast was clear, had him back on the show. But for 2 years, he tried his best to, like, I guess, help Brian by not mentioning his name at all on the show. He didn't mention his name for 2 years. I don't think he said CRISTINA's name that often either. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think he's actually said CRISTINA's name. So when he wants to avoid talking about a subject, he avoids it like the fucking plague. He avoids it and no other. He's really good at it. He's really fucking good at it.
His pants right now with how many friends of the podcast are being exposed before his very eyes. And remember, these are the files that Trump's Department of Justice were comfortable with making public. So there's certainly millions and millions of more incriminating things to be released. Like, this is much deeper than you think. Of course, a bunch of the Joe Rogan fanboys are rushing to his defense right now, though, saying that Joe Rogan's had more than 1,200 different guests on his platform and that people are just cherry-picking. And that Joe would have guys like Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Peter Thiel on, regardless of whether they were affiliated with Epstein or not. Which might be true, given that they're some of the biggest names in the world, but the fact that Jeffrey Epstein himself is now on record trying to get in contact with Joe Rogan just shows you how safe Jeffrey and all his goons felt in Joe Rogan's presence. And this info was pulled from emails between Epstein and a man by the name of Lawrence Krauss, who, after going on JRE in 2017, emailed Rogan about the opportunity to get in contact with Jeffrey, which apparently Rogan was timid about. Regardless, though, they've got to feel like Rogan's on their side or something like that, right? Like, they must feel a sense of security around the man, given that he never brings up anything involving Epstein's crimes around the associates that he interviews. For instance, during one of the many podcast episodes Joe Rogan shot with Elon Musk, Musk conveniently listed everyone he thought was going to be on it and left himself right off of it. Which, now knowing that he apparently desperately tried to get on Epstein's island and was found to be too dorky to make the list, just seems super pathetic.
It's so obvious.
Yes, like known Epstein clients, who are obviously extremely powerful, they're powerful politically and very wealthy, are Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and Reid Hoffman, and some others too, but those three. So why was Reid Hoffman so intent on destroying Trump?
Yeah, how do you put someone in jail and you don't even name the clients? That sounds kind of insane.
I think, yes, it would. Yes, because
just stunning that
just the way he speaks, he should be. I'm gonna say that
they've been able to hold it back for so long. It's really kind of amazing.
Yes.
Like when people say that people can't keep secrets, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of these things are not like...
Big up on 10 Toes. I can't believe we missed out on an Epstein interview. Just imagine, that would have aged terribly, innit? Rogan did a good thing not getting friendly with Epstein because he would have invited him on a pod. That Epstein interview, if you would have interviewed Epstein, that would have aged so terribly. Rogan's reputation would be I won't say skewered, but he'd look horrible if that existed. You know, if we had a video of Rogan interviewing Epstein and being chummy with him, it would be awful for him. Awful.
It's common knowledge, but we don't actually have the proof.
Right.
So the proof is there. I mean, there's lots of videos.
So yeah, I really wonder if Joe will ever talk about Elon being in the files. Based off how Elon's tweeting like a maniac about it and defending himself way too much on his own app though, he'll probably go on to JRE soon here to clear the air, which will definitely make for another video for this channel since it will indeed be super awkward. Aside from that though, when you step back and look at the whole picture here and consider the sheer number of people involved with Epstein that went on to Joe Rogan, something strange seems to be going on that a lot of people think is much deeper than just a coincidence. Like, Rogan's built his entire brand on being the guy who asks questions, who doesn't trust institutions, and who's skeptical of power, and who loves to entertain conspiracies, especially when they involve Jeffrey Epstein.
So yeah, let's leave it there. But big up American Redact, you're a legend. Check out American Redact's video, absolutely killed it. The The Jeffrey Epstein experience. What am I going to do? Push back Rogan. Joe, the type of guy to have all the guests on again. The only reason Rogan wanted to client list release was so future guest ideas to see who he hasn't had on. Joe would have definitely invited Epstein on the podcast if he was still alive. Yep, Joe hosting a little St. James reunion party. All the pedophiles are discussing pieces of garbage along with anyone associated with them. Peter Thiel is Rogan's boss. A PhD, boring. Have you been online today? It's not even a podcast anymore. It's a pedcast. It's hilarious, by the way. I love that. It's a pedcast. It's fucking hilarious. I fucking love that. What's we got here? Rogan dying on the hill of a fake age species. So yeah, so many good ones here. Let's move on from there. We've done a lot of that already. Oh yeah, let's play. Have you guys seen this? You guys have seen this, right? I'm sure you guys have seen this. Tim Dillon's impression of Bari Weiss. Have you guys seen this clip? Tim Dillon's impression of Bari Weiss. Fucking fantastic. It's actually if I'm Bari Weiss, I'm kind of offended because he actually looks like her. He actually does look like her too, which, you know, is horrible if you're Bari Weiss, but this is fucking brilliant. Big up Tim Dillon. This is so good.
From the Free Press, this is Honestly, and I'm Bari Weiss. We started this podcast 9 years ago because a white woman in Minnesota served a chicken quesadilla to a man and was immediately accused of cultural appropriation. That man's name was George Floyd. When J.K. Rowling had the audacity to suggest that penises and vaginas were different, we did a 72-part series on the fallout from her comments, including interviewing many of her slaves. After I was asked to leave the New York Times because I was too much of a rogue and a truth teller, I started the Free Press because I really wanted to encourage and foster open discussion and debate between people in New York, Miami, Tel Aviv. I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things that I find most important. When David Ellison called me and said, "Would you like to run CBS News?" I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog, my 17 listeners, and this podcast. But I ultimately decided that $150 million was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around. The scenes unfolding out of Minneapolis are incredibly disturbing.
I love how he's got her speech pattern done, this like dead eye, this sort of repetition where she's saying a lot of things but not saying anything. I think he's got it done really fucking well. Pick up on 10 toes. Yeah, this is insane. No gay shit, but he did look better. Yeah, for sure. Bari Weiss is not a good looking lady at all. But yeah, he's got her cadence down, you know. He's killed it. He fucking killed it.
People are looking at their televisions and they're not recognizing this as America. So we thought it most important right now to speak to Greg Bavino, who is the commander at large of ICE, who's now been demoted, and he's now the maitre d' of an Italian restaurant in Paramus, New Jersey. Without further ado, Greg Bavino. Greg, how does it feel to have gone through such a whirlwind in the last 2 weeks?
Madonna mia, the pizza I make it, they fly out of the window.
Now, you're working at a restaurant, an Italian restaurant?
Sì, Sicilia restaurant, they call it Anthony and Son.
Some people say that ICE actions in Minnesota equate to fascism. What would you say to them?
Fashion. I wear the bow tie every day at work. I do the bow tie. I got the apron. I got the bow tie, the jacket, nice with the flower. Hey, baby, you want a little bit?
Do you have anything to say to the families of the victims in Minnesota?
Everybody love it when I cook. Ah, che bell'amore. I take my cucchiaia. La 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 la. Caffè espresso. Brew a little espresso. I give everybody a little espresso. I got a nice and big cornicello. Che bello cornicello. Cornicello for everybody that wishing me bad. I give it ta.
That's beautiful. Well, Greg Bavino, thank you so much for coming on and joining us here on Honestly. And I'm
so
Barry
good,
Weiss.
so good, so fucking good. Honestly,
ladies,
big up Dillon, man. That was so fucking good. So fucking good, so fucking good. Big up Barry Weiss. Big up Blood Clot Barry Weiss. We love it. We fucking love it. No, big up Dillon, not Barry Weiss. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Cool. Let's move on from that one. Let's see this one. Oh yeah, the Whitney Cummings stuff obviously is hilarious, right? Whitney Cummings going at Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel was easily off base, was always off base. Sorry, dude. Why does she talk to all kids like they're deaf morons? Also, if you need to dress like a toddler to trick them into liking you, that's information to give to a mentor or professional. This weird like beef with Miss Rachel is fucking bizarre, especially when you consider that she's a child's, entertainer and shit, or whatever, educator. Like, you kind of have to talk to be able to talk to kids. You kind of have to talk to them like they're all deaf. There's a way of talking to children when you're an educator that all teachers talk to children in a way. I think there's a reason behind that. I think, right? I don't think that's like an indication that the kids are morons or whatever. It's just the way you talk to children. And the fact that she doesn't get it is a good thing, because you're a fucking adult, no? The fact that Whitney Cummings is confused by Miss Rachel and doesn't understand it is a good thing. Your kid should be watching it, not you. I don't know why. I don't know. This is such a strange beef. Such a fucking strange beef. And then she followed it up with a follow-up tweet. Not sure why it's dirty to delete it. I didn't know Miss Rachel was for neurodivergent children. A lot of kids programming is spooky, so I stay away from it. So again, Miss Rachel isn't for neurodivergent children. She's not a neurodivergent. She's not for. If anything, this is actually more offensive than what she said originally. Miss Rachel isn't for neurodivergent children. She's for children. But Whitney Cummings doesn't get it. She then followed it up with an apology video, which made it even worse. So she tripled down on the worstness. This is her trying to look at the eyes, bro. Fucking hell, Whitney Cummings, look at the fucking eyes. She's dead behind those eyes.
For being in the car, but the last video I made addressing the Miss Rachel situation, I think the audio might have dropped out. Some people said it did. Apologies. I'll try this again. So regarding a video I made about Miss Rachel, I'm just gonna own it. I did not know that she was specifically for neurodivergent children.
She's not for neurodivergent. Oh, it's almost like a weird compliment, isn't it? It's like this children entertainer that I thought was talking down to my kids, or was for dumb kids or something, or neurodivergent children. That must mean that my kid is not neurodivergent. It's almost like a weird, it's like a strange thing to say anyway. I don't know. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. But maybe she's going through it, I guess.
Some people are saying she's not specifically. A lot of people are saying she is. Doesn't matter. I should have known more about Miss Rachel, and the way that she speaks in her videos, it does overwhelm my son, but maybe he's just not old enough.
Overwhelm your son? Like, what the fuck are you doing in your room, in your house? Are you playing Miss Rachel through fucking KRK speakers? Like, do you have surround sound in your house at the max volume? How's it overwhelming your kid? Like, just lower the volume or pull him away from the TV. So it's not sitting. I don't know. It's like overwhelming. Children's TV is too overwhelming for your child.
That's all I'm going to say. You know, he struggles with people being in his face really loud, and sometimes when
maybe back him up from the TV and don't have him sitting right in front of it. I don't know.
You go to the dentist or take them somewhere, people are like really loud and in children's face.
Oh, it's not playing. What happened? Is it gone? Oh, no,
Apologies for being in the car, but the last video I made addressing the Miss Rachel situation, I think the audio might have dropped out. Some people said it did. Apologies. I'll try this again. So regarding a video I made about Miss Rachel, I'm just going to own it. I did not know that she was specifically for neurodivergent children. Some people are saying she's not specifically. A lot of people are saying she is. Doesn't matter. I should have known more about Miss Rachel and the way that she speaks in her videos. It does overwhelm my son, but maybe he's just not old enough. That's all I'm going to say. You know, he struggles with people being in his face really loud. And sometimes when you go to the dentist or take them somewhere, people are like really loud and in children's faces and over emote in a way that might be overwhelming for some, might be super comforting for other children. So I'm navigating him and what he reacts to. And I only have the experience of raising my son. So I'm sorry if it wasn't the same experience that you guys have had with Miss Rachel. And I'm sure that maybe when he gets a little bit older, he's going to be obsessed with her. Maybe I just showed it to him a little bit too young. I've made videos before about other children's icons. They haven't gone this poorly. Like Winnie the Pooh, not wearing pants, it's always something that I don't know how to explain to my son. And then in the audiobooks and on the Toonie, there's this story where everyone's playing with his bottom, and I'm like, I feel like we could cut that, so I'm just navigating being a new parent and a comedian, and I realize
I'm just a girl, whereas I'm just a girl. It doesn't work when you're in your early 40s. It doesn't really work in it. I'm just a girl your way out of things when you're in your 40s heading into your 50s. You can't.
Is that a lot of these children's heroes are such a big deal, and I'm sure to us we're so emotionally attached to them. And I realize if someone made fun of Thomas the Train, I'm sure I would be just as pissed as you guys are at me. So fair. When it comes to our kids, it's a totally different. Oh my, excuse me. It's a totally different.
Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is that?
Excuse me.
It's a husband. Who is that?
If someone made fun of Thomas the Train, I'm sure I would be just as pissed.
Who is
as you
that?
guys
It's her
are,
husband.
At me. So fair. When it comes to our kids, it's a totally different. Oh my.
Oh, it's a husband. Okay, I thought it was just some random dude.
Excuse me. It's a totally different thing, and I'm navigating it not well at the moment. And I did not know about all the deeper. It became about Palestine and Israel and all these other things. I didn't know that I was stepping into that, and I should have known that I was. I should have done more research. I should have known more about her. I should have known more about the situation. It was unnecessary to post, frankly. And it's a really scary time as well right now. Tensions are high. What's going on in the world is terrifying. So, I apologize if I added any stress to anybody's day, or maybe being mad at me was a nice diversion from being mad at what else is going on.
You're not that important, babes. You're really not that important, man. Let's see what the comments saying. That's because it's like attacking Miss Rogers. Who is Whitney Cummings? Let's be honest. You came for her because she's pro-Palestine. Is that even okay? I don't know if that's true. How are you supposed to know everything about everything? Who even are you? Her voice overwhelms your son because he's had to listen to it since birth. So someone with a competent, caring voice is probably traumatized. Oh my god! Oh my god! Her voice overwhelms your son because he's had to listen to you since birth. So someone with a comforting, caring tone is probably traumatic to him. Oh my god. She absolutely not just for neurodivergent children. That's an insane take. This lady is as funny as Rob Schneider. Oh, it's like attacking Mr. Rogers. It's almost like this television show that you don't have to watch. Not every show is for every kid. Whitney Cummings is so funny, a phrase that has never been spoken in the history of mankind. The question is, why are you bullying anyone? Never ever apologize to the mob, Whitney. Whitney is one step closer to Rob Schneider. Congrats. Jesus Christ. I didn't know TikTok comments are this mean. TikTok comments are brutal, man. I thought you were a comedian. Who even are you? Just here to say that she's all for children. She started because her son had a speech delay. I think we just need to remember that it's a job of a comedian, not simply to make jokes, but to make well-informed jokes. Who wrote this script for you? Girl, you don't need to apologize. You're allowed to talk to people, especially the big mistake, huge. A lesson to be learned before speaking. Commenting to get this pushed up to more people. That's not enough hate. There's not enough hate here. She's bringing politics into a toddler show, so I don't think you need to apologize for anything. Nikki Glazer would never. Wait, she's like the quietest person. Stop apologizing. For those that understand children development more than the average person, it's not that she's for neurodivergent children, it's that her program is research based on child development. She has a master's degree into the matter. She was a teacher. She experienced her own child having developmental speech issues and tackled it. It's kind of like you shitting on NASA because you don't understand that astrophysics exists, nor do you understand when NASA is utilizing astrophysics in front of your eyes. I think a lot of people are mad at you for different reasons, but why I'm mad is that a child development is taken seriously in the isn't taken seriously in the US. It's partly because of policy. It's also partly because people who unintentionally add fuel to anti-intellectualism, and like in this case, oh my god, I think it's safe to say she's for all children. Why are you apologizing and have an opinion? It sounds like a court mandated apology. I've never worked in Hollywood, but I have a quick rewrite for this abysmal apology. Sorry. Exactly. People who aren't successful or good at anything often criticize people who make themselves feel better. Good point.
Powerful bunch.
Fuck you know. Big up
Her toddler is geeked off her prescriptions, spinning in a K-hole, watching Miss Rachel on mute while blasting Swedish house music. Of course he's overwhelmed.
Exactly. Saying your kid gets overwhelmed by Miss Rachel is probably more exactly what Asazi says is true, and the other person says is true as well. It's more of what you do to your kid day to day. Oh my god, I think she's specifically for the pro-Palestinian Mamdani people. And you don't apologize. I've been to your stand-up. I've met and great pictures with you maybe 15 years ago, and I say this from someone who's been a big fan of yours. I'm unaware of the video you made and what you said to get backlash, but what I can tell you from this video is automatically recoiled at the first country you named and quickly followed it up with the one sensitive. She's been playing politics for a while now, but yeah, I love this, man. Big up the comments, ripping her a new one. Love to see this. Love to see this. Love to fucking see this. And then I think that's it for now. Let's do a quick one as well. Let's do this one. This one is Rogan realizes that Whitney Cummings is crazy, featuring BERT. Let's play this one quick and then we'll move on, and then we'll finish the show. Actually, big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. Smash like, hit subscribe. One more, then we won't play the whole thing, but play a little bit of it. Then I'm gonna finish and we'll move on. Big up everybody for tuning in. Smash like, hit subscribe. Don't be lame. Smash like, hit subscribe. Don't be lame. This is Podcast Cringe Bites. JOEROGAN realizes Whitney Cummings is crazy.
When you work out all day, it kills all that internal chatter. Like, you don't worry about things anymore. All that, what about this? What about that? You just doom scrolling on TikTok and Twitter all day and shitting on people like, Whitney Cummings and Miss Rachel was in the air. They're just mentally ill slobs, all of them, and their opinion should be dismissed.
3, 4.
Okay, pause. Why would you go after this? Like, this is like a little kid show. Yeah, like, she must have been bored. It's a show for little.
Brilliant, isn't it? So Rogan attacking people who are going after Whitney Cummings for her going after Miss Rachel, calling them uninformed slobs, right? Then quickly fast forwards to him watching the clip of what Miss Rachel's about, quickly realizing that what everyone said about Whitney Cummings was true, and she actually is insane. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Little kids. Yeah. Like, I don't get it. Maybe she took 2 instead of 1. And then she got a little extra energy. She took 2 instead of 1. I don't know what she's doing.
Whitney Cummings just won't leave us alone. Every week it seems like there's something new, whether she's defending the Saudi government and shitting on her own fans, or calling her critics incels and then admitting that she actually does buy views, or even just the old being a comedian is hard when you're a woman because you have to be twice as funny to get half the laughs. Yep, she actually said that to Tim Dillon. Meanwhile, Nikki Glazer's out here doing her thing without any of the drama that Whitney seems to be drowning in. And if there was ever a candidate for Brendan Schaub of the Year, Whitney is shaping up to take that title for 2026. And it's a close fight. Bert Kreischer could come in clutch and take out Schaub of the Year and LOLCOW of the Year. Seriously, wait to the end of this video and you'll see exactly what I mean. But I'm sure you've already heard about the Whitney Cummings Miss Rachel drama. Basically, Whitney was watching one of Miss Rachel's videos with her son. He found it overwhelming and didn't like it, so she put out a post saying, Miss Rachel was always off base. Why does she talk to all the kids like they're deaf morons? If you need to dress like a toddler to trick them into liking you, that's information to give a mental health professional. And the funny thing about this post isn't actually what she wrote, obviously. It's that she defended it by claiming she's finding it difficult to juggle being a comedian with being a mom.
If you think the Taylor Swift fans are intense, wait till the Miss Rachel fans come for you. So I did take the video down that I made about Miss Rachel. I do think it's possible to be a parent and a comedian. Hopefully, we'll see. I was sort of mostly focusing on how she doesn't change her clothes. She wears her overalls and her pink outfit, and it's hard for me to convince my son to change.
If you have to make a video trying to explain why a joke was meant to be funny, then you probably need new jokes. Whitney can't decide if she's a celebrity influencer or an edgy comedian because she sucks at both, and no matter what she does, it comes off as being weird and unnecessarily hostile. She's trying so hard to be an insult comic like Tony Hinchcliffe, Andrew Schulz and Tim Dillon, except she comes off as being too serious and routinely forgets to make it funny. So she just ends up coming off as a mean bully with two.
And she just comes across a bit manic, a bit crazy, you know. There's something going on there, like drug addled. It doesn't. That's the thing. I think in the past, I think the Whitney Cummings that first came on the scene would have been able to make an astute observation about everything and make it funny. But I think this version of Whitney, she's just too drug addled, isn't it? There's probably too many pharmaceuticals going on there for her to make a coherent point that doesn't sound insane. You know, that's her main problem. But again, she's just not funny anyway in general. I think that also doesn't help. She's just generally not a funny person.
Much time on her hands, which is something Joe Rogan would finally come to realize, just not straight away. On that podcast that nobody asked for with BERT, I don't read the comments, KREISCHER, Rogan snapped at all the people who were calling out Whitney, except as usual, he had no idea what the controversy was really about.
Say you're some fucking dude looking for a connection in life, and you go to my page and you leave 100 comments, and they're like, "You're the best, Bert. I love you. When you come to Cincinnati, I'm going to be here. Tampa, I'll be there, man. I'm going to drive." And then the one time he's like, "You're a fucking bitch," and then I reply, he's like, "Oh, I guess that's how I get the cat to come outside." You know? So that's why I don't read. Read any comments.
Whitney was going into, the Whitney thing about Miss Rachel. I didn't know who Miss Rachel is.
I found
still
out who
don't.
she is.
She's an educator for neurodivergent kids. Is that what it is? By the way, the worst people were going after her.
Really?
People that I know that are comedians that are just unbelievably shitty, dishonest, disingenuous human beings, bad faith communicators, people that just like completely distort anything about the person.
Yeah.
And it's just because she's successful. It's a giant.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ, Rogan. Couldn't it just be that they're not fans of her in general? Yes, all the things you said about them is true, right? Let's say they're disingenuous. Let's say they're bad-faced actors. But could it just be that they're calling her out because they're not fans of her and maybe don't like what she said? Is it all to do with jealousy? Every time someone says something bad about anyone in Rogan's circle, it's all jealousy. You just have to be jealous. You want what we have. You want to be us. You're envious. That's where the hate comes from. No, sometimes hate is just hate for the sake of hate. Sometimes you can hate somebody for the sake of hating somebody. with no other reason apart from just them being very hateable. You know? God damn it.
Part of it. And so they see her making some crack about Miss Rachel because she was watching it with her kid. She didn't know what the it is.
And of course, it's the jealous, mentally ill haters who are in the wrong. It's definitely not Whitney going full cringe yet again and embarrassing herself for the world to see. Rogan's description of those dishonest comedians who distort things to bash people and ruin their reputations is one of the biggest self-reports I've seen from him lately. This is the guy who has ruined reputations and smeared people over fake videos and fake headlines and refused to apologize or correct himself even after he becomes aware that he was duped. I mean, just look at what he did to our boy Flint Dibble, where he misrepresented his arguments after the debate with Graham Hancock, dismissed him as being disingenuous, and then had Graham Hancock back on alone to bash Dibble without giving him a right of reply, and then infamously accused the Dibbler of being a weak, low-test excuse of a man when he was going through cancer treatment. Horrible. Like I said, though, even when faced with the truth, he has a momentary glimpse of reality, and just when you think Joe's about to talk some sense, he quickly reverts back to his victim mentality. By the way, this next clip is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen from Rogan and Bert. The way they're staring at the screen and counting along in their heads with Miss Rachel is funnier than anything either of them has ever said on stage.
So here's Miss Rachel. Let me hear what this sounds like.
Letters, and
I don't hear it, Jamie.
two really special guests.
No. No, not at all.
Dinosaur
I don't hear it.
eggs.
I don't hear anything in my own microphone.
Can you help me count them?
Do you hear it? But I don't hear you, Bert. There we go. There we go.
2, 3, 4. The dinosaur eggs are hatching. Wow, how many dinosaurs do we have?
Honestly, how can you watch that and think it's for neurodivergent children? I'm sorry, but like, that just sounds like a kid's show. Like, Whitney Cummings is like, maybe that was the one time she saw her son watching a TV show and she was somewhat sober and she was able to maybe, you know, compute what was going on. But like, how could she have watched this show or listened to it while she was preparing stuff in the kitchen or whatever? How could you overhear this, watch this, listen to this, and come away with the idea that this is for neurodivergent children? It's like, what? It's just a kid's show. They all sound like this.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, pause. Why would you go after this? Like, this is like a little kid show.
Yeah,
like, she must have been bored.
There's nothing different from this in Blue's Clues, in my opinion.
It's a show for little kids.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it. Maybe she took 2 instead of 1. And then she got a little extra energy.
But what American Redact or who some what Twitch Try said was true. This is actually worse than any insult anybody else has said on the podcast, you know. Maybe he took what I mean, this is actually worse, way worse.
I don't know what she's doing. All of a sudden, she's like, Miss Rachel. But then she started responding to people because she didn't understand what it was, she said, and then she took it down and apologized. But and I texted her. I said, listen, I love you to death. You got to stop going back and forth with these people. You can't do that. It's not, this is not a genuine conversation. They don't care if you're, like, if you were a person and you were someone's friend and you started shitting on Miss Rachel and someone said, actually, that's like for kids with learning disorders. And you'd be like, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
And that would be the end of it.
Yeah.
And then we'd laugh. You know, but these people are not looking for a real conversation. They're just looking to destroy your life.
This is so typical of SLO-JO. He sees that people are attacking Whitney on social media and she's clapping back at them, so he immediately reaches out to her to tell her not to engage with them, but never actually thought to look into what was going on or who Whitney was talking about specifically. And who the fuck decided that
Exactly. It's just insane, isn't it? Really insane. Doesn't do any research on it. Yeah, I don't know. Let's continue.
Miss Rachel was exclusively targeted at neurodivergent children.
Well,
Clearly, she's trying to appeal to toddlers in general. That whole argument that she makes content for special needs kids is so stupid and has absolutely nothing to do with anything. Like I was just saying though, once Joe actually saw one of her videos with Bart, his immediate reaction was exactly what everyone's been saying. Like, you seriously couldn't make this shit up. Rogan watches it, tells young Jamie to pause it, and his first words are literally, "Why would you go after this?
Exactly.
Like, this is a little kid's show." Right, Joe. That's kind of the point everyone's been making. Whitney's accusation that Miss Rachel talks to kids like they're deaf morons and needs to see a mental health professional was completely inaccurate, misleading, and it wasn't even really funny. And remember, guys, we're talking about the funniest comedians in the world here, according to Joe Rogan. But even when Whitney realized she was out of line, she still made every excuse under the sun, just like Brendan Schaub.
She speaks in her videos. It does overwhelm my son, but maybe he's just not old enough. That's all I'm going to say. He struggles with people being in his face really loud. And sometimes when you go to the dentist or take them somewhere, people are like really loud and in children's faces and over emote in a way that might be overwhelming for some, might be super comforting for other children. So I'm navigating him and what he reacts to, and I only have the experience of raising my son, so I'm sorry if it wasn't the same experience that you guys have had. I'm just navigating being a new parent and a comedian, and I realize that a lot of these, children's heroes are such a big deal, and I'm sure to us, since we're so emotionally attached to them, and I realize if someone made fun of Thomas the Train, I'm sure I would be just as pissed as you guys are at me. So I should have done more research. I should have known more about her. I should have known more about the situation. It was unnecessary to post, frankly. And it's a really scary time as well right now. Tensions are high. What's going on in the world is terrifying. So I apologize if I added any stress to anybody's day, or maybe being mad at me was a nice diversion from being mad at what else is going on in this country.
Hold up. What in the fuck is Thomas the Train? She's got to be rage baiting with that shit. This was straight out of the Brendan Schaub playbook, mispronouncing common phrases, blaming her kids, and then randomly saying it's a pretty crazy world out there. Hope it makes you feel better picking on me. Like, seriously, the only thing she missed was blaming the team. And isn't it ironic that she's accusing Miss Rachel of being overly emotive in her presentation when Whitney acts like a full-on fucking clown on her own podcast,
Crackhead.
her arms flailing around like a puppet while she stares into a camera, distorting her face, and then looking around the room like she's escaped from Joe's asylum and doesn't know where she is or what she's meant to be doing.
I'll let you watch the rest of it later. There's 4 minutes left, but she does that intellectual room scan that everyone does, isn't it? That faux intellectual room scan, right? That where you're kind of like, you look up at the heavens like you're trying to pull the words out from the ether, like that's what everyone kind of does. It's sort of like a interpretation of what Jordan Peterson used to do, right? Where you're sort of like looking for the words, you're trying to pluck them out. She does the same thing that they all do, where you're trying to pull, the words are all around you. You've got synesthesia for words. But yeah, big up Podcast Cringe, man. Great vid. Podcast Cringe bites. Check out his channel. Rogan realizes Rogan is crazy. Anyway, we'll leave it there. Actually, let me play what. Let me do one more for you before we go. Let me do one more before we go. Pick up everybody in the stream chat. Please like the stream. Please like the stream before you leave. Let me do one more before we go. Let me show you this one. Actually, let me show you this one. Have you guys seen this? Corey Holcomb. Have you guys seen the Corey Holcomb stuff? Have you guys seen the Corey Holcomb shit? Corey Holcomb was caught on camera assaulting this young lady outside of a nightclub, a female comedian. TMZ published a video. This happened a while ago. I think this happened maybe last year, a couple of years. I forgot when exactly it happened. I do remember the rumors or the story coming out first. I think the lady put it out first, who was a victim of the punch in the face, slap, whatever it was. By the time, no one believed her because there wasn't any video footage and it kind of got swept under the rug. I don't know why it came out now, I'm not going to lie. Maybe because Corey Holcomb's name was in the news because he had that back and forth with the other guy on his show. That's kind of still rumbling on for some reason. But it just came out of the blue, out of nowhere. It kind of dropped And yeah, people have got to see in 4K that Corey Holcomb is also a woman abuser. Do you know what I mean? Apart from everything else that he does, people don't like him to like. He decided to do this, which is fucking insane. This is the head tagline. It says, surveillance footage shows Corey Holcomb punching comedian CRISTINA PAYNE in the face, an accusation he previously denied. So he said it didn't happen. She said it did happen. Now we have video footage of the punch happening, obviously in real time. Let's play the video.
Now, the story is being flipped totally about the truth and what happened.
That's Corey Holcomb there in the hat, right? You can see him there with the beard. You can clearly see that's Corey Holcomb there.
That you hit him. That's what now I'm hearing is
That's the
word
woman.
on the street that I'm an attacker now or
Why
something.
do you think he's saying that?
He doesn't want to go to jail, probably most likely.
Fuck you, no, he literally punched her in the face.
I mean, it is an assault.
Yo, big up the guy though. Big up whoever that guy was on the left hand side or the right. Whoever the guy was that instantly went and started punching up Holcomb. You're a legend. Whoever this guy is there, this young man, I don't know if he was her girl, her boyfriend, a friend of hers, or just a good Samaritan. Big up how he went straight into defense mode and protected that woman. That's fucking great to see, by the way. He straight went into protecting her. I love that. I love that.
Attacker now or
Why
something.
do you think he's saying that?
He doesn't want to go to jail, probably most likely. I mean, it is an assault.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there are witnesses who saw what happened, but he also has people who are willing to lie for him as well.
Yeah.
And
is there camera at the Laugh Factory?
There's cameras all over the Improv, and that is the footage.
The fact that the footage never got out, it shows how much pull he has, man. It only got out recently now. It shows how much pull he has.
That we're talking about. Footage shows Corey Holcomb reaching over two people and punching me out, and my whole head goes back, and it's a whole horrible whiplash thing. It's horrible. It's like he punches me at 30 miles an hour over the security guard and another person who's trying to keep him away from me.
What a piece of shit.
Right. So it's horrible. When
What
you
a piece
see
of
it,
shit.
when you see the footage, it's going to change your life.
Why do you think he's lying?
He doesn't want to get in trouble, / he just got put on a new tour. So of course there's money that is going to be made, and I guess he doesn't want.
We need to live in a world where men don't hit women, not because they're gonna lose money, but because it's not a right thing to do, you know? Because it's some bitch made thing to do. We need to get to that timeline. Not sure when that's gonna ever happen, but we need to live in a society where people don't do the right thing, don't do the wrong thing, not because it's gonna cost them money, but because it's the wrong thing to do, you know? Simple as that.
Want to lose it, and then he's saying that I'm trying to, you know, mess his career up or whatever. But it's like, no.
Don't get me wrong. Was it the most punchiest of punches? Right. To be honest, and looking what I saw, was it the most punches of punches? No. It's almost like he kind of tries to push her with his fist, but still, you can't close your fist and aim it towards a woman's face. You just can't. You just can't do that. You know, you really can't do that. It's not the most punchiest of punches. Like if he wanted to actually punch her, he could have properly, and she would have been on the floor most likely, considering how big Corey Holcomb is. It was more of like a push punch thing, but it's still pretty fucked up. It's still pretty fucked up. Like in that situation, as a man, you walk away. Men should never argue with women anyway. In that situation, she just walked away. She should have just walked away.
Saying that I'm trying to, you know, mess his career up or whatever, but it's like,
Where did this beef start? Like what?
Where and when?
Yeah.
Well,
and why?
From 12 years ago is more from when it initially started, when he
12 years beef. They've had a beef for 12 years, and it culminated in this. Jesus Christ.
Wanted me to be his co-host on his radio show, and I flew out here to come meet with him, and he got me a hotel room, and then was mad I didn't let him come upstairs, and he wanted to have sex, and I was like, no.
Oh my God. Of course that's the reason. 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 He wanted to fuck and she said no 12 years ago, and it's been an ongoing beef between the two. Oh my God, this makes Corey Holcomb look like even more of a bum, even more of a loser, even more of a fucking loser. Oh my God, this is embarrassing.
Oh, sir, I'm sorry, I don't mess with married men. I'm sorry. So after that, he had nothing to do with me ever again. Years later, I'm doing comedy and succeeding, and now he's mad. Like, so last June.
there's not, you know that famous Bill Burr joke about, they always say there's no excuse to hit women, but there is an excuse, right? There is. We all know the list of things, but there's not, in that situation, there's nothing that she could have said that could have made him do that. I don't think so. Just walk away and go home. But now we've heard the real reason was that she didn't let him fuck back in the day. That's diabolical, really. It's diabolical. You should have no communication with a woman. If you know what I mean, if that's what the time you're on, she wasn't on that, you should really have no communication to her. There should be no beef, really. If anything, you're the one that's in the wrong. You tried to fuck her when you were in a relationship. Like, why are you angry at her? It's like, what? And also, you know what I mean? You brought her down on a false pretense.
He jumped into my conversation I was having with another comedian in June. Yeah. Late June. He said, then I will super sock this. If anybody loves her, come get her. Take her away from me right now. So that was in June. He didn't finally hit me until December.
This happened. Okay, so this happened this happened December, not that long ago.
Witnesses
yes.
about him having
yes.
that conversation?
Yes.
Are you going to bring those people in
yes.
March? Knowing that the Laugh Factory has this footage, is he...
This is really bad for Corey. Isn't Corey Holcomb? I've known about Corey Holcomb for a long time, right? Obviously in the black stand-up comedy world, he's been famous for a long time. But I feel like he's only become more relevant recently. Am I mistaken for thinking that? I feel like Corey Holcomb has become more famous in the recent years. This is the worst timing ever, isn't it? He's just become really famous now. Not more really famous. He's become more well known now. Maybe because of the beefs, maybe because of his observations and hot takes on certain topics. This is the worst timing for him, man. This is gonna fuck up a lot of money for him. Rightfully so.
Banned from the Laugh Factory?
Well, it's the Improv.
I'm sorry, the Improv. Knowing the Improv has this footage, is he banned from the Improv?
Yes, he's been banned from the Improv. And also, if anybody were to see any sightings of him, they're like, please report. Because
he's been trespassed?
Yes.
By the police?
Yes. So people are even like, if you have any sightings of him, please report, please.
I just don't think there's an excuse. Like, I can't imagine a scenario where I try and fuck a friend, right? And then she turns me down and it turns me into me wanting to fight her. That's some loser mentality. That's the kind of mentality of a guy who, if you get turned down by a woman trying to get a number in the street, you want to physically assault her. Like, why? I know it's embarrassing to get turned down. It can feel like a gut punch. I get that. But just take the L on the chin like every other man does and keep it moving. I don't understand a scenario where me getting turned down would end up in me punching the person. You know what I mean? The only reason why you'd punch a woman is if she did something to you, like a friend, I don't know. Maybe she punched your mum. Maybe she punched your girl. Maybe she said something to you that was really insulting that you couldn't handle or something in that moment. Okay, I guess, maybe. Even then it's a stretch. But for the genesis, for the beef to begin 12 years ago because he tried to fuck and she said no, and for it to kind of culminate in that punch is crazy. But that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is his excuses and lack of accountability. Look at the follow-up clip. Corey Holcomb says TMZ has ruined his life. Now, I'm not sure if he's being sarcastic here, if he's being somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but he says TMZ has ruined his life. He claims that he can't get any shows and the ones he had are already being cancelled. He blames them for releasing the video of him punching comedian Christine Payne in the face, an accusation he previously denied. So he's not taking any accountability. He's blaming it all on TMZ. TMZ are the one that ruined his life, not him punching a woman in the face. Brilliant.
While I haven't been working a lot of my gigs. I lost a lot of my gigs. So, by the way, thank you, TMZ. I lost another gig today. Gary, Indiana, on the boat. Y'all got me good. Y'all got me good. Y'all got me good.
I'd hate to be this age and be this immature, have this level of lack of level of accountability. You know, that's one thing that scares me the most about getting, because age catches up on you really quickly. You blink and you're fucking 50. You blink and you're 45. You blink and you're 40. You blink and you're fucking 35. It catches up on you quickly. So I'd hate to wake up one day and think I'm like this. This is a grown-ass man. You're the one that punched a woman in the face, bro. And you're blaming TMZ. Jesus Christ.
I'm losing gigs. People are saying, Corey, the optics of that video. And Y'all got me good, TMZ. I'm about to be out here on welfare. Somebody got to explain why I ain't got nothing no more.
You're not gonna be able to buy no more Hocula.
Can't buy Hocula.
Nope, because the jacket that you.
I gotta love that, by the way. I do love the fact that, again, when near every woman beater, there's always a woman. Near every woman beater, I can't think of a single occasion where a prominent woman beater, a prominent rapist, a prominent child diddler hasn't had a woman by their side. There's always some bird next to them. Very rarely do you see celebrities going to court for rape, for child molestation, PDF stuff, and not being accompanied by either daughters or mothers or sisters or wives and girlfriends. You'd think those are the things that would be a red flag for most women, but some women don't seem to mind that sort of stuff for some reason. Weird.
We're looking at.
I'm gonna have Proclubula.
Cost $1,600.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Man, I lost a gig today. When they told me this one canceled too, I was like, God damn, all right, now it's getting bad. I'm talking about, I done lost some real, you dig. All because it's certain places that are ran by the people that will listen to a TMZ. I ain't never lost no gigs before.
Are they listening to TMZ or they're watching the video? Like, are the people listening to TMZ or watching the video? Because the thing he needs to understand, even if he hit that woman with justifiable cause, even if there was a justifiable reason to punch a woman in the face, the video is what makes it worse. Imagine if that woman insulted or said something really disgusting about his mum that recently passed, or about his kid that may have some sort of condition, or about his, you know what I mean? Imagine the woman said something really fucking horrible. It doesn't matter. The video has no audio. All we're seeing is him squaring up to her and punching her in the face. So I hope he understands that it's not the fact that TMZ published the video, made like a clickbaity headline, maybe took a screen grab of the video where you're hitting her and put that as a thumbnail. No, the fact that what makes this worse, what makes this really bad, what has probably fucked up his career is that we have a video of him punching a woman in the face. Point blank period. That's what makes it bad.
Like, we have people saying stuff about me all the time. But when TMZ says it, oh, it must be true about this guy. TMZ, you see what you caused me? You got to do something about that.
Again, I think he's maybe being a bit funny. He's trying to be a bit funny. Maybe he's not being all the way serious, but yeah, I don't know. Crazy level of lack of crazy lack of accountability from Corey Holcomb. But again, should be surprising. That's kind of part of his shtick that he does when it comes out there. But yeah, whatever. Was it? I don't know. Get the fuck out of this nonsense. Corny as shit as always.
You know.
But yeah, I guess we'll leave it there. Ash, has there been an update on this? Let me see if has there been an update on this quickly before we move on. Before we end the show. Has there been an update on this? Any update? 2023, 2028, ruined his life. You got me. Corey Holcomb, always his face. I can't believe you spend that much money on him. Brother Corey Holcomb's insane. No courses.
But Corey would never hit a queen. Never.
I hold him up.
He hit a bitch. A horrible bitch.
Hey, anybody can get it if it get out of pocket.
Period.
Anybody can get it. That's how I was bred. I am here to keep the peace. But if you bring war, war will come. That's right. Don't be talking about why you do that, because you brought war. This is 5150, bitch!
See, what was I just saying? Oh, okay. For real.
He's like an older version of Joe Budden, isn't it? He's like an older, darker version of Joe Budden, isn't it? Oh, look, he talks about Joe Budden here, actually. Corey Holcomb crashing out on Joe Budden.
I never say their name.
Yeah.
As you should.
I got a name for him. Fruit Booty Buttons.
I know you.
And his crew. Fruit Booty Buttons is a serial woman beater. Fruit Booty Buttons is a serial woman beater. was talking about how he sat. They said the girl said he sat on my stomach and made me have a miscarriage. You know what he said? I didn't sit. I sat on top of her titties or something. He said I sat on where her breast was. That's where I was sitting.
Oh wow.
Fruit booty buttons. I know you ain't talking crazy about me, homie. I know you ain't talking crazy about me, homie. I mean, most of the time, all you guys who say what you say, I don't care what you say online. I expect you to talk about me. Yeah, fruit booty buttons. They know who I'm talking about. Fruit booty buttons. That motherfucker say, I think he said I was a bitch-ass nigga or something. Yeah, I'll be a bitch-ass nigga online. Online, I'm a bitch-ass nigga. Man to man, I ain't no bitch-ass nigga, homie. But man to man, you a serial woman beater. Everybody do the homework on fruit booty butt.
I only hit one woman. You've hit several. I've only hit one woman on camera. You've hit several. It's a fucking crazy defense.
And all of the women that have accused him of actually beating them up. Since you want some heat. Since you couldn't leave me alone. Everybody do the research on fruit booty buttons and see how he is a serial woman beater. Fruit booty buttons? Yeah. Yeah.
Cool, man. Fair enough. Pick up Corey Holcomb, I guess. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see how this all plays out. This is more clear footage of it. Actually, let's play this one. There's more clear footage of it. The effects surveillance footage shows here. This is more clear. Is there sound on it or no? No, there's no sound. This is more clear footage. I'll show you the punch. They're outside the comedy club. This is the legendary hang, by the way, right? This is the hang, I guess. Maybe white comedians hang out at the back of the comedy club in the green room. I guess black comedians hang out in the front, but this is the legendary comedy club hang. People are arguing. Corey Holcomb steps to her and then punches her in the face. Yeah, mad scenario. He handles the other guy pretty well, to be fair. Corey Holcomb. He doesn't. He's a big dude. So he doesn't get on the floor too quickly. The other dude who tried to jump in gets washed a little bit. He's on the ground, which is a bit embarrassing. You tried to back your girl and then you got put on the ground. This is kind of embarrassing, I'm not going to lie. He had good intentions, but he ended up on the ground. People are shouting. Black people shouting in the middle of the street. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Pushing each other, pushing each other. People are punching, pushing each other, kicking each other. More pushing and separating. Corey Holcomb is there smiling, knowing what he does best. The guy that tried to pull him down is still, I don't know where he's gone, he's wandered off, but yeah. Pretty shocking event, none and all. But yeah, man. 12 years. It goes to show you just how painful rejection can be for men, man. 12 years rejection, and he's holding on to that grudge, and it exploded again in that scenario. 12 years ago. 12 years ago she rejected him, and he hasn't gotten over it since. Fucking hell. 12 years, you know. I don't think I can remember somebody that I spoke to 12 years ago. I don't think I can remember if it was to holler at somebody, let alone a rejection. That's another level of a grudge, isn't it? 12 years. You gotta get over that shit, man. You gotta get over that shit. Anyways, big up the stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. I'm gone. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. This is gonna be here until the end of time. You can watch it for free and stuff. But get a membership to help me out. I'll be back again tomorrow. But for now, I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much. Take care, people. Be safe. Peace.